Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 2 of What If Naruto Had the Powers of a Daiyoukai from Inuyasha. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Land of Waves, Outskirts. Boulder Dono, why have you not given the order to strike? Our prey has defeated Zabuza-san, but they have exhausted themselves in the process. We can eradicate Naruto-san and his team now. Landslide, second in command of Oniki's elite guard, wondered why his direct superior hesitated to act. They would never get a better chance than this. Landslide, we have fought together for many years and, even now, you have yet to master your impulsivity. Boulder chided. Typically, I would agree with your assessment, but the abilities displayed by Naruto-san warrant extreme caution. Our reinforcements are still en route, and my previous order still stands. I shall view any further discussion on this matter as insubordination. Boulder turned his eyes to the devastated landscape that was once a pristine forest clearing surrounding a lake, and he silently praised Naruto's abilities. It is a pity that you are the son of Iwa's greatest enemy, Naruto-san. Under any other circumstance, you would be an adversary worthy of the highest respect. Land of Waves, unknown location. Haku barely resisted the urge to vomit as she dispelled her ice chrysalis and looked upon her master's shattered body. Zabuza's right arm was gone, and the shoulder joint it was once attached to was bleeding profusely. The rate of blood loss had been drastically slowed by Haku's jutsu. With the jutsu now dispelled, the shoulder quickly resumed its original torrent of blood. Hake barely had time to apply disinfectant and wrap bandages around the wound before the sheer volume of blood rendered such efforts moot. Once the shoulder was secured, Haku applied basic medical ninjutsu to the rest of Zabuza's body to ascertain the full extent of his injuries. In addition to his lost arm, Zabuza suffered from several broken ribs, a collapsed lung, several hairline fractures in his legs, a major concussion, and numerous torn muscles. The leg fractures will heal in time if Zabuza-sama gets enough rest and his brain hasn't suffered any permanent damage from his concussion. I can heal his current brain damage, but the torn muscles are causing internal bleeding, and healing a collapsed lung is beyond my skills. Haku bemoaned her master's fate as she reached the conclusion that he would likely die despite her sincerest efforts. On the verge of death, many survivors have said that their life flashed before their eyes. Some medical scholars have theorized that this phenomenon occurs because the brain is desperately seeking a means by which to escape its body's current predicament. On rare occasions, however, it has been noted that such an event transpires when someone very close to the person reliving all of their memories is in mortal peril. In response to Haku's desperation, her subconscious mind unlocked memories sealed away years ago. In nanoseconds, they rose to the surface, and Haku recalled every waking moment spent with her mother in perfect detail. Above all else, one memory caught Haku's attention. Flashback. Quickly, Haku, while your father is away at the market, there is something I must show you. Haku's mother, Yukina, grabbed an ink brush and began rapidly drawing a large circle on their house's floor. The circle was quickly filled with numerous words. The writing was similar to kanji, but there were enough variations in it that Haku could not even begin to decipher it. Okawa-san, what is this? It looks like the words you've been teaching me but different at the same time. Haku exclaimed. That's because this is a very old dialect of our language, my daughter. It dates back to the founding of our clan, to a time when our clan's progenitor still walked, or, rather, flew, among men. Yukina answered. Our clan's founder could fly. Who was he? Haku could barely contain her excitement. Her mother almost never talked about their clan's history. A very powerful being, Haku, our clan's Kekkei Genkei comes directly from him. Yukina clarified as she finished her writings within the circle. Now, my sweet child, listen very carefully. Our clan's founder gave another gift to his descendants. Once in their lifetime, the current clan leader can use this array to call upon our clan's progenitor and ask a boon of him. Okawa-san, what's a boon? Haku inquired. A gift, or a favor. Yukina answered. There are limits to what you can ask of our clan's founder, but this array represents an ancient covenant that compels him to grant a boon you request if it is within his power to do so. Hurry, now, memorize the array before your father returns. 1 minute later, Haku signaled to her mother that she had memorized the array. Yukina quickly applied sweetened chakra to the floor, creating a small wave of water that obliterated all traces of the array. Once the circle was destroyed, Yukina used sweeten to dispel the water she had just conjured, leaving the floor as dry as it had been moments before. End flashback. Haku drew the array, taking as long as she dared to ensure that her efforts perfectly matched her memories. Once the array was complete, Haku adopted a meditative pose. Noble progenitor, I know not your name or title, but our clan's covenant with you compels you to heed my call. I am Haku, last of the Yuki clan, and I call upon you in my darkest hour. As Haku finished shouting her plea, the array glowed a pale blue, and her mind went white as she briefly lost consciousness. When she awoke, she found herself at the bottom of a deep ravine. The walls, covered in ice, were as smooth as glass, and the snow-covered ground was unblemished by prints or disruptions of any kind. The sky was covered with nimbostratus clouds that were producing heavy snowfall that vanished before it reached the ground. So, my mortal seed still lingers upon the world, even after numerous attempts to uproot it. An indifferent, masculine voice echoed through the ravine as a gigantic dragon descended from the snow clouds. The dragon's scales were a beautiful pale blue, a lighter tint of azure, and its underbelly was a pure white. The dragon's head was a slightly darker hue of blue, while its majestic horns were an even purer white than its skin. The entity was entirely serpentine, lacking limbs or claws, but its presence was so overpowering that Haku doubted it would ever need such appendages. Karaukami-sama. Haku bowed as she instinctively recalled her progenitor's name and divine nature. You honor me despite having no knowledge of my existence until now. Your modesty is commendable. You may rise. The ice deity spoke. Haku stood as Karaukami reached the ground and lowered his head enough that Haku could establish eye contact with him. I lost all interest in mortal affairs long ago, my child. However, I honor my oaths. The covenant still stands, and you are rightly considered the leader of your clan. What boon would you ask of me? The dragon god already knew the answer, but the formalities must be observed. The man I serve has been grievously injured in battle. His wounds are beyond my skill to heal. I ask that you restore him in my stead. Haku demanded. I am no god of healing, yet what you ask is within my power to grant. Many of your master's injuries were inflicted by water, an element that falls far within my divinity. Thus, I may reverse the damage caused by it. The only infirmity I cannot undo is the loss of Zabuza-san's arm. Water was the final cause of said loss, but the limb was all but destroyed before it was claimed by water. Karaukami declared. Is there nothing you can do about Zabuza-sama's arm? I owe him everything. Haku pleaded. I detest repeating myself. Girl, the limb is forever lost. The snow dragon's voice thundered through the ravine. However, it is within my power to replace the arm with a construct of water and ice. Think carefully before you insist further, Haku Yuki-chan. The reversal of Zabuza-san's other injuries has exhausted the boon bestowed by the covenant. To grant your master a new arm, I require compensation. Karaukami's gaze was now focused on Haku, and no trace of his earlier indifference was evident in his face. Name your price. Haku responded without hesitation. You would permit me to claim whatever I wish. The god was both impressed and confused. All that I am has been given to Zabuza-sama. I am nothing more than his tool, an instrument by which he inflicts his will upon the world. To save him, no price is too great. Haku answered definitively. My compensation may demand something from your master as well. Knowing this, are you still prepared to allow me to dictate the terms of this accord? As long as Zabuza-sama's life and free will are not permanently bound to your design, you may take whatever you wish from us. Haku cried. So be it. We have an accord. The snowfall dominating the sky intensified into a blizzard as Karaukami made his declaration. As promised, all of Zabuza-san's injuries other than his lost arm shall be healed, and his arm shall be replaced with a construct of my design. However, the infusion of divine will into a mortal vessel is an ordeal of its own. Your master shall require at least 2 weeks to recover. In that time, he shall gain the knowledge needed to control his new arm. And the price? Haku inquired. The compensation I am owed for this service shall be revealed to you, and your master, upon the conclusion of your next battle. I see many lines of fate converging upon the warriors guarding the man your master must kill. Their sources and intent are unknown to me at this time, yet I suspect that things shall be much clearer upon this conflict's end. Should you and Zabuza-san survive, the price I exact for his arm shall not permanently affect Zabuza-san's life or his free will. If the two of you die in the coming conflict, then your souls shall serve me for a period of 1,000 years. Once your service to me is complete, your souls shall be sent toward their destined afterlife. Karaukami decreed as the blizzard subsided. Very well. I accept these terms, both for myself, and for Zabuza-sama. Haku swore. Done. The covenant is fulfilled, its boon granted, and our further accord is struck. With those words echoing in her mind, Haku lost consciousness again. She awoke in Zabuza's hideout and quickly turned to assess her master's condition. Where his right arm once sprouted from his shoulder, a mass of near-frigid water was emerging from the shoulder instead. Currently, it was roughly 1/3 the length of the limb it was replacing and was growing at a steady rate. After re-examining Zabuza with medical ninjutsu, Haku observed that Zabuza seemed to be in perfect physical health. Satisfied that Karaukami had kept his word, Haku, exhausted from the emotional distress the day's events had inflicted, began to fall asleep, but she was forced awake by burning pain reminiscent of frostbite emanating from her left forearm. She stared in amazement as a portion of the skin on the top of her arm, halfway between her elbow and her wrist, morphed to resemble a white dragon. She all but ran to Zabuza's side and noticed an identical mark in the same spot. Behold, the mark of our accord. Karaukami's voice manifested within Haku's mind. At least it's in a place that's easy to conceal with clothing. Haku mused before falling asleep, the pain of the mark's creation already subsiding. Tizuna's house. Kakashi awoke with a start. The last thing he remembered was fainting after someone rescued Zabuza just as Team 7 was about to kill him. Don't try to move. Your teammates said that you almost drowned while fighting to protect my father. A woman in her late 20s came into view and laid one hand on Kakashi's forehead, preventing him from rising out of the bed prepared for him. We suspected you would regain consciousness today. Earlier, you had some symptoms of hypoxia, but they seem to have resolved themselves with no lasting effects. At the moment, the only thing keeping you bedridden is something your team called chakra exhaustion. How long was I out? Is this a safe location? Kakashi asked. Your team arrived with my father last night, and you've been out for nearly 14 hours. This is my family's home, and it's safer than most places, given the circumstances. Most of our fellow villagers lack the courage to oppose Gato and his thugs, but we all hate them. Our house is located in the center of the village, so we'll have plenty of warning if any more of Gato's goons come here. The woman answered. Not the best arrangement, given the quality of Gato's last assassin, but it's far better than it could have been. Thank you. Kakashi replied. Think nothing of it. I owe you big time for saving my father. My name's Tsunami, by the way. Then, Tsunami-san, thank you for your hospitality. Now, then, that's enough eavesdropping for one day, you three. Kakashi chastised his students. See, I told you he'd know we were listening in. Pay up. Sasuke. Naruto said as he walked through the door. Sasuke grumbled as he handed Naruto a bill representing 20 ryu. Sasuke-san, you owe me that money, as well. I also wagered that Kakashi would be aware of us. Hinata scolded as she followed her two teammates into Kakashi's room. HMPH. Sasuke grunted as he handed second 20 ryu bill to Hinata. You're up. I see. Now that I'm back, the bridge building will continue as soon as I rouse up the boys in my crew. Though, convincing them to finish the bridge might be more problematic than I thought. Tizuna sighed as he followed the trio into the room. You should spread the word that we're guarding you, and that we've defeated a powerful shinobi hired by Gato to kill you. Sasuke recommended. Once your crew realizes that Gato isn't invincible, the villagers should regain their spines. Hopefully. You're right, young man, but my people's spirit has been almost completely crushed. Not to mention, that Zabuza prick is likely still alive. I hope I'm wrong, but something tells me you ninja folk have a way of coming back from injuries that should have put you in the ground. Tizuna spat. If we were only dealing with Zabuza-san, I'd say the injuries he suffered would be enough to either kill him or render him incapable of fighting for the rest of his life. However, the one that rescued him is an unknown factor. Without knowing that shinobi's identity, I can't discount the possibility that he or she may have jutsu that can restore Zabuza-san. Even if that's not the case, Gato may have other Jonin-level assassins on his payroll. This is now an A-rank mission, something even Jonin such as myself have trouble with. Kakashi replied. In that case, we should immediately make preparations for our next battle. Hinata's eyes gleamed with righteous fury. Exactly. You three will start training at once. Kakashi replied as he got out of bed. Team 7 exited Tezuna's house and moved the forest surrounding the village. For this training, the three of you will be climbing trees without using your hands. Kakashi declared. Ah, the tree climbing exercise. I was wondering when we'd get to do this. Naruto cried with delight. Dobi, you've heard of this nonsense. How are we supposed to climb trees without our hands? Sasuke shouted. Like this. Kakashi demonstrated by slowly walking up towards a tree. Upon reaching the tree he continued his pace, defying gravity as he walked up the tree's trunk and stopped after walking onto the bottom of a tree branch. He hung from the bottom as if he were a bat and looked down upon his students. This exercise requires you to precisely control how much chakra you apply to the bottom of your feet. Too much, and your chakra output will damage the tree trunk, causing you to trip and fall. Too little, and you won't stick to the tree. Kakashi explained. One of the chakra manipulation manuals in my clan vault detailed this exercise. The goals of the exercise are twofold. Acquire masterful chakra control, and develop the stamina needed to continuously manipulate chakra over a prolonged period of time. Naruto supplied. Precisely. Currently, the three of you have fairly decent control over your chakra, but mastering this exercise will, theoretically, grant you the capacity to master any jutsu. You'll also be physically superior to anyone who has not completed this training. Kakashi concluded his explanation and tossed 3 kunai toward his students. Run towards a tree of your choice after channeling chakra into the soles of your feet. As you try to run up the tree, slash the trunk with your kunai before you fall. I'm going back to my room to get some rest. Come back to the house when it starts to get dark. Kakashi walked back down the tree and left his students to their task. Naruto, 40 Ryu says I reach the top before you do. Sasuke said, eager to recoup his earlier losses. Not taking that bet. Naruto replied. What's wrong? Dobi, afraid I'll beat you. Sasuke smirked. Not at all. I just don't want to bankrupt my best friend. Naruto retorted. Sasuke roared as he channeled chakra into his feet and rushed towards the closest tree. He got roughly 12 feet off the ground before his chakra control wavered. As the last Uchiha dropped the ground, the last Namikaze made his first attempt at the exercise. Naruto rose nearly twice as high as Sasuke before kicking off the tree trunk and landing on the ground with much more grace than his friend. Remember what I said back at my castle, Tem. Mastering Yang release is a perfect chakra control exercise. Naruto taunted. You and Hinata have been using the Kage Bushin no Jutsu for a week. I've been training with Yang release for years. Naruto finished as he rushed at his tree again. This time, he made it almost 30 feet off the ground before leaping from the tree. Damn it! Sasuke swore before trying the exercise again. This time, he did worse than before. Sasuke-san, you're too angry to properly channel your chakra right now. Please, take a couple of minutes to calm yourself before trying again. I guarantee you'll have better results. Hinata intervened before running towards her tree. She reached 20 feet off the ground before falling. After landing with some degree of grace, she dusted herself off and tried again. Her second attempt rivaled Naruto's current rate of progression. 3 days later, Zabuza's hideout. So, this is where you ran to after putting your tail between your legs. Gato sneered as he entered the small hut just behind his 2 samurai bodyguards. Zabuza could only moan in response. The power he had received from Karaukami was causing him extreme pain. Pathetic. Gato spat. I thought an ex-jonin of Kiri was worth the small fortune you demanded. You couldn't even drag that Konaha jonin to hell with you in your fight. So much for the devil of the hidden mist. Gentlemen, get rid of this trash. Gato's bodyguards smirked as they drew their katana, but their smiles didn't have time to leave their faces before Haku struck. She threw 3 poison-tipped senbon into the neck of one of the samurai and, in the same motion, stabbed the other samurai in the neck with kubikiribocho. As the 2 bodyguards collapsed, the one slain with kubikiribocho shriveled up as the legendary blade drank every last drop of its victim's blood to restore itself to half of its former glory. Once the process was complete, Haku impaled the other corpse with kubikiribocho, and the weapon fully repaired itself. Rest assured, Gato-sama, we are well worth the payment you promised us. My associate is currently using a forbidden jutsu that will grant him immense power. Tazuna-san will die before he completes his precious bridge. He'd damn well better. Otherwise, not only will you two not get paid, but I'll make damn sure you'll never get hired for work like this ever again. Gato yelled before leaving Tazuna's house. So you've mastered the exercise in only 3 days. Show me. Kakashi ordered after the team finished their breakfast. The 3 genin happily obliged their sensei and scaled their respective trees. To be honest, I expected you 3 to need at least a week to get this far. While I'm very impressed with your chakra control, I can't say this is a good thing. You mastered the tree climbing exercise so quickly that you haven't developed the same stamina that someone who took more time to master it would develop. Therefore, the 3 of you will be doing the exercise again. This time, you'll all be climbing with a handicap. Hinata-chan, as you re-climb the tree, keep your Byakugan active at all times. Sasuke-kun, do the same with your Sharingan. As for you, Naruto-kun, what to have you do? Kakashi was at a loss. How could he handicap Naruto in a way that would stress his monstrous stamina while also allowing him to complete the exercise? The Namikaze Lord had no jutsu that required constant chakra input. He could have Naruto work on the leaf-sticking exercise while climbing the tree, but something told Kakashi that there was a better option. Kakashi-sensei, since our last battle, I've wanted to cultivate the enhanced night vision I have due to being a Daiyoukai in progress. Is there a way I can do that while tree climbing? Naruto offered. Thank you for the suggestion, Naruto-kun. Yes, I can work with you on that, but you have to do the exercise at night, and you'll need to work through the night until dawn. Kakashi answered. No problem. Do your worst, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto shouted. That night, Kakashi and Naruto went into the forest and stopped once they reached the tree Kakashi had prepared for Naruto. All right, Naruto, start running up the tree. Kakashi ordered. Naruto obeyed and began his ascent, only to be electrocuted by something when he was 5 feet off the ground. He fell, landing flat on his ass, and he noticed a tag with the Raiden symbol glued to the tree trunk. Earlier today, I placed hundreds of those tags all over this tree. Kakashi said with a shit-eating grin. If your clan's night vision is as good as I suspect, then you should be able to spot them using just the moonlight. Until you master your superhuman sight, you won't be able to reach the treetop without getting shocked. As you sleep in each morning, I'll be replacing any tags that wear out. Their positions will be rearranged as well, so you won't be able to rely on memory to beat this challenge. Good luck. Kakashi left his most powerful student to his miserable fate. 5 nights had passed since Kakashi applied his handicap, and Naruto had only managed, at best, to make it halfway up the tree before succumbing to the electric traps cunningly imbued into the tree trunk. The traps near the bottom of the tree were always harder to spot due to the forest filtering the moonlight and making it more difficult to see them. To compensate, Kakashi had granted Naruto a small favor and always set fewer traps near the bottom of the tree. As Naruto ascended higher, the moonlight grew stronger and permitted him to see the traps more clearly. Consequently, the traps placed higher on the tree were more numerous and much more carefully concealed. Naruto was certain that his sensei had left only one path upwards that contained so few traps that Naruto could ascend the tree in safety. The ex-Anbu commander had also factored in the current lunar cycle. The moon was waning, and traps became progressively harder to detect with each passing night. Kakashi's unspoken message was clear. Naruto would either master his night vision before the night of the new moon or not at all. His teammates had already reconquered the tree climbing exercise while under the influence of their handicaps. Now, they spent their time either lightly sparring with each other or guarding Tazuna and his crew. While Naruto would have other opportunities to complete this training, he knew that Sasuke and Hinata would never let him hear the end of it if he failed where they succeeded. I refuse to be the only one who fails here. Naruto screamed inwardly as he stood, panting, from the ground. He decided to take a break to collect himself and walked away from his tree towards a small clearing with beautiful white flowers. As he approached the clearing, he saw another figure in the flower bed. Tensing up, he suppressed the urge to draw a kunai. While the person before him could be one of Gato's thugs, they could also be one of the villagers. Why, hello there. I thought I was the only one who knew of this flower bed. The person in the flower bed appeared to be a girl, perhaps a few years older than Naruto. The young Daiyukai's heart skipped a beat. The young woman's scent was that of pure ice and sakura petals. It was the most intoxicating scent he had ever experienced, and his hormones reacted fiercely. Fortunately, Naruto had enough mental fortitude to almost instantly master himself. Greetings, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. I'm in the middle of a rather brutal training session and came here to clear my head. I am Haku. From your headband, I can see that you are a ninja. What type of training requires you to run yourself ragged in the dead of night? It's a type of training unique to my clan. I can't say more to someone not of my village. However, I can say that, at the moment, it's not progressing as smoothly as I'd like. Naruto vented. Is this training for your own benefit, or for someone else's? Haku inquired, her dark brown eyes flashing with steel. Why do you ask? Naruto was caught off guard by the intensity of Haku's gaze. The greatest strength achievable by mankind can be acquired only by those who strive to protect the people closest to them. Those without anyone close to them will never reach their full potential. Haku responded as she began picking flowers and placing them in a basket by her side. These are moon lilies. They bloom only in the moonlight, and their pollen is highly toxic if ingested. However, when combined with other herbs, this toxicity can be converted into an extremely powerful remedy. I came to this bed of moon lilies, risking my life, to save someone important to me. Naruto-san, why are you here? Naruto pondered both the question and the statements that preceded it. Sasuke, Hinata, Kakashi-sensei, Hiruzen-sama, Anko, Iruka-sensei. Naruto ceased his musing as he realized just how many people he wished to protect. Haku-san, I am here for my friends, my family. They are my strength, just as I am theirs. Naruto answered. Then, Naruto-san, you will become strong. Never doubt that. Not for 1 second. Haku affirmed as she stood up. As she walked out of the toxic flower bed, she began to swoon before collapsing. Are you okay? Did some of the pollen get into your mouth? Naruto asked sternly as he caught the young woman before she hit the ground. No, but I inhaled some of it earlier. Haku replied. The pollen is not nearly as deadly if contracted as only a fragrance, but it still retains some of its debilitating properties. Please, move me a few dozen feet away from here. I will be too weak to move until the toxin filters out of my respiratory system, but I shall be fine afterwards. Well, we can't have that. Naruto grunted as he moved Haku away from the beautiful death trap. Once they were safely away, Naruto channeled yang release chakra into his hands before placing them on Haku's chest. What are you doing? Haku shrieked. Channeling my chakra into your body to augment and accelerate its natural healing functions. Naruto replied as he mentally castrated himself for not explaining what he was doing beforehand. His hands were now located just below a manifestation of female anatomy that most women do not enjoy having touched by members of the opposite sex whom they barely know. I see. Haku calmed down. Roughly half an hour later, she had recovered enough to move and carefully secured her moon lilies to ensure she wouldn't inhale more pollen before she returned to the hideout. Thank you for your assistance, Naruto-san. I apologize for my earlier outburst. While I doubt we will meet again, for the sake of propriety, I feel I must inform you that I'm a boy. Haku stated before quickly leaving the area. Bullshit. Naruto mentally retorted as he beheld Haku's fleeing form. On the surface, Haku's body build and natural tone of voice were androgynous enough that she could be mistaken for a boy, albeit a highly effeminate one. Unfortunately for Haku, The 30 minutes Naruto had spent streamlining the young woman's recovery was plenty of time to detect something he recognized instantly due to his daily proximity to Hinata, the scent of female pheromones. 4 more nights had passed since Naruto's encounter with Haku. The moon had now almost completely waned. Only the slimmest sliver of a crescent was perceivable in the sky. It's now or never, Naruto shouted as he galloped towards the tree. He had taken Haku's words to heart, and the result was immense. Before meeting Haku, Naruto had considered himself lucky if he made it halfway up the tree. After the encounter, he frequently made it over 3/4 of the way up. Occasionally, he ascended high enough to see his goal. The first few dozen feet were, as always, the easiest. The path upwards was relatively devoid of traps, and the traps that were present had been obvious before he attained his current level of visual prowess. Now, they were so clear to him that they seemed to leap from the tree and into his eyes. He sprinted up the tree, clearing 50 feet in less than 3 seconds. Now, it gets harder. Naruto prepared himself as the traps more than doubled in number and became less than half as easy to see as before. He slightly lowered his rate of ascent, favoring caution over speed, and detected dozens of traps that would have escaped his vision mere nights ago. The fledgling Daiyoukai seemed to dance upon the tree trunk as he weaved around its surface. Zigzag, spiral, knight chess piece maneuver, the path upwards was a masterpiece of deception. Now, it becomes all but impossible. Naruto steeled himself as the traps became nearly indiscernible from the wood surrounding them and exploded in number by orders of magnitude. If Naruto had been walking on a circus tightrope before, he was now tiptoeing on a single strand of a spider's web. False paths upward dominated his sight, and he had only fractions of seconds to discern the true path hidden among them. His precarious dance upon the tree trunk continued. Half spiral, inverted zigzag, diagonal dash, jump. Naruto's mental and physical stamina were both pushed to their absolute limits as he neared his goal. The treetop was 20 feet away. He'd never gotten this close before. Naruto ran diagonally for 2 seconds before twisting into a quarter spiral. 16 more feet. Naruto zigzagged for another 1.5 seconds. 10 more feet. Naruto jumped to avoid a series of traps that would have been impossible to avoid otherwise. 4 more feet. Naruto nearly panicked as he realized that there was no safe place to land. Time seemed to slow to a crawl as his doom rushed to meet him. Ignore the obvious, see past the supposed truth, and look beneath the underneath. Naruto mentally chanted as he gazed upon the wood and discerned the traps that spelled certain disaster. There was no safe area upon the tree's surface to place either of his 2 feet, but there was an opening just large enough for one of his hands. Checkmate, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto shouted as he twisted in midair, thrust his palm into the narrow safe space, and pushed off the tree again. With this final maneuver, Naruto catapulted himself above the impenetrable wall of traps surrounding the treetop and landed safely upon it. Why yes! Naruto Namikaze bellowed in triumph. As his victory roar subsided, the young Daiyoukai heard clapping from several sources below him. Looking down, he saw Kakashi, Hinata, Sasuke, Tazuna, and even Tsunami applauding his efforts. Very well done, Naruto-kun. Kakashi praised as he deactivated all of the traps with a hand seal. Congrats, Dobi, you've finally joined the winner's circle. Sasuke smiled. You climbed that tree at a speed faster than either of us, while dodging every last one of those traps. You're incredible, Naruto, Hinata cheered lovingly. Damn, kid, how many times did you bust your ass before you could pull this off? I wish the boys in my crew had a tenth of your zeal. Tazuna extolled. I'll never know just how hard this was for you, but even I can tell this is something most ninja would not be able to accomplish. I'm so happy for you. Tsunami lauded. Thank you all so much. Naruto cried as he descended the tree in a straight line. Zabuza's hideout. Let's go, Haku. Gato-san must be furious with us for delaying this long. The devil of the hidden mist grabbed Kubikiribocho with his left arm. While ambidextrous, he normally wielded the massive blade with his right arm but didn't entirely trust the new limb Karaukami had provided him. According to the knowledge he had received from the ice deity, the limb had 2 states of operation, passive and active. In its passive state, His new right arm resembled the original perfectly. With a thought, Zabuza could alter its appearance to match any clothing he was wearing elsewhere on his body so that a bare arm did not stick out. Despite being composed entirely of water, the false arm could be moved just like a real arm, and its muscles matched the strength of the limb it had replaced. In its active state, Zabuza's new appendage dropped the facade of being a limb and assumed its true appearance. The construct of near-frigid water can be manipulated in several ways, most of which Zabuza had yet to master. Utilizing the arm in its active state requires chakra, and the limb would revert to its passive state whenever Zabuza's chakra reserves became too low to control the arm. We must be thankful to Karaukami-sama, Master, that he ensured that your arm could never drain your chakra reserves completely. Haku's tone carried great respect, perhaps a little too great for Zabuza's liking, but he let it slide. It was not every day that you learned your clan was founded by a god. HMPH, maybe, but did he have to make the thing so damn cold? One downside that Zabuza would not be forgiving his new benefactor for any time soon was the constant sensation of near-freezing temperature radiating from his new arm into the rest of his body. The snow dragon had made Zabuza's body immune to the harmful effects of cold temperature. His body didn't even shiver anymore, but the feeling of being frozen to death still seeped into his body and refused to leave. The feeling was akin to pain, but the effect on his mind was worse since there was nothing he could do to mitigate it. With all respect, Master, asking a god of ice and snow to create something that isn't cold seems like an exercise in futility. Haku barely suppressed a laugh. Regardless, Karaukami-sama assured us that your body would adapt to the feeling eventually. The last Yuki clan member's eyes narrowed as her thoughts turned towards their objective. It will be far harder for me to destroy my heart for this mission than it has ever been in the past. Despite her sincerest efforts, Haku could not rid herself of the memories of the night she met Naruto Uzumaki. The sheer warmth of his chakra had roused emotions within her that she had long thought dead. Feeling that chakra rejuvenate her had been like basking in the glow of the sun. The sensation was intoxicating, and Haku had enough self-awareness to realize the terrible truth: she was infatuated with an enemy shinobi. Most kunoichi were trained from a young age to deal with such emotions. After all, many female shinobi were sent on long-term infiltration missions that demanded acts of seduction, but Zabuza had never sent Haku on such a mission. Consequently, she was ill-prepared to deal with her current predicament. Her only recourse was to kill her emotions, as she had countless times before while assassinating Zabuza's enemies. At least fighting Kakashi-san again will excite me enough to take my mind off it. Zabuza's declaration shook Haku out of her reverie, and she quickly moved to follow her master as he left their hut. Tizuna's bridge. This bridge is nearly finished. If Zabuza-san is going to attack again, it will be today. Kakashi hoped he was wrong, that Zabuza was either dead or permanently crippled and he was worrying over nothing, but he could feel it in his bones that their mission would not end without another fight. His 3 students were nearby, keeping an eye out for trouble. In the past few days, Hinata had even started taking advantage of the free time to expand her Byakugan's maximum effective range. Thankfully, she always stopped before her chakra dropped below half. I know. That's why I'm sending the boys home the second they're finished with their current tasks. Tizuna addressed Kakashi's concern as he observed his crew. Once they're done, I can handle the final touches myself. What would you say the odds are of Zabuza and his friend leaving my boys alone? Sadly, Zabuza will likely be ordered by Gato to kill them next, if he hasn't already been told to do so. The bridge is so close to being finished that your expertise is no longer needed, and Gato isn't the sort to leave loose ends untied. Kakashi answered. Damn it all. Tizuna swore. Before he could tell his men to go home immediately, a thick mist suddenly appeared. Byakugan. Hinata immediately activated her dujutsu. Thanks to her training, her enhanced vision could partially see through the mist now. As such, she witnessed the untrained chakra signatures of Tizuna's crew get wiped out by a much stronger signature. Kakashi-sensei, Zabuza just killed Tizuna-san's crew. Hinata shouted. Damn it. Well, at least that means we only have one target to protect now instead of several. Naruto growled as he observed his surroundings. The mist was filtering out most of the daylight, but his night vision more than made up for it. He could see every minute shift in the fog bank surrounding them, so he was more than prepared to counter whatever came out of the mist to assault them. At least, he thought he was, until he smelled the intoxicating combination of pure ice and sakura petals that he had encountered only once before. Momentarily distracted, he barely drew Tenseiga in time to block the Forsenbon needles that would have surely struck Tazuna in his left jugular vein. Shit. Naruto swore as he channeled a substantial quantity of chakra into his sword arm and swung Tenseiga with enough force to create a crescent-shaped gale. A second later, he heard several splashes of water and a soft thud. Nice shot. Dobi. Sasuke's smirk could almost be heard through the mist. Not really. Pretty sure I only clipped Zabuza-san's companion just now. Naruto sighed. Indeed. Zabuza's assistant confirmed as she walked out of the mist. Since she was wearing a mask, Naruto couldn't definitively say that the fake hunter nin before them was Haku, but his nose hadn't betrayed him yet. Haku, that better not be you under that mask. Naruto pleaded, not wishing to kill someone who had inspired him so much. Sheathing Tenseiga, Naruto rushed towards his adversary, seeking to tear her mask off. Such speed. Haku marveled, barely getting a Senbon in place to block Naruto's kunai slash. Sasuke flanked Haku with similar speed, thinking that she wouldn't be able to counter him while locked in place by Naruto. Impressive, but not enough. Sweden. Sujinheki. Haku flashed through a series of one-handed seals and a circular wall of water materialized around her. Sweden. Sushoha. Water release. Water shockwave. The water wall swirled into a vortex and exploded outwards, forcing Naruto and Sasuke to leap back several yards. Hand seals with just one hand. What the fuck? Sasuke was shocked by his opponent's skill. Her chakra control must be through the damn roof to pull shit like that. Sasuke. Listen, we need to kill her, so no holding back. Naruto grimaced. No shit, Dobi, of course we have to kill her. She's the enemy. Sasuke yelled. Sasuke. You say that now, but there's a good chance you'll freeze when the time comes. Naruto's eyes narrowed. You've never killed anyone before. The only person you've ever even dreamed of killing is Itachi. As someone who has killed before, trust me when I say that it takes several times before you can numb yourself to the act. It may be for only a second, but if you hesitate on a battlefield like this, you'll be lucky if all you lose is your current advantage. Wise words. You should heed them, young man. Haku commented as she emerged from the epicenter of her water shockwave. The water she had created was now swirling around her. Now, then, I believe you've spoken enough. Let us continue. Hyouten. Hyubushin no Jutsu. Ice release. Ice clone technique. The water surrounding Haku condensed into a humanoid form that highly resembled its creator and froze. The resulting construct resembled an ice sculpture made by a master craftsman. It leapt towards Sasuke, forcing him away from Naruto. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu. Sasuke attempted a quick victory over his new foe by attacking the ice clone with its natural antithesis, but the construct reformed itself after melting and resumed its assault. Upon seeing the apparent futility of using ninjutsu, Sasuke switched to taijutsu and nearly broke his hand on the Hyubushin's face. Seizing the opportunity, the construct grabbed Sasuke by the throat and its icy fingers began elongating into spikes. With its other hand, the Hyubushin grabbed one of Sasuke's arms to prevent his escape. Not a chance. Sasuke quickly drew a kunai with his free hand, superheated it with Kaden, and severed the hand digging into his throat. At the same time, he channeled Kaden through his other hand and melted Hyubushin's remaining hand. The hand that was hindering Sasuke's movement regenerated, but the hand that had sought his life did not. Hey, so you can't regenerate any parts that are separated from the main body. That's great to know. Sasuke threw his superheated kunai at the Hyubushin. The ice clone dodged the attack, but Sasuke followed up his first throw with several bomb kunai. While the Hyubushin evaded most of these, two found their mark and blasted huge chunks out of ice away from the construct. The ice clone reformed again, but it was now less than half its original size. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu. Sasuke repeated his earlier jutsu, but, this time, the resulting blast of fire was much more condensed than its predecessor. The concentrated stream of fire almost resembled a laser as it bisected the Hyubushin. Sasuke maintained his assault and bisected the ice construct again. Having lost too much water to maintain its existence, the Hyubushin dissipated. While Sasuke fought against Haku's clone, Naruto engaged the original in a dance of death. Twin kunai clashed against dual Senbon several times per second. Haku suppressed the urge to grimace for the umpteenth time since their dance had begun. Though she had been trained extensively in direct combat, Haku specialized in assassination. If her prey had detected her, she had already lost her biggest advantage. Due to having devoted so much time to mastering the art of killing an opponent instantly, she lacked the stamina required for prolonged battles. Furthermore, it was obvious that Naruto was physically superior to her. He was stronger, faster, had more stamina and seemed to shrug off the few hits Haku managed to land. Only Haku's vastly more substantial combat experience was keeping her alive, as she was able to predict many of Naruto's strikes, but the last Yuki's earlier display of ninjutsu had made Naruto very wary of granting his adversary time to weave hand seals. His attacks were relentless and granted Haku no quarter to weave even her one-handed seal variants. Even worse, Naruto was steadily adapting to Haku's style. She had been on the defensive for the last 20 seconds, and Naruto had nearly slipped through her guard several times in that interim alone. Ha Naruto yelled with effort as his attacks reached a fever pitch. He took a gamble and sacrificed some degree of precision with his strikes in exchange for dealing blows more rapidly. Haku noticed the genin's lapse, but she was too hindered by the fusillade of kunai strikes to exploit it. Naruto's gambit allowed him to inflict several shallow, but very painful, cuts on Haku's arms. Already winded by Naruto's constant assault, Haku couldn't force her arms to move through the pain quickly enough and took a devastating right hook to her face. If she had not been wearing a mask reinforced for combat, then her face would have likely been caved in by that punch. Haku flew at least 20 yards through the air before crashing onto the bridge. Naruto and Sasuke approached her cautiously as she rose to her feet. As Haku stood, her mask shattered and fell from her face. Fucking hell, I didn't want it to be you. Naruto swore. Wait, you know this bitch? Sasuke blanched. Barely. She was gathering herbs in a flowerbed on one of the nights I was training my ass off. She asked me a very good question, and thinking of the answer gave me the inspiration I needed to complete the training as quickly as I did. Naruto clarified. Though we are on opposing sides of the battlefield, I cannot help but be pleased that you took my advice to heart, Naruto-san. You have grown strong. Very strong. Haku spoke as one warrior to another, acknowledging a bond that transcended allegiances. Tell me one thing. Why have you chosen Zabuza-san as your important person? Kakashi-sensei told us that he led a coup d'état against his own cage. The rebellion was suppressed, but Zabuza-san escaped. That's why he's working for scum like Gato, isn't it? He needs money and connections to make another move against the Mizukage. Naruto made his request in the same spirit as Haku's acknowledgement. My master's motives are not something I can reveal without betraying his confidence. Haku replied. As for why I serve him, he saw value in me when no one else, not even my own father, did. What? Sasuke exclaimed. Kurigakure has experienced numerous civil wars since its inception. Due to their immense power, clans with Kekkei Genkai have been used as ultimate weapons in these wars and are frequently ostracized in times of peace. The current Mizukage has legalized purges on clans with Kekkei Genkai. My clan is all but gone. My mother was the only survivor of the most recent purge. She hid herself well, but she felt obligated to continue the bloodline. Thus, she married and bore a child. The power of Hyouden flows strongly in my veins. Control was difficult as a child, and mistakes were made. We were discovered. My father killed my mother, and I killed him. Moments later, Zabuza-sama appeared and took me in. I had nothing to live for, so I swore to become his tool. I owe him everything. He gave me purpose, he gave me value. Haku was crying by the end of her tale. Holy shit. Guess you're not the only one who's had a shit childhood, Naruto. Sasuke grimaced. Your developmental years weren't exactly all sunshine and rainbows either, Sasuke, but, yeah, Haku and I had it rougher. Naruto replied. You have been ostracized due to fear as well. While Haku knew that this conversation was only an excuse for all three combatants to recuperate, she was genuinely curious about Naruto's circumstances. Yes, the main difference is that not everyone believed the lies told about me. It was very hard, but I gained friends, found allies in high places, and survived long enough to massacre those who wronged me. Under different circumstances, I'd like to think that you'd have been one of those friends. Naruto sighed as he readied himself to resume combat. Perhaps, but dwelling on hypotheticals in an exercise in futility. You oppose my master's goals, and I exist solely to erase all obstacles standing in Zabuza-sama's path. Haku's tears froze and disintegrated into ice crystals too small to be seen. Break time's over then. I doubt you'll fare any better in round 2, ice bitch. Sasuke smirked as he activated his Sharingan. Haku's only response was to weave a series of hand seals. Kinjutsu. Makyu Hyusho. Forbidden Jutsu. Demonic mirroring ice crystals. Haku invoked the ultimate jutsu of her clan, and her opponents were surrounded by numerous mirrors forged of pure ice. Hinata-chan. Protect Tazuna-san. Kakashi ordered as Zabuza emerged from the mist. The ex-Anbu commander was shocked to see that his enemy had both of his arms. Surprised, Kakashi-san. I don't blame you. I had to go through quite a bit of hell to get my new arm, but killing you will make it all worthwhile. Zabuza cackled. Kakashi-sensei. Something's wrong. His right arm doesn't have any tenketsu. Hinata shouted. Is that so? Then, Zabuza-san, you haven't regrown your arm. Instead, you've somehow created a fake one to replace it. Kakashi exposed his Sharingan as he denounced Zabuza's new limb. The Sharingan again. Tisk. That eye didn't help you much in our last fight, and it will be of even less use to you now. Zabuza snarled as he drew Kubikiribocho with his left hand and rushed Kakashi. Kakashi drew two kunai and held them in an X pattern to block the blade. Impressive, Kakashi-san. Not many can block one of my swings without breaking a bone or two. Most Jonin wouldn't be able to unless they specialized in taijutsu, but those chosen to lead the Anbu are a cut above the rest. Kakashi responded as he looked into Zabuza's eyes and struggled to break the sword lock. So it seems, Zabuza allowed, but you're still no match for me. The devil of the hidden mist switched his right arm into its active state. The limb became a thick tendril of water that rapidly solidified into an ice spike aimed straight at Kakashi's heart. Kakashi escaped by performing a shunshin without hand seals. Ha ha ha. That was good, Kakashi-san. Zabuza cackled as he retreated into the mist. Please, keep struggling. This arm has so many features for me to test. The mist thickened to block out the sun completely and reduced visibility to 0. Zero visibility mist. You won't be able to see me either, Zabuza-san. Kakashi observed. Before he could plan his next move, a barrage of ice spikes was fired from within the mist. Kakashi blocked them with a kunai but had no time to counterattack before another hail of ice spikes assaulted him from a different angle. Come now, Kakashi, I'm the devil of the hidden mist. I can discern your location by sound alone. Two tendrils of water shot out from the mist. Kakashi managed to dodge one, but the other wrapped around his arm. Damn, not being able to see delays my reaction time. Kakashi cursed before screaming in pain. The tendril was flash freezing his arm. Kakashi tried to channel chakra into his arm to break free, but he was too late. His arm was already completely frozen and the rest of his body was quickly following suit. In mere seconds, Kakashi resembled a human-shaped icicle. What a buzzkill. I had more tricks I wanted to try. Zabuza swore as he smashed Kakashi's frozen body with several more tendrils. Any last words, Hyuga brat? Zabuza looked towards where Hinata had been guarding Tazuna, only to find that she was gone. Impossible. No genin can move soundlessly, especially not while caught in my Kurigakure no Jutsu. Zabuza stretched his hearing to the limit, but he couldn't detect Hinata's presence anywhere. Damn it, what's going on? Zabuza's right arm pulsed as he invoked another of its many features. The arm was highly sensitive to distortions in nearby water, including the displacement of water vapor in the air. It could function like sonar, detecting distortions in the water and relaying that information to Zabuza. This sensory ability required Zabuza's full concentration. Consequently, while he was able to detect Hinata's position, he could not react quickly enough to evade her assault. The Hyuga heiress struck several tenketsu on the right side of Zabuza's neck and his right shoulder blade. His right arm was forced into its passive state as Zabuza lost the ability to channel chakra into it. Before Zabuza could retaliate with Kubikiribocho, Hinata leapt back into the mist. Shit. Why couldn't I hear her coming? Zabuza reflected on the fight and stopped when he remembered looking into Kakashi's eyes. No. The Sharingan doesn't just copy movements and jutsu, it has hypnotic capabilities as well. I'm trapped in a genjutsu that's disrupting my senses. Release. Zabuza attempted to purge the foreign chakra in his body, but his efforts were in vain. So, you've figured it out. Unfortunately for you, the Sharingan's hypnosis is quite a bit harder to dispel than other genjutsu. Kakashi's voice echoed through the mist. Excellent work, Hinata-chan. Even with your new training, I didn't expect you to be able to see through this mist. It was hard, Kakashi-sensei, but his right arm is radiating something I've never seen. It looks similar to chakra, but it seems to be, somehow, purer than anything I've observed with the Byakugan before. Hinata made a mental note to ask her father about this later. Tisk. Damn it all. Zabuza thinned his mist and hoped only his hearing had been disrupted by Kakashi's genjutsu. Surrender, Zabuza-san. Kakashi ordered. Your senses are at my command and, with the flow of chakra to your right arm now severed, you cannot weave hand seals. Hey. Ha ha ha. If you had control of all my senses, Kakashi-san, then there'd be no need to order me to submit. Your genjutsu has only affected my hearing, and I won't need that for what's coming next. Zabuza flashed through a one-handed variant of the hand seals for his next jutsu. Shit. This looks bad, Dobi. Sasuke cursed as dozens of ice mirrors surrounded him and Naruto in a cage-like formation. Haku leapt backwards towards one of the mirrors and vanished inside of it. In the next instant, Haku emerged from the mirror at a speed Naruto and Sasuke could barely follow and launched a volley of Senbon towards them. Only their new training allowed the duo to evade them all, and Naruto noticed that the Senbon tips were now slightly discolored and smelled of moon lilies. Sasuke. Her Senbon are poisoned. We have to assume that even a scratch will be enough to kill us. Naruto tried throwing kunai and shuriken at Haku, but she was moving far too swiftly between the mirrors for that to work. Haku's Senbon weren't traveling through the air as quickly as she was, so Naruto hypothesized that Haku's jutsu was either a form of teleportation or could only amplify her speed if she moved in a specific way. Naruto tested his theory by creating a dozen cage bushin sturdy enough to withstand several Senbon needles. His clones leapt towards the upper circle of ice mirrors. They used chakra to stick to the mirrors and launched more kunai and shuriken at Haku. The tactic worked, and Haku barely managed to avoid the fusillade by twisting in midair. She managed to dive towards one of the lower mirrors and vanished inside of it. Thank Kami, that worked, Naruto exclaimed. Naruto, what happened just now? Sasuke was inspecting himself for wounds to ensure he had dodged or blocked all of Haku's Senbon. Ever since she made these mirrors, Haku's been moving much faster than before, right? Well, mirrors work by reflecting light, so I figured that Haku's speed boost was related to that principle. Naruto explained. If she's somehow reflecting herself off the surface of her mirrors, then the vectors of her movements are limited. Most likely, she can only move to her from a mirror that she can see. Luckily, the mirrors are just tall enough for my cage bushin to cover them up completely. Hey, that almost sounds like a teleportation jutsu. Jutsu that complicated eat up a ton of chakra, so there's no way Haku can maintain this much longer. Sasuke chuckled as he realized the end was in sight. Very astute, both of you. However, knowing how my jutsu works won't be enough to save you. Hyouten. Hyuyari. Ice spears emerged from each of the 12 mirrors covered by Naruto's cage bushin and impaled them. Haku then emerged from her mirrors once again, moving twice as fast as before, and bombarded Naruto and Sasuke with Senbon. Even with the increased mastery of his Sharingan and newly enhanced physique, Sasuke couldn't evade the barrage entirely. Naruto was forced to intercept several Senbon meant for Sasuke and was saved only by his Namikaze armor. The suit was made entirely from Yukai body parts, so even the components of the armor not made of metal were sturdy enough to keep Haku's Senbon from piercing his flesh. Only Naruto's head and neck were exposed, and his superhuman senses allowed him to protect those areas with relative ease. Sasuke. Smoke bomb. Naruto whispered. Done. Sasuke replied and threw the requested item. Haku was forced to halt her onslaught until the smoke cleared. She was running out of Senbon. Dozens of Kage Bushin leapt from the smoke and landed on every mirror. Foolish. Haku sneered as she repeated her earlier jutsu to free her mirrors of clones. As she reflected herself to make another pass at the two Konaha genin, she was electrocuted and fell to the ground. During her descent, she noticed several Raiden tags were glued to her mirrors. I knew throwing out the tags I dodged at the end of my training would be a waste. Some of them have a proximity function and would activate whenever I got close to them. From bitter experience, I know you're in a lot of pain right now, Haku, but it's only going to get worse. Naruto formed another set of Kage Bushin that jumped into position on all of Haku's mirrors. There's nowhere to run now, Haku. Fuden. Fuyuro no Jutsu. Wind Release. Wind Prison Technique. Naruto's Kage Bushin weaved the hand seals for the technique in tandem with the original, and Haku was locked in place on the ground as the pressure of the air surrounding her was drastically amplified. While his Kage Bushin maintained the current pressure differential, Naruto raised his hand in the air and Haku's body mimicked his motion as if it were a marionette. Once she was suspended in the desired spot, the air pressure halting Haku's movements was replaced by a spherical vortex of wind. Kaden. Ryuka no Jutsu. Fire Release. Dragon Flame Technique. Sasuke expended 2/3 of his remaining chakra and formed a draconic fire blast that was only slightly less condensed than the laser-like blast he had used against Haku's Hyu Bushin. The flame dragon streaked towards Haku and broke upon Naruto's wind cage like a fiery tsunami. The resulting tornado-like explosion was barely contained by Haku's mirrors. Think she survived? Sasuke asked as he removed the fire-sealing tags that had been covering his body. I know she did. Naruto grunted in response while he unraveled a much smaller amount of fire-sealing tags that had been wrapped around his head. As the smoke cleared, he heard coughing fits from the epicenter of the blast. Sasuke and Naruto both noticed a half-melted chunk of ice that was roughly a third of the size of Naruto's wind cage. Fucking shit, Sasuke swore. She had enough time to make a kami-damned ice wall before my jutsu hit. Looks that way. Naruto sighed. She probably used the water vapor trapped in the wind cage to convert her prison into an ice sphere. Just as we used her mirrors against her, Haku used my jutsu against us. Naruto praised his adversary's creativity under extreme duress. HMPH, well it shouldn't matter now. Sounds like she still took quite a bit of damage. Sasuke observed after hearing Haku's latest coughing fit. Not to mention, her chakra must be almost gone. I'm surprised she still has enough to maintain these damned mirrors. You are correct, Sasuke-san, this battle is over. Haku said hoarsely as she stood up. Her clothing was in tatters, several second-degree burns covered her exposed skin, and blood was streaming down the side of her throat from the left side of her mouth. The concussive force of the blast must have damaged her lungs. Given how she's favoring her right side, I'd say she's also got some fractured ribs, Naruto mused. Damn right this battle's over, with us as the... Quote. Sasuke collapsed on the ground before he could finish his victory declaration. Sasuke. Naruto screamed as he ran to his best friend's side. He found no puncture wounds from Haku's Senbon and he knew chakra exhaustion couldn't be a factor since Sasuke had too much left in the tank for that. What have you done? Naruto demanded of the last Yuki. Maku Hyusho. This cage of ice mirrors is a forbidden jutsu within my clan for a very good reason. Haku said in response. The demonic mirrors surrounding us serve not only to reflect my physical form but also to drain the very souls of any who gaze upon their reflection. During this conflict, how often did you and Sasuke-san look into the mirrors? That's, Naruto blanched as he struggled to find the words to express his horror. Evil, terrifying, cruel beyond all rational measure. Haku supplied. This is why my clan has been all but destroyed. No countermeasure exists. Once the process has begun, it cannot be stopped. Haku swooned, falling to one knee, before continuing her explanation. The only way to avoid it is to have an exceptionally high amount of chakra. Chakra is composed partially of spiritual energy. High chakra reserves are indicative of a powerful soul. There are limits to what the Maku Hyusho can contain. Conversely, expending one's chakra temporarily weakens their soul. If your reserves fall too low, if your soul becomes too weak, then you are doomed. Haku fell, too drained, both physically and spiritually, to move. No, I won't let this happen. Naruto roared as he shifted into his Daiyoukai form and projected a Yuki barrier around himself and Sasuke. In his rage, he failed to notice that his barrier had also covered Haku. The ice mirrors gleamed far brighter than before as Naruto's barrier was visibly distorted. Dozens of green tendrils emerged from the barrier as the kinjutsu of the Yuki clan drank the potent spiritual energy that had just manifested within it. You want my Youki? Then I hope you're fucking hungry. Naruto glared at the ice mirror cage and poured all of his Yuki into his barrier. Maku Hyusho drank greedily and exceeded its maximum capacity in an instant. The ice cage shattered, and the two souls it had drained were returned in full to their owners. Naruto vomited as he reverted to his human form. He had never exerted such an immense amount of Yuki that quickly before. Why did you protect me? I am your enemy, Haku asked as she regained consciousness. I didn't know my barrier reached your position, but I'm glad it did. Dying by getting your soul drained should be reserved for monsters among men. Naruto spat, clearing his mouth of vomit while he answered Haku. You don't view me as a monster, even with such a horrendous jutsu. Haku's shock was evident in her voice. No, I don't. A jutsu is a tool, and the morality of its user is determined by the manner of its use. You used your jutsu in service to a master that saved you when no one else would. Others may disagree, but I don't think that's an evil thing. Naruto replied as he got ready to finish things. His Yuki was depleted, but he still had plenty of chakra and his enemy was on her last legs. I see. Thank you, Naruto Uzumaki-san. Hearing that gives me more joy than you'll ever know. If I had been born in Konaha, I deeply believe we could have been the best of friends. Haku said her last as she performed a shunshin. Her master required one final act of service. Sweden. Naraku no Suiryu. Water release. Water Dragon Hell, Zabuza's solution to his current predicament was crude, but the simplest methods often have the best results. His infamous mist was rendered useless by Hinata's capacity to see his right arm through it, and his hearing was unreliable, at best, thanks to Kakashi's Sharingan. Trying to finish this death match using conventional methods would necessitate looking at Kakashi, which would give him the opportunity to cast another genjutsu that would be even more debilitating than the first. Unfortunately for Kakashi and Hinata, their movements were limited since they had to protect Tazuna, and they were currently fighting on a bridge that connected an island nation to the mainland. In other words, they were surrounded by the sea. At the same time that Sasuke's fire dragon was rampaging within Haku's ice cage, 3 water dragons erupted from the water beneath the bridge. In tandem, they struck at Tazuna and Kakashi had to carry him to safety. He barely managed to dodge the first series of attacks as the trio of water dragons swept through the air to make another pass. Hinata was spared, so she took the opportunity to observe the dragons with her Byakugan. She noticed a strange resonance between the chakra animating the seawater and Tazuna's tenketsu. Her eyes widened into saucers as she realized the implication. Kakashi-sensei. Zabuza-san isn't controlling these water dragons. They've somehow locked onto Tazuna-san's chakra signature and are attacking him of their own volition. Ha ha ha. That's right. Water is a necessity for life, and this jutsu weaponizes that necessity. Zabuza cackled. Sweden can be used to quantify the potency of a target's life force. Water dragons can double as bloodhounds to track down life force sources of a specified potency. Usually, this jutsu is worthless since water dragon bloodhounds need a constant source of either water or Sweden chakra to pursue their target, but we're standing just above the ocean. In this terrain, water dragon bloodhounds are unstoppable. Zabuza closed his eyes to prevent getting caught in another genjutsu and adopted a pose meant for standing meditation techniques. Hinata-chan. Just like our last battle, Zabuza-san is diverting most of his effort towards killing me. Kakashi had managed to create a cage bushin while weaving around the trio of serpentine hounds to relay orders to the Hyuga heiress. While Zabuza-san is targeting me, You have to defeat him. I know you can do it. Remember your training. The cage bushin dissipated as its creator made his last stand. Doden. Doryuaheki. Earth release. Earthen wall. Kakashi's jutsu flooded the bridge in his immediate vicinity with chakra and reshaped its structure into a dome. As the barrier formed around Kakashi and Tazuna, residual chakra coated the exterior to fortify it against the three water dragons. They crashed into the dome over and over again, but the barricade held strong. Looks like Kakashi's genjutsu is wearing off. I can hear you, brat. Sweden. Suiryuden no Jutsu. Zabuza conjured a fourth water dragon as Hinata approached. Rather than attacking, this final aquatic beast wrapped itself around its master to shield him from harm. Once again, Zabuza-san, we are locked in a war of attrition. Your four water dragons are rapidly depleting your chakra reserves. The same holds true for Kakashi-sensei's earth wall. However, you are alone, while my sensei has me. Hinata flashed through several hand seals. When she was done, her fingers arced with electricity. Raiden Jutsu again. You're a poor learner, girl. Zabuza scoffed. On the contrary, I had the second highest written exam scores in my graduating class. Hinata retorted. During our last conflict, Naruto explained why I couldn't electrocute you using Raiden. In the interim between that battle and our current one, he educated me on a most fascinating physical phenomenon. The electrical arcing between Hinata's fingers ceased, and a distinctive sound reminiscent of 1,000 chirping birds manifested as 10 highly condensed spheres of electricity appeared just above each of Hinata's fingers. Insulators function by absorbing electricity, but even the most resilient of insulators can be overloaded if they are subjected to a sufficiently potent electric charge. When that happens, the insulator in question becomes a conductor. This process is known as electrical breakdown. Raiden. Migenhenken. Lightning release. Atomic conversion. Hinata formed a claw with her right hand and thrust all 5 fingers into Zabuza's draconic barricade. It might have been just her imagination, but she would later swear to Kami that she heard the pure water dragon scream as its atomic structure was altered to conduct electricity instead of absorb it. She definitely heard Zabuza scream as he was partially paralyzed by the residual electricity surging out of the water dragon as it dissipated. The Hyuga heiress was relieved as the 3 water dragons assaulting Kakashi and Tazuna ceased to exist. Well played, Shinobi of Konaha. Zabuza applauded Hinata as she approached him with her left hand stretched out. Before she could claim the life of her foe, Haku appeared and intercepted the attack. The 5 spheres of electric death slammed into Haku's heart and obliterated it. Hinata had concentrated most of the voltage for her jutsu into her right hand to deal with Zabuza's water dragon, so the damage to Haku's body was minuscule in comparison. Only the organ directly struck by Hinata's jutsu was annihilated. The remainder of Haku's body bore only the results of her fight with Naruto and Sasuke. Hey, such a valuable tool. Thank you for serving me to the very end, Haku. Zabuza drew Kubikiribocho and moved to slice Hinata into mincemeat. She couldn't move due to Haku holding her arm in a death grip and was out of chakra. She saw, seemingly in slow motion, the massive blade come down upon her. She looked directly at the man behind it and accepted her fate. Fuden. Daitapa. A blast of wind impacted Zabuza with the force of a wrecking ball, knocking him away from Hinata and Haku. Are you fucking serious? Naruto roared. How dare you use her body like that? Team 7 converged on Zabuza's position. What are you talking about, brat? She was nothing more than a tool for my ambition. It's a shame she's dead, though, as I'll likely never find a tool as effective as her. Zabuza snarled. The scathing retort Naruto had in mind was interrupted by a sinister laugh. Ha ha ha. So this is all you and your bitch are capable of in the end, devil. Gato cackled as he emerged from the depths of his army of thugs. As you surely must have suspected, I never intended to pay you. Missing nin like yourselves are so easy to manipulate. All I need to do is offer a bit of money and you all flock like sheep to me. Most of your ilk are barely good enough to fulfill your duties, but I'll admit that you're all a great source of free labor. Gato stalked towards Haku's corpse. As for you, whore, you owe me 2 well-trained bodyguards. Maybe I'll clean your body up and sell you to one of my more perverted business partners. Gato's eyes gleamed with fury as he stomped on Haku's neck, crushing her windpipe and causing a gurgle of blood to flow down her cheeks. Umotherfucker all key. Naruto's righteous rage died as he felt a small drop of water hit his shoulder. He turned his head and beheld Zabuza. The devil of the hidden mist's eyes were barely visible behind two torrents of tears. Young man, calm yourself. That bastard defiled my tool, my weapon. His life is mine. Kakashi-san, I've no more reason to go after Tazuna. As such, there's no need for us to keep fighting. Agreed. Hinata-chan, would you be kind enough to reopen the tenketsu that funnel chakra to Zabuza's right arm? Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Hinata complied, reversing her work in a matter of seconds. Thanks. What's your name, girl? Zabuza grunted. Hinata Hyuga. Hinata-chan, thanks for letting me use my arm again. Zabuza said before turning his head towards Naruto. Naruto-kun, Haku told me of your encounter in the woods. She received from you something that I could never give her. Now, please excuse me while I join my precious comrade in the afterlife. Zabuza willed his right arm into its active state. At present, he only had enough chakra to maintain it for a few seconds before it reverted to its passive form again, but that would be plenty of time. Zabuza morphed his arm into a massive ice hook that he slammed into the bridge. In the next instant, the hook melted while retaining its shape, but its size rapidly diminished. Zabuza was catapulted through the air, his body was retracted to the point of the hook. As he flung himself into Gato's army, his arm split into several tendrils of serrated ice that impaled a dozen thugs each. The arm was forced into its passive state as Zabuza landed, but he simply substituted Kubikiribocho for it and continued his rampage. He abandoned every semblance of technique in his pursuit of Gato's life. None of the crime lord's thugs were spared, but Zabuza's back was decorated with the handles of 10 weapons by the time he severed Gato's head from his shoulders. With the deed done, Zabuza limped back to Haku. Enjoy your spot in heaven, Haku, I'll be looking up at you from hell. With that final rattle, the devil of the hidden mist breathed his last. Doden. Ritsudo Tenshou. Earth release. Tearing earth turning palm, Team 7 barely had time to breathe after Zabuza's death before an entire regiment of Iwa shinobi led by Oniki's elite guard dispelled their concealment jutsu and weaponized the bridge's superstructure. Huge clumps of concrete and steel were torn free of the bridge's surface and condensed into basketball-sized spheres of death. The Iwa hit squad pooled their chakra reserves to keep constant pressure on Team 7. Exhausted from their previous fights, the Konaha shinobi were hard-pressed just to evade the onslaught. Counterattacking was out of the question. Before the Iwa ambush could have fatal consequences, 8 gigantic tentacles emerged from the sea and swatted the death balls away. A 10 out of 10 show from the Namikaze air, but striking the man's team while they're down and out, that ain't fair. The tentacles vanished, and a shinobi wearing a Kumo headband appeared in their place. Boulder-sama. That man, those tentacles, surely that's not. It is, Boulder growled, Killer B, Jinchuriki of the Hachibi, and the younger brother of the Raikage. Given his statement just now, Kumo is clearly aware of Naruto-san's existence and seeks to protect him. Right on, Anbu of Stone, but you and ya boys won't live long enough to call home. B's smile didn't meet his eyes as he produced a sealed scroll covered in writing that bore no resemblance to kanji. Cowards like you ain't worth my 7 hooks. A whack apiece from great-granddaddy's hammer is plenty for you crooks. B bit his thumb hard enough to draw blood and smeared some of the precious liquid onto the scroll. The scroll appeared to drink the blood as it unraveled itself. As the scroll unfurled, more of the strange writing became visible and the sky darkened with cumulonimbus clouds. Kuchios. Mjolnir. Summoning. Mjolnir, B shouted, and the heavens responded with over 100 simultaneous lightning strikes, one for each member of the Iwa hit squad. The would-be assassins were vaporized by Thor's wrath, and the effects of all jutsu cast upon them and their equipment were nullified as they were destroyed. The foreign writing vanished from the scroll as it closed itself. A jutsu used once every 3 years is best spent in defense of your peers. B bellowed as he approached Team 7. Red Eye-san, my bro the Raikage has a message for the pro. 12 years gone by since Kumo made a racket. If Konaha's willing, we'd like to bury the hatchet. His mission complete, B vanished in a shunshin and the thunderclouds disappeared with him. Well, now, that's absolutely fascinating. We learned a valuable piece of intel regarding Kumo's military assets, and we discovered that they want to make amends. Hokage-sama is going to love this. Kakashi grumbled and covered his Sharingan before turning to Tazuna. My precious bridge. What are we going to do now? Tazuna was sobbing. The day's events had ravaged the bridge he had sacrificed everything to build. Most of the damage was superficial, but the sheer amount of it would require considerable resources and labor to repair. Even worse, some of the damage was extensive enough to warrant major repairs. All of the spare money in the Land of Waves went into this bridge. We have nothing left, and all this damage is enough to make it unusable. Tazuna cried. Naruto gazed sharply at his left hand, and the Namikaze Mansion's master key appeared with a crimson flash. Vault E. 2 random scrolls from compartment 7A. With another flash, the master key vanished and the 2 requested scrolls appeared in Naruto's hand. The Namikaze Lord channeled a small bit of chakra into one of the scrolls and threw it at Tazuna's feet. Seconds later, the scroll unsealed itself and emitted a small plume of smoke that quickly cleared to reveal a miniature mountain of Ryu. Dozens of precious gemstones were visible between gaps in the pile of gold coins. What is this? Tazuna yelled in shock. A fraction of a very small fraction of my clan's fortune. This scroll contains an identical amount of money and jewels. Naruto handed Tazuna the second scroll and channeled chakra into the first to recall its contents. Chakra is not required to open or close these. A drop of blood spilled anywhere on the scroll will suffice. Naruto instructed. Tazuna looked upon the young Daiyoukai with awe. Young man, you have restored the hope of my nation. I vow to repay your generosity, even if it takes the rest of my life. Rather than reimbursement, I would prefer if you establish a trade agreement with the Hyuga clan once the Land of Waves is back on its feet. You have my word as lord of the Uzumaki clan and Namikaze clan that any contract made between your nation and the Hyuga will be, at the very least, fair. More likely, the terms will be generous. As the daughter of Hiashi Hyuga, Lord of the Hyuga, I guarantee the validity of Lord Naruto's statement. Furthermore, I am willing to act as a temporary emissary from the Hyuga to the Land of Waves until more formal arrangements can be agreed upon. Hinata affirmed. Tazuna fainted from sheer joy. After examining him to ensure that he was in good health, Naruto drew Tenseiga and approached the corpses of Haku and Zabuza. Naruto-kun, what are you doing? Kakashi's good eye narrowed. Please, Kakashi-sensei, be quiet for a moment. Naruto focused the minuscule amount Yuki he had regained since his battle with Haku into his eyes and looked at the 2 fallen shinobi. Haku-san, you showed me the path to true strength. Zabuza-san, I don't know why you tried to murder your own Kage, but anyone with as much love for their comrades as you must have had a good reason. Naruto steeled himself as the pallbearers of the afterlife became visible to him. Both of you were dealt shit hands in life. You deserve a second chance. Tenseiga's blade traced an arc of azure light through the air just above Zabuza and Haku's heads as Naruto decapitated the apparitions only he could see. Karaukami's domain. You cheeky brat. Why didn't you tell me that the price of my right arm was 1,000 years of service to your god? Zabuza berated Haku. In fairness, said service was contingent upon your deaths in the recent battle. Haku-chan did not wish to burden you with knowledge pertaining to a possible outcome of our accord. Furthermore, I must take issue with your assessment of my relationship with Haku-chan. She is my descendant, yet she does not worship me. Thus, it is inaccurate to refer to me as her god. Karaukami clarified. What difference does it make when you own us for the next 1,000 years? Zabuza grumbled. Before Karaukami could respond, a vertical streak of jade green light appeared behind Zabuza and Haku. The streak was bisected vertically and the 2 halves moved away from each other as a black rift manifested between them. Tenseiga, a Yukai blade that makes a mockery of death. Karaukami said impassively as the rift widened. It is within my power to reject Tenseiga's will. Your souls are mine, pledged to my service, and we are at the heart of my domain. Here, my will is supreme. But you won't, Zabuza realized. Why? I agree with Naruto-san. For the majority of your lives, the 2 of you experienced only the worst that life in your world has to offer. Before your final judgment, an opportunity to forge a different destiny for yourselves is most appealing. I do not wish to see the savior of my last mortal offspring rot in hell. The ice deity explained his reasoning while the black rift was replaced by a vision of Tezuna's bridge. Tenseiga's power of resurrection affects its target on an existential level. To restore one to life, the heavenly blade severs the concept of death from the recipient's very being. In the eyes of fate, it shall be as if you and Haku-chan never died. All oaths dependent on your deaths are invalidated. Thus, your servitude to me is ended. Per my accord with Haku-chan, a price contingent on the two of you surviving your most recent conflict must be now exacted in exchange for your arm. You shall both accept Naruto-san's proposal. The vision zoomed in on Zabuza and Haku's bodies, and their minds went white. Great Naruto Bridge. Zabuza and Haku rose slowly and winced in pain as the injuries they suffered in life were flawlessly healed. A masterful resurrection, Lord Naruto. Tenseiga praised her master but transmitted her message to everyone present. Additionally, she informed Kakashi, Zabuza, and Haku of her powers and limitations. Thank you, Tenseiga-san. For a moment there, I was genuinely afraid that the Taijukage Bushin no Jutsu wasn't the only forbidden technique Naruto-kun learned from the Scroll of Seals. Now, then, what do I do about the two of you? Kakashi turned his gaze towards Zabuza and Haku. We're no longer enemies, but, given that Kiri and Konaha are in a quasi-alliance at the moment, I'm afraid that I can't let you go free. Regarding that, Kakashi-sensei, I would like to adopt Zabuza-san and Haku-san into the Namikaze clan. Naruto offered. That could work. There are several historical precedents for missing nin seeking asylum in other nations. Hinata agreed. Naturally, they will need to be interrogated to confirm their allegiance to Konaha, and they will be closely monitored for, at least, 1 year by Anbu agents to guarantee that their loyalty is sincere. So long as Konoha's intelligence division detects no falsehood, Zabuza-san's and Haku-san's immigration to Konaha should be relatively seamless. Hinata made her case to Kakashi. Zabuza-sama, Naruto-san has proven himself to be a man of honor, and I see no reason to doubt the word of his teammate. Haku and Zabuza had no choice, but Team 7 didn't need to know that. True enough, Kakashi's order to restore chakra flow to my right arm was very helpful. Looks like we're joining the tree huggers. Zabuza grunted. Hey, that's an Iwa insult. Only they get to call us that. Sasuke laughed. Kakashi sighed. Hokage-sama is going to have my Sharingan on a spear once he realizes that I've single-handedly doubled his paperwork for the foreseeable future. Well, best to rip off the bandage as soon as possible. Team 7, Zabuza-san, Haku-chan, let's go home. Company, halt, Kakashi ordered. The sun will be setting soon, and our current location is as good a place as any to set up camp for the night. It had been around noon when Team 7 had left the Land of Waves with Zabuza and Haku in tow. The duo had given their word that they would not cause any problems while in transit to Konaha. The former Anbu commander believed them, but established precedents demanded at least some degree of confinement until their loyalty could be verified. Thus, their hands were lightly bound in front of them and chakra sealing tags were fastened to their bodies. Zabuza and Haku knew better than to protest. If anything, they were tempted to view such lax measures as naive, but they knew the absence of more restraints was a show of good faith on Team 7's part. For Haku, at least, it was working. Zabuza's body was still adapting to the onslaught of sub-zero temperature from his divine arm. He was freezing to death, but he couldn't die, not from this. Until he acclimated to his new circumstances, Zabuza's only recourse was moving around as much as possible to distract himself from his predicament. The relative freedom Kakashi allowed them was a gift equivalent to finding water in the desert. Zabuza tolerated his agony with as much indifference as he could muster. He knew they had to stop for the night at some point, but he was not looking forward to sitting down in a tent. Zabuza-san, please allow me to close the tenketsu connecting your right arm to the rest of your chakra network. You will soon be a shinobi of Konaha, and I cannot bear to see a future comrade in such distress. Hinata insisted for the 18th time that day. Hinata-chan, how many times do I need to say no before you get the point? When you blocked my tenketsu earlier today, the pain only weakened, it did not go away completely. Karaukami-sama was quite clear. Any attempt to suppress my suffering will only prolong the adaptation progress. The sooner I'm out of this hell, the better. Zabuza rebutted. hopefully for the last time. Hinata. Drop it. Naruto said wearily. I hate seeing Zabuza-san like this too, but there's nothing we can do. Haku-san's been using acupuncture to suppress Zabuza's sensory nerves while he sleeps. He's already delaying the adaptation process to ensure that he gets enough rest to function. It would be cruel to insist on more than that. Wow. The Dobi speaks. I thought you'd gone mute on us. Sasuke's jest masked his concern. Naruto had barely spoken a word since they'd left the Land of Waves. At first, the last Uchiha assumed that Naruto was suffering from some degree of chakra exhaustion and was simply conserving his energy, but he quickly dismissed the notion. Naruto namikaze. Run out of chakra. The sun would stop rising before that happens. No, something was wrong with his best friend. A glare from Hinata ended the conversation before it could truly begin, and the 6 shinobi set up camp in silence. Gato had ordered his thugs to destroy Zabuza's hideout before confronting the ex-Kirijonin on the bridge, so he and Haku had nothing but the clothes on their backs. Kakashi had brought 3 tents for the mission, one for himself, one for all 3 genin, and one for Tazuna. With the mission complete, Tazuna's tent was given to Zabuza and Haku. Once camp was fully prepared and dinner had been eaten, Team 7 drew straws to determine the watch order for the night. Fuck. Being on watch duty right after supper is a pain. Why aren't Zabuza-san and Haku-san on the watch roster? Though annoyed that he drew the short straw, Sasuke's question was derived more from curiosity than indignation. Our mission is not truly over until we have returned to Konaha and reported to Hokage-sama. Unless there is no other choice, shinobi not allied with Konaha cannot contribute to the duties of a Konaha mission. Kakashi explained. Sasuke grunted in response and assumed his post. Naruto wasted no time getting into the tent and preparing for bed. If he could do so silently, he gladly would have punched himself into unconsciousness to evade his own agony. The close proximity to Haku and her tantalizing scent was torture for the young Daiyoukai. Every instinct in his body, both human and demon, demanded that he claim the maiden resting not 10 feet from him. During Team 7's vacation, he had begun to study the history of his clan. Sesshomaru was a dog Daiyoukai and thus had an instinctive need to mark his territory. Fortunately for every female living in his lands, the Namikaze progenitor's adamantine will enabled him to express his dominance in decidedly non-sexual ways. Only 2 women had ever earned a place in Sesshomaru's heart, and one of them had been killed by his most hated enemy. Naruto was currently attempting to replicate that feat of sheer resolve but was having limited results. Hinata. We need to talk. Naruto addressed his fiancée as she entered the tent and began preparing for bed. He was losing control, but talking with Hinata, the brightest light in what was once a very dark existence, always soothed him. You're in love with Haku-san. Hinata replied curtly, cutting to the heart of the matter. She had deduced the cause of Naruto's anguish almost as soon as the 6 shinobi had departed for Konaha, and she was not pleased. I'm attracted to her, yes. Please, don't call this combination of human hormones and demonic instincts love. Naruto grimaced. Between my first encounter with her during my evening tree climbing exercises, our fight on the bridge, and the journey home, I've known her for less than a day. Comparing this kami-damned lust to what I have with you feels wrong on more levels than I can fathom. Are you certain that your feelings for Haku-san are purely instinctual? Hinata's eyes softened slightly. She inspired you to greatness and showed you the path to true strength. That is a powerful thing. Naruto, I do not fault you for feeling some degree of true affection for Haku-san. What frustrates me is your body's reaction to her presence. I know you cannot help it, and that you are doing all you can to suppress your urges, but I cannot help but feel rage at the sight of my fiancé lusting after a girl he's known less than 24 hours. They were speaking in whispers to avoid disrupting the peace of the camp, but Hinata's fury struck Naruto with the force of a thunderbolt. Naruto winced. As much as I'd like to say that this will subside in a day or two, the Namikaze clan records state otherwise. Much like Zabuza's arm, the only cure is to be around Haku-san long enough that my body adapts to her scent. When we get back to Konaha, I'll look to see if the records give any indication as to how long that will take. Hinata sighed. That will have to be enough. As much as I dislike the notion, Haku will be your second harem candidate. Tomorrow, we will both spend as much time with her as possible. You need to adapt yourself to her presence as swiftly as possible, and I must learn everything there is to know about my potential sister wife. Hopefully, for all of our sakes, what she reveals about herself will show her to be worthy of, at least, true friendship. However, for tonight, you need a distraction. Hinata, now clad in her pajamas, kissed her future husband with a fiery passion. Naruto returned the kiss with equal vigor, and all thoughts of Haku were soon banished from his mind. Ha! Congratulations, future Mrs. Namika's Tilda. Zabuza-sama, shut up. Haku's response to her master's taunt was to finish their acupuncture session with far more force than was prudent. Zabuza would feel it when he woke up, but Haku was far too flustered to care. Naruto and Hinata's discussion was spoken entirely in whispers, but they might as well have been shouting at the two ex-Kiri shinobi. The pair's hearing was conditioned to be at the very peak of natural human potential, and that was without them using chakra to enhance their senses. While Haku was overjoyed that her attraction to Naruto was reciprocated, albeit on a largely instinctive level, she dreaded Hinata's interrogation. The former tool of Zabuza had no way of knowing if she could meet the Hyuga High-Res standards. Full transparency would have to be enough. Haku did her best to tune out the sounds emanating from Team 7's tent. Eventually, she succeeded and drifted into sleep. Kumogakure. Was it truly necessary to use Mjolnir? We may still have my scroll, but displaying Thor-sama's power to both Konaha and Iwa presents an enormous risk. By some miracle, I resisted the urge to scream at B as he began making his post-mission report. Yes, Raikage-sama. The presence of over 100 Iwa Jonin, including the Tsuchikage's elite guard, necessitated the use of Mjolnir. I and his two attendants, Darui and C, were simultaneously flabbergasted and somewhat terrified by B's current vernacular. Gyuki's Jinchuriki had resolved to become the world's greatest rapper shortly after the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War. Since that day, no one in all of Kumogakure had ever heard him speak in something other than a rhyme scheme. What happened on the bridge, brother? I asked fearfully. Something that could make B abandon his raps was not to be underestimated. Per your orders, Raikage-sama, I shadowed Naruto Dano's team during their escort mission to the Land of Waves. B began. They faced a powerful enemy, Zabuza Momochi, the devil of the hidden mist, twice. In both encounters, Naruto Dono invoked a powerful transformation unlike anything resembling a Jinchuriki's power. Rather than attempt to describe the transformation, it would be better if C-san could project an image of it from my mind. I waved his approval and C began using Yin release to produce an image derived from B's memories. Darui and C were unnerved by the projection's appearance. Even as a memory, the might of Naruto's demonic lineage was apparent to them. However, A's reaction to the 12-year-old's appearance nearly saw him fall from his chair in shock. Raikage-sama, what's wrong? C cancelled his jutsu and rushed to his master's side. I produced a small, black token from within the Raikage's desk and handed it to C. This is a key to the most secure vault of Kumogakure's intelligence division. Go there and bring back a large scroll marked, for the Raikage's eyes only. I looked like he'd seen a ghost. Yes, Raikage-sama. C buried all questions he had about his new orders and fled the Raikage's office. Once he had left, I activated the maximum security privacy seals engraved upon each window and every metal plate on the office's floor. Only C and the three of us can pass through these seals unscathed. All discussion shall wait until C returns with the scroll. A's voice was tightly controlled, and Darui realized his master was truly astonished. What could possibly cause Raikage-sama to react in such a way? Darui didn't need to wait long to find out. C had returned with the requested scroll within 30 minutes. With a single sweep, I cleared his desk of all but the scroll C had delivered to him. Once opened, the massive parchment rolled onto the floor. I carefully examined the scroll as his subordinates watched. After what seemed to be hours, I stopped studying the confidential document and addressed his younger brother. B. Your suspicion is correct. While he is transformed, Naruto Dano's appearance is nearly identical to Sesshomaru-sama. I thought so. Since I was once a Raikage candidate myself, I was told the great dog general's son sired a mortal clan, but, like you, brother, I had assumed they died out ages ago. Now our humiliation at the hands of the Yellow Flash makes much more sense. even if it was inactive. A single drop of Daiyoukai blood in Minato Dano's veins guaranteed his status as a god among men. And Naruto Dano's blood is most certainly active. Indeed. See. Darui, what do you know of the false Ragnarok? I inquired of his two most trusted servants. The false Ragnarok was a cataclysm initiated by Loki Dono, the traitorous brother of Thor-sama. C began. Originally, Ragnarok was meant to be a final means of saving this world from invasion by gods or other powerful entities not of this realm. All beings and magics categorized as being capable of drastically affecting Midgard would be forcibly purged. If they survived, they would never be able to manifest upon Midgard again. Loki Dono, in a feat of unadulterated madness, inverted the divine mechanisms powering the Ragnarok protocol and activated it. Darui continued. Instead of wiping this world clean of powerful supernatural influences, horrors from across the multiverse spilled into Midgard. Eventually, Loki was killed and the Ragnarok protocol was halted, but many of the gods worshipped by the Norse people perished in the process. The pantheons of the Egyptian and Roman peoples suffered similar fates. That's the extent of what's taught in our academy. B affirmed. Curiously, most of the gods worshipped by the ancient Japanese survived. Why do you think that is? After giving it some thought, C answered for both himself and Darui. Either the gods of the Japanese were allied with Loki Dono in some way, and were spared the wrath of his machinations, or they were powerful enough to endure the onslaught with minimal casualties. Your second answer is, mostly, correct. I replied. The savior of the Japanese pantheon was no god. Quite the reverse, Sesshomaru-sama is the second most powerful Daiyoukai to ever exist. Only the Kyuubi no Kitsune is mightier, and not by much. The majority of ancient Japan was ruled by Sesshomaru-sama, and he single-handedly annihilated every invader that entered his territory. Once his own borders were secure, he assisted Thor-sama with the defense of the Aesir's territories within Midgard. Without Sesshomaru-sama's intervention, Loki's madness may never have ended. Once the false Ragnarok was halted, Thor-sama vowed upon the graves of all his fallen brethren to assist Sesshomaru-sama should he ever request his aid. In life, Sesshomaru-sama never invoked Thor-sama's favor, and he eventually died. For untold generations, the descendants of Thor-sama have believed that Sesshomaru-sama's clan perished due to some unknown calamity. Perhaps such a thing did occur but was only partially successful, or, maybe, the Namikaze clan were always few in number and kept their influence upon the world to a minimum while steadily increasing their resources and power until they were needed once more. And, now, Naruto Namikaze has awakened to his progenitor's power. We have an opportunity to achieve in this era what our distant ancestor could not accomplish in his, an alliance with the Daiyoukai. B declared. I was already willing to make amends with Konaha. Now, those efforts are of absolute importance. To be anything less than unconditional allies with the nation Sesshomaru-sama's descendant calls home is an insult to not only Thor-sama, but all among the Aesir upon whose graves he swore his oath of friendship. Understood, B-sama. I shall re-triple my efforts to monitor Iwa's movements. C vowed. They will almost certainly attempt to assassinate Naruto Dono during the Chuunin exams 3 months from now. Very good. Darui, who among our genin would you say are most ready for the Chuunin exams? I inquired. Currently, the 2 genin on Team Samui are ranked the highest among their peers. Darui answered. Then inform Samui-san that all upcoming missions for her team are suspended until the end of the Chuunin exams. Work with Samui-san to put Karui-chan and Omoi-kun through hell. In 3 months, I want both of them to be, if not Tokubetsu Jonin tier, then as close as you can get, and it better be damn close. I commanded. At once, Raikage-sama. Darui acknowledged. Kurigakure. Mei Terumi, the 5th Mizukage of Kiri, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On one hand, she was overjoyed that Zabuza's dream of a village free from Yagura's tyranny had finally been realized. On the other hand, she had not expected to be forced into the role of Mizukage so soon. She had been prepared to assume the title eventually but had hoped the surviving members of Kiri's council would wait a while before handing the reins over to her. She should have known better. Under Yagura's rule, the council had no power and he had reigned for years. The council no longer had any idea how to rule Kiri and solved the problem by dumping it into Mei's lap. She would have to re-educate them on how to perform their duties, or the sheer volume of tasks needed to run her village would overwhelm her. Even worse, the Chuunin exams were rapidly approaching. As much as Mei wanted to refuse to participate, she knew she couldn't. All of the elemental nations knew that Kurigakure had just finished a civil war. Mei had to demonstrate to the other villages that Kiri's military strength had not been severely compromised. Luckily for her, the rebellion had ended in complete success. No shinobi that had sworn allegiance to Yagura remained among the living, and all independent factions had sworn loyalty to her. However, the war had not been kind to Kiri's most powerful sect of shinobi, the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. Kisame had defected once he realized Yagura's defeat was inevitable, and Zabuza had been forced into exile when his and Mei's first attempt at rebellion failed. Of the remaining 5, only 2 of the 7 swordsmen, the owners of Haramakari and Kabutowari, survived. Finding worthy successors for the remaining 3 blades, Kiba, Nuibari, and Shibuki, was Mei's top priority. As much as she would like to simply award them to the most gifted jonin within Kiri, she knew that would end in disaster. The blades chose their owners, and any who attempted to wield them against their will were either killed or severely injured. She had gathered blood samples from every active shinobi and sent to them be offered to the blades. While the swords made their decision, Mei resigned herself to the ocean of paperwork that awaited her. Mizukage-sama, all 3 blades have chosen a successor. A Kiri jonin stormed into her office to deliver the news. Excellent. Who have they chosen? Mei was too excited to reprimand her subordinate for his lack of propriety. The swords have acknowledged the 3 daughters of Yama Yumino as their new masters, milady. The jonin responded. I see, Mei said after a moment of hesitation. Bring Yama-san and his daughters here immediately. At once, Mizukage-sama. The jonin departed, leaving Mei to contemplate the ramifications of his message. Yumino's daughters may only be genin, but they performed extremely well during the war. Mei mused. A good case could have been made for them to be field promoted to Chuunin. Too bad that never occurred. Kiri tradition dictates that the 7 swords cannot be wielded by genin. Well, at least I know who to send to Konaha. For the first time in weeks, a genuine smile spread across the 5th Mizukage's face. Konaha. Namikaze Estate. Calm down. Dobi, carving a new trench into the floor with your feet won't make Zabuza-san and Haku-san's interrogations go any faster. Sasuke was getting tired of watching Naruto pace around his mansion's dining hall. When Team 7 returned to Konaha with their guests in tow, Kakashi immediately requested an Anbu squad to escort them to one of Konoha's interrogation facilities while he and his students reported to the Hokage for debriefing. As the jonin suspected, Hiruzen was less than pleased by how the mission turned out, but he decreed that Zabuza and Haku would be inducted into Konoha's shinobi ranks if Inoichi and Ibiki's interrogation revealed no falsehoods. Since the Land of Waves presently lacked the funds needed to reward Team 7 for an A-rank mission, the Sandaime allowed the country to pay in installments. While this did introduce the problem of interest, Hiruzen applied the lowest interest rate he could implement without appearing weak to other nations or future clients. It had been almost 5 hours since Team 7 was dismissed. Naruto had immediately returned home, followed by Sasuke, and Hinata joined them after reporting to Hiashi. The Hyuga Lord was greatly impressed by Hinata's willingness to be the Land of Waves' temporary ambassador and quickly arranged for a Hyuga Chuunin to fill the post permanently once consistent communication was established. Just as Naruto began to contemplate the idea of storming the main office of Konoha's intelligence division, Kakashi entered the mansion with Zabuza and Haku trailing behind him. Naruto Dono, your 2 new clan members, Zabuza-san and Haku-san, have been deemed loyal to Konoha and are now official members of Konoha's military. Zabuza-san shall retain his former jonin rank bestowed upon him by Kiri. Since Haku-san was never officially a Kiri shinobi, we had to test her abilities extensively to determine her rank. Her taijutsu and ninjutsu prowess are jonin level, but her stamina leaves much to be desired. Given her specialty in instant killing, Shikaku Dono has granted her the rank of Tokubetsu jonin. Kakashi's good eye wilted as he recalled just how easily Haku had detected and destroyed his concealed kage bushin during her evaluation. Awesome. Zabuza-san, Haku-san, your formal induction into the Namikaze clan will occur tomorrow morning. Welcome home. Konaha. Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, per your urgent request, I have returned. As you ordered 12 years ago, I have elevated Konoha's spy network to a level unrivaled by any other village. Jiraiya, Toad Sage of the Sannin, all but spat the words as he withdrew the storage scroll containing several hundred reports and threw it onto Hiruzen's desk. In any other circumstance, the concealed Anbu guarding the Sandaime would have done their best to restrain even Jiraiya for such a blatant act of disrespect towards their lord, but Hiruzen had given them strict orders not to intervene until the current meeting was concluded. Jiraiya, I have failed you, completely and utterly. Hiruzen bowed his head in shame. Damn right, you have. Jiraiya roared. Does the number 288 mean anything to you? That's the amount of requests I submitted to have even a single day off to be with Naruto, my godson. Every last one was denied by you. Why, sensei? As a Jinchuriki, he needs guidance and training that none in Konoha other than the two of us can provide. More than that, he needs to know about his parents. While the safety of Konoha will always be of paramount importance, you had no right to keep me from Naruto all these years. Your requests were not denied by me, Jiraiya. In fact, they never even crossed my desk. Hiruzen said gravely before producing his own storage scroll and applying enough chakra to it to withdraw only one of Jiraiya's numerous time-off requests. He also pulled a recently filled-out form related to Hiyashi's emergency recruitment efforts and presented both sheets of paper to the Sannin. Compare the signatures at the bottom of each paper. Hiruzen ordered in the sternest tone he could muster. Despite his rage, Jiraiya knew better than to ignore his sensei's wishes when he adopted that tone of voice, and he begrudgingly heeded Hiruzen's request. The two signatures were identical in nearly every aspect, and even Jiraiya needed several minutes to notice the minor flaw in the signature at the bottom of his time-off request. This was Danzo's work. Only he had both the knowledge and the skill to make a near-perfect forgery of my signature. Hiruzen gazed directly into the eyes of his student. All of your time-off requests were intercepted by his root agents, likely with the assistance of Kaharu and Homura. Fortunately, Konoha law requires that any time-off request submitted by an active shinobi be filed in triplicate, one by the applicant, another by the Hokage, and the last by Konoha's council. Kaharu and Homura have almost certainly destroyed the council's copies, but Danzo must have preserved his copies as a means to manipulate Naruto into serving him willingly. We discovered them while raiding Root's facilities nearly 2 months ago. Once I realized what Danzo had done, I immediately reached out to you. I should have contacted you much sooner, but, given your lack of communication, I assumed you were overwhelmed by grief from the loss of Minato and Kushina and had thrown yourself into your work. We have Naruto to thank for Root's exposure. His connection to the Namikaze legacy is far greater than Minato's ever was. As such, he is now considered acting lord of the Namikaze and Uzumaki clans and resides in the Namikaze estate. The root agent assigned to monitor Naruto's movements learned the hard way that the Namikaze manor does not tolerate harmful intentions toward its master. The resulting investigation, along with a concurrent inquiry into Naruto's time at the academy, revealed atrocities that should never have been possible under my watch. I have prepared full reports on both subjects for you to read. The Sandaime handed 2 massive leaflets to Jiraiya before sitting at his desk. The anger Jiraiya held towards his sensei had already been redirected towards Root and the civilian faction of the council, and his rage repeatedly skyrocketed as read he the documents Hiruzen had given him. He had to stop reading several times to suppress his fury, and, when he had finished reading the reports, he walked around Hiruzen's desk and punched him with enough force to make Tsunade proud. The professor flew from his seat and made a sizable crater in the nearest wall. In the next second, several Anbu surrounded Jiraiya, but he dropped out of his combat stance and stood still, clearly conveying that he had no intention of attacking Hiruzen again. For his part, Hiruzen accepted the blow without resistance or complaint and returned to his desk as soon as he extricated himself from the wall. Take the scenic route on your way to the Namikaze manor. 12 years is a long time, far too long. But what you hear on the way to the mansion will do much to dispel your fears. We'll see, old man. Jiraiya grunted before leaving the office. Konoha Forest. Namikaze territory. Zabuza Momochi and Haku Yuki. Do each of you vow to uphold the honor and duties of the Namikaze clan until your dying breath. Naruto stood before his 2 new clan members in a temple deep within Konoha's forest. The structure was a one-story building that contained only a shrine to Sesshomaru and a well. Naruto was positioned just in front of the shrine, and a small basin currently filled with water from the well was placed on a small stone table between Naruto and the two ex-Kiri shinobi. "We do," Zabuza and Haku replied. "Do you each swear to acknowledge me as your lord, to your dying breath and beyond?" Naruto inquired further. "Yes," Zabuza answered. "I also agree. However, I intend to honor Karaukami-sama as the last member of the Yuki clan. So long as the Namikaze's laws and customs do not conflict with the worship of my god, I shall gladly accept you as my lord." Since her induction into Naruto's clan was a divine mandate, there was almost no possibility that such a conflict would ever arise, but Haku needed to stress that Naruto would not be her only lord. "In deference to your circumstances, I find this compromise acceptable." Naruto was still wrapping his head around the bargain Haku had made with her progenitor. The last Yuki's description of her god had made it abundantly clear that, despite being a Daiyoukai, Naruto was currently a small fish in the vast ocean. "Finally, do each of you vow to heed my commands, so long as they do not violate the laws and customs of both Konaha and the Namikaze?" "We do," Zabuza and Haku answered in unison. "Then, by the powers vested in me as acting lord of the Namikaze, I, Naruto Namikaze, welcome Zabuza Momochi and Haku Yuki into the Namikaze clan. The names, Zabuza Momochi Namikaze, and Haku Yuki Namikaze, shall be added to the clan registry. Only one step remains. Our shared blood must be consumed by all currently present." Naruto stepped into the shrine and withdrew a kunai-forged knot of chakra metal, but from one of Sesshomaru's bones. He slit his right forefinger and allowed several drops of blood to spill into the basin before giving the kunai to Zabuza and applying pressure to the wound. Zabuza and Haku mimicked Naruto's action. Once all three had ensured that their cuts had stopped bleeding, Naruto returned the kunai, which bore no trace of the blood it had spilled, to the shrine and brought 3 small cups back to the basin. After handing 2 of them to his new clan members, he filled the last cup to the brim and drank the blood-infused water slowly to ensure not a single drop escaped his lips. Zabuza and Haku did the same, emptying the basin in the process. "Now, you are both Namikaze in blood as well as in word," Naruto decreed. "Additionally, some measure of our chakra affinities was transferred along with our blood. I have an absurdly high affinity for yang release as my primary affinity and a high affinity for Fuden as my secondary affinity. Haku-san, your Hyouten combines Suiden and Fuden, so you already have an affinity for both, but you should now be able to use Fuden more effectively on its own. Zabuza-san, you'll now have either yang release or Fuden as a secondary affinity, and I now have Suiden as a tertiary affinity. That's one hell of a ritual your distant ancestors cooked up." Zabuza marveled at the possibilities. Gaining new chakra affinities by accepting new clan members meant that the Namikaze Lord could circumvent the astronomically high learning curve needed to master nature transformations he or she wasn't born with. "Zabuza-sama, keep in mind that a rite such as this would only be invoked at times when the Namikaze are in dire need of new clan members." Haku chided. "You should drop the sama, Haku. Naruto-sama is your lord now," Zabuza rebuked. "I don't mind," Naruto countered. "You saved Haku's life and gave her a purpose. You also showed far more compassion towards her than many other shinobi would have in your position. If Haku-san wishes to treat you with the same level of respect she must now show me, that is her right." "Thank you, Naruto-sama." Hake genuflected and held the pose for several seconds before standing back up. "Don't thank me yet. I have plenty of more gifts in store for you both today. Aside from the formal robes you're both wearing now and your weapons back at the castle, you have nothing to your names," Naruto exclaimed. "Now that the induction ceremony's over, we're going shopping. You need Konaha military uniforms, standard weapon and supply kits, spare clothes, toiletries, the works. And I need to show you both around Konaha. It's a win-win." A short time later, the three were in front of a shop that had a sign bearing an anvil and a pair of tongs. "Tanzo-san, are you in?" Naruto asked as he entered the shop. "Otu-san is off today," a young woman answered, "but I can help you with anything you." "Naruto, is that you?" The weapon specialist had never seen Naruto wearing such a beautiful kimono. Unlike his loud orange jumpsuit, the kimono was a tasteful pale orange. Tenten-san. Yup, it's me. After graduating from the academy, I learned my parents left me a few things. The Namikaze Lord answered modestly. While Konaha knew of his engagement to Hinata, his status as an acting lord was still a secret. Zabuza-san and Haku-san are newly recruited Konaha shinobi in need. Zabuza. As in, Zabuza Momochi, the devil of the hidden mist. The owner of Kubiki Ribocho. Tenten squealed. But he's a Kiri missing nin, how'd he end up swearing allegiance to Konaha? Had a run-in with Naruto-kun's team. My companion and I lost badly, but Naruto didn't feel like killing us, so here we are. Zabuza answered. Tenten scowled. I get that the mission details are classified, but can't you give me anything else? I'm afraid not. Hokage-sama insisted that the facts pertaining to our recruitment are to be disclosed only on a need-to-know basis. All I can disclose is that Inoichi-san and Shikaku Dono will vouch for our loyalty to Konaha. Haku's eyes narrowed. Fine, forget I said anything. So, you'll both need the standard uniforms for your rank. Zabuza-san, would I be correct in presuming that you retained the Jonin rank Kiri gave you? Yup, and Haku-chan was granted the rank of Tokubetsu Jonin after rigorous examination. Zabuza emitted a very small amount of killing intent to dissuade Tenten from debating that issue. The Kunoichi of Team Guy was unimpressed. I know you're not dumb enough to lie about a shinobi's rank just to get better starting gear. Tenten scoffed. Just for that, we're doing this the old-fashioned way. A shit-eating grin dominated the Kunoichi's face. Tenten-san, what do you mean? Naruto began to panic. His conversations with Hinata and Anko had taught him that only disaster awaits whenever a woman smiled like that. Oh, nothing you need to worry about, Naruto-san. Tenten answered in a sick, sweet voice. As for your two friends, I need precise measurements for their new uniforms. Konaha tradition states that shinobi recruited from other villages must have their uniforms freshly sewn to demonstrate that Konaha will treat any fresh blood with the highest respect. Unfortunately, I seem to have misplaced my measuring tools, so I'll need to perform the measurements by hand. To ensure that my measurements are perfectly accurate, I'm afraid that everything will have to come off until I'm done. Now, wait just a. Haku-san, drop it. I know it's embarrassing, but we don't have time to argue with Tenten-san. Naruto ordered. Tenten-san, Haku-san will be going first. Roughly 40 minutes later, Zabuza emerged from the fitting room, trailed closely by Tenten, and joined Haku in staring daggers at the deputy shop owner. Your uniforms will be ready in about a week. I'll forge the kunai, shuriken, and ninja wire for your new supply kits personally. Come back in 3 days for those. For any scrolls or seals you use in combat, no shop in Konaha beats the Nara store in quality. Tenten-san, I would prefer to use Senbon as projectile weapons in place of kunai or shuriken. Haku stated. Senbon, huh, can't remember the last time we forged those. Tenten sighed. I can do it, but you need to give me a sample so that I can match your preferred length and density. Haku handed Tenten a non-poisoned Senbon. Tenten-san, once their orders are complete, put the invoice in my name. Naruto requested. I've come into some money, and, since I'm responsible for their recruitment, Hokage-sama wants me to support them until they start taking missions. In that case, it would be best if you tagged along when they come back for their uniforms and gear. No point in handing them the bill just to have you run here to pay it. Tenten replied. Sounds good. Also, I'd like to buy each of them 2 spare uniforms. Will this be enough to cover it? Naruto placed a 20,000 Ryu bill on the counter. Tenten's eyes widened. You really did come into some money. That's 5,000 Ryu too many, Naruto-san. I'll establish a line of credit for Zabuza-san and Haku-san. The trio thanked Tenten and left the shop. Their next destination was a civilian clothes store whose owner had always been civil to Naruto, if not generous at times. Haku was immediately drawn to the kimono section and picked out several variations of the garment and matching obi. Zabuza selected numerous pairs of sweatpants and long-sleeved shirts to compensate slightly for his frigid arm. When Naruto went to pay for the clothes, he was shocked by the store owner's response. Ken-san, have you lost your mind? We're buying a small fortune's worth of clothes here. You can't possibly give it all to us for free. I just did, my boy, and I'll not hear any debate on the subject. This is my shop, and you won't pay a single bloody copper here for as long as I draw breath. Ken yelled. While you and your team were away from Konaha on your mission, we had a horrendous rainstorm here. If not for the roof repairs done by you and your clones, the houses of hundreds of families would have been ruined. We owe you big time, and not just for the roofs. Ken grimaced as he recalled the atrocities Naruto was subjected to. Naruto-kun, you deserve to know that many of my comrades in the Merchant Guild had little choice but to treat you like scum. The civilian faction of the council had their balls and tits in a vice. I don't even want to begin thinking of how the council got their claws on the records needed to blackmail them into shunning you, but my associates were good people, down to the last man and woman. Ken slammed his fist on the counter. Some of my closest friends committed suicide because they couldn't bear the stress of being forced to choose between their family's well-being and yours. If giving you free clothes for the rest of your life allows them to rest easy, then that's what I'll do. Young man, you should heed the shopkeeper's words. A male voice interrupted. I've been away from Konaha a long time and his tale is the fifth such story I've heard regarding you since I've come back. As the saying goes, once is an accident, twice is a coincidence, but 3 times is a certainty. If that's true, then what does the 5 times mean? As Naruto turned to address the newcomer, any answer he might have responded with died on his lips. Though he'd never met the man standing before him, he'd heard and read hundreds of tales regarding his exploits. Several such stories included the man's physical description and his relation to Naruto's father. Jiraiya-san. Naruto choked, barely holding back tears. Naruto. Jiraiya whispered, not bothering to restrain his tears. Yamanaka Flower Shop. Welcome in. How may I help? Sasuke-kun. Ino was shocked to see the last Uchiha in her family's flower shop. Thank Kami he came one the few days off I begged Asuma-sensei for, but why is he here? It can't be for me, right? Right. I'm surprised to see you here, Ino-chan. Doesn't your team need to train or do missions? Sasuke's tone sounded accusatory, but the relieved smile dominating his face told a different story. Ever since we passed the true graduation exam, Asuma-sensei has done his best to beat the laziness out of Shikamaru-kun and Choji-kun. As a result, Shikamaru-kun has decided to master our sensei's lessons as quickly as possible to protect his precious cloud-gazing time. Choji-kun was even easier. All Asuma-sensei had to do was offer to treat him to a free meal and his motivation skyrockets. Ino sighed. Too bad he doesn't have anything to tempt me with. I'm doing my best to keep up, but I can't compete with their zeal when they're riled up. This is the first day off I've had in over a month. How about you, Sasuke-kun? You just had your first C-rank mission. C rank? Ha! Sasuke scoffed. Try A rank. The client lied about how much danger he was in. Lucky for him, he had a good reason to deceive us. Otherwise, Kakashi-sensei would have left him out to dry. A rank. Ino gasped. Well, at least your team came back in one piece. Not that I'd expect anything less between you, Kakashi-san, and Hinata-san. Sasuke's eyes narrowed and his smile dropped from his face. My team has 4 members, Ino-chan, not 3. Without Naruto, none of us would have made it out of there alive. He may have put the fear of Kami into all of us right after our false graduation, but that's no reason to pretend that he doesn't exist. Ino shivered as she recalled the events of that day. The questions asked by Anko and Ibiki were a brutal reminder that most of Naruto's classmates had passively endorsed his suffering by doing nothing. Hinata's not-so-secret supply drops, Sasuke's occasional requests for fairer treatment, and Shikamaru's infrequent chastisements of Naruto's teachers were the only exceptions. Sorry, Sasuke-kun, you're right, he doesn't deserve that. Ino collected herself, hoping that she hadn't angered Sasuke enough to make him leave the store. Apology accepted, but I didn't come here to talk about Naruto. I came because I need some advice on flowers. Sasuke's smile returned. Ino felt like a huge weight had fallen off her shoulders. Yes, of course. How can I help? Before the Uchiha massacre, my mother kept a small garden in our house. Sasuke struggled to keep his voice even. Itachi burned the house to the ground. I'd like to plant a second garden on the site where our home once stood, but I'm not sure which flowers would be appropriate. Ino gulped. Being the Yamanaka clan heiress had its disadvantages. Sasuke's request seemed innocent enough on the surface, but planting a garden over the remains of his old home could be viewed as him trying to bury the past. From a psychological standpoint, this was healthy if Sasuke had either truly come to terms with the Uchiha massacre or was nearly ready to do so and only needed a final push. Otherwise, he would only be suppressing his emotional trauma, not confronting it, and that would be devastating for him in the long run. I need to get a better picture of his emotions regarding the Uchiha massacre. Ino steeled herself to ask a loaded question. Have you thought about what your new garden will represent? Flowers have many different meanings, and picking flowers that convey the intent behind your garden is essential. I figured as much. I've heard about the language of flowers, but don't know anything about it. Sasuke admitted. I want flowers that represent the following things: hope, renewal, compassion, love, and the ability to overcome all obstacles. Ino, while overjoyed at the implications behind Sasuke's choices, needed all her willpower to keep a straight face. The brooding Uchiha wants flowers representing the exact opposite of his persona. Looks like Naruto-kun isn't the only one wearing a mask. Most of those are easy since several flowers are used to symbolize them. Ino beamed. Daffodils, irises, tulips, sunflowers, bluebells, lilacs, and forget-me-nots all represent hope. Out of those 7, daffodils, irises, and sunflowers also represent renewal. Chrysanthemums embody compassion, while tulips and orchids represent love. For overcoming obstacles, I would recommend snapdragons. You'll also need soil enriched with chakra to grow all of these flowers in the same garden since they typically require different soil compositions or climates. Do you have any experience planting or raising flowers? No. I was hoping we could plant them together once you got off work. Sasuke's heart was in his eyes. By the log and the sage, there's no way he's asking me on a date right now. A date that involves creating a new garden, no less. Ino tensed up in shock. You don't want to. Sasuke looked like a kicked puppy. I should have known it was too much to ask since we haven't spent any time together, maybe later. Sasuke sighed in defeat and turned to leave the store. Sasuke. Get back here. Ino screamed. Don't go making things up in your head before I answer you. I'd love to help you with your garden, and you're in luck. We have several seeds for multiple colors of all the flowers I mentioned in stock right now, but there's no way we can plant anything tonight. We need to inspect the garden site, figure out how big you want your garden to be, and come up with tasteful flower patterns within the garden. It's going to be a lot of work, and there will have to be several planning sessions before we can get to actually planting your flowers. A predatory gleam entered Ino's eyes. I look forward to it. Sasuke chose to ignore that Ino was looking at him the same way that a wolf would gaze upon an elk. Namikaze Estate. Naruto had lost track of how much time he and Jiraiya had spent in each other's arms on the sofa in his dining room, the same sofa where he cried his eyes out after hearing Kushina's message. Once the Sannin approached him, Naruto quickly made a kage bushin and handed it his wallet before leaving with Jiraiya. While his clone continued shopping with Zabuza and Haku, Naruto told Jiraiya everything he could remember about his life up to that point. If Zabuza and Haku had returned, they had not intruded on the pair. The Namikaze Lord and the Toad Sage were weeping silently. Well, Jiraiya-san, looks like I need to clean my sofa again. Naruto stood up and began to cleanse his sofa of tears and snot the same way he did when Hiashi entered his home over a month ago. Damn, that's some crazy chakra control for a genin. Jiraiya marveled. Looks like I won't have to put Naruto through quite as much hell as I thought to get him ready to face Minato's enemies. Hey, Naruto, from the looks of things, you've done an amazing job training yourself with the hand you were dealt by Danzo and the council, but now we need to take things to the next level, and fast. No, Jiraiya-san, not yet. I know I need more training, but there's something far more important to me that I need your help with first. Naruto rebutted. Just. Jiraiya. Please, we're family. And what's more important to you than training to ensure that you live long enough to re-establish your clans? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Tell me everything about my parents. Naruto pleaded. In 2 months and 3 weeks, Konaha shall host the Chuunin exams. Here is an address the shinobi, Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, and Guy, gathered in the conference room typically used for mission assignments. Does anyone here assembled wish to recommend their assigned genin for the exams? As the leader of Team 7, I, Kakashi Hatake, recommend the 3 genin under my command: Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Hinata Hyuga. As the leader of Team 8, I, Kurenai Yuhi, recommend the 3 genin under my command: Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and Sakura Haruno. As the leader of Team 10, I, Asuma Sarutobi, recommend Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akamichi. As the leader of Team Guy, I recommend the 3 genin under my command: Neji Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Tenten. Very well, Hiruzen affirmed. The genin recommended this day are exempt from all shinobi duties, save emergency missions, until the Chuunin exams are complete. Of course, they may still volun. Hokage-sama, if I may speak. Iruka interrupted. The academy instructor was currently filling in as a temporary guard for Hiruzen. The recent root purge had revealed several traitors in the genuine ANBU's ranks. Consequently, the roster assigned to guard Hiruzen was now understaffed. While Anbu sought to bolster its ranks and train its current members to a level acceptable to guard the Sandaime, other shinobi of unquestionable loyalty were being used as substitutes whenever their normal duties permitted. As the current meeting was occurring on a Saturday, it was Iruka's turn. Permission to speak granted. Hiruzen allowed with a twinkle in his eyes. Your lordship, 9 of the genin recommended for the Chuunin exams just now were in my class. As most of them are clan heirs, I cannot fault the jonin present for recommending them as soon as possible. The clans, after all, have their reputations to consider, but Sakura Haruno comes from a civilian family. Iruka's arm cleaved the air in frustration. Though she had the highest written test scores out of all students in my class, she lacks the militaristic background shared by many of her classmates. Frankly, she is far too weak to be considered for the Chuunin exams. I must also protest Naruto-kun's recommendation. I do not question Naruto-kun's skill or readiness for the exams. I was there when he killed Mizuki, but exposing him to the Chuunin exams so soon after the root purge seems foolhardy. We don't know how far Danzo's treachery reached. If he notified the other villages of Naruto's Jinchuriki status, then the exams would be the perfect time for an accident to occur. Regarding your first protest, Kurenai began, I would have agreed with you 2 months ago when Sakura-chan was fresh out of the academy. However, Iruka-sensei, you seem to have forgotten that your students became our soldiers the instant they earned their headbands. While I have not neglected Kiba-chan or Shino-kun's training, you may rest assured that I have done much to mitigate the disadvantage of Sakura-chan's civilian background. As a kunoichi myself, I would not have recommended her if I did not believe she had a good chance to succeed. Kurenai's eyes blazed with indignation as she concluded her statement. As for your second protest, Kakashi continued, the accident you fear cuts both ways. Naruto-kun is aware of the danger. We were ambushed by an Iwa hit squad during our last mission. We survived that encounter while already exhausted and distracted, so I pity the imbeciles who think they can dispatch a fully focused and rested Naruto with only genin-level shinobi. The exact number and circumstances of the Iwa ambush were deemed top-secret facts by Hiruzen during Team 7's debriefing, to be disclosed to others only on a need-to-know basis. Personally, Iruka-sensei, I find the notion of using my sensei's son as bait incredibly distasteful, but Naruto-kun himself is okay with it. Jiraiya-sama also endorses his godson's decision. Kakashi's left hand twitched as he remembered just how close Naruto and Jiraiya came to arguing with fists instead of words during that discussion. While Naruto may count Iruka as family, Kakashi did not, so he felt no need to inform Iruka of a family squabble. Very well. Iruka sighed. Please forgive my impudence. It is not impudence to be concerned for your former students' well-being, and jonin are not immune to making mistakes. Guy raised his hand to stop Iruka as he began bowing in apology. I have a question for you, Iruka-sensei. One that I believe all of us would like to know the answer to. Asuma put his cigarette out. Shikamaru-kun tells me that Naruto-kun was a wolf in sheep's clothing for the entirety of his academy days and that not even he saw through the ruse until Naruto-kun dropped the act. The Nara clan is known for its near unparalleled intellect, and Shikamaru-kun is no exception. You were Naruto-kun's primary teacher during his academy years. Even if Naruto-kun somehow deceived Shikamaru-kun, how did he manage to conceal his true skills and demeanor from you? The eyes of everyone else in the room were focused on Iruka. You are partially mistaken, Asuma-san. Iruka was sweating slightly from the combined stares of 4 Jonin in his cage, but he had been expecting this question for a long time now and was grateful to have it over and done with. Like most academy students, Naruto-kun began his schooling when he was 5 years old. My classes are for students who are at least 7 years old, and I don't become a student's primary instructor until they are 10 years old. Even then, some of my students' classes are given by other instructors. So at least 2 years of Naruto's education are unknown to you, except by academy records and second-hand accounts from other teachers, both of which we now know are highly unreliable when it comes to anything regarding Naruto-kun. Kakashi grumbled. And with Naruto-kun having exacted his revenge upon all at the academy who wronged him, any teachers who could have shed light on what he was like during his first 2 years are now dead. Kurenai fully approved of the brutal methods Naruto invoked to vindicate himself, but she was just as eager as Asuma and Kakashi to learn how Naruto managed to cultivate such a perfect mask. That's not entirely true, Kurenai-san. There is one member of the Academy's surviving faculty who was present during the first 2 years of Naruto Dano's education. While the Jonin present saw Naruto as a genin to teach, and rightfully so, Hiruzen viewed the young Daiyoukai as the lord of 2 clans, and addressed him as such. Who? The Sandaime was nearly floored by 5 voices simultaneously screaming the question. The instructor in question wishes to remain anonymous. A gaze of pure steel halted the protests on the lips of Hiruzen's 5 subordinates. Their name did not come up at all in Anko-san and Ibiki-san's investigation, and their loyalty to Konaha is above reproach. As such, I have granted their request for anonymity. Now, if there is nothing else, this meeting is over. The 4 Jonin bowed in acknowledgement and left the room, while Iruka resumed his post as Hiruzen's bodyguard. Uchiha Compound. Outskirts. Sasuke-kun, you don't have to force yourself to go. We have all the time in the world. There's no need to rush this. Ino was scared for her boyfriend's well-being. It had been 2 months since the couple had begun planning Sasuke's garden. They had long since agreed on the garden's arrangement and colors, but when they first went to inspect the ground where Sasuke's house once stood, the last Uchiha had blacked out from reliving the trauma of the night he lost everything. The couple's second attempt, nearly 2 weeks ago, had resulted in Sasuke hyperventilating for several minutes. Thankfully, he had calmed down before the lack of oxygen to his brain forced him to faint. You're wrong, Ino-chan. The Chuunin exams begin in 1 month. We may be excused from normal shinobi duties, but that's only so our sensei can put us through hell to get us ready for them. If we both pass, then we'll have way more responsibilities than we have now. Sasuke countered, sweat pouring off his face. He could feel another episode coming but was done allowing his trauma to control him. Slowly, but firmly, Sasuke walked towards the site of his old house once more. Once the duo reached their destination, Sasuke immediately began to drown in memories, the good, the bad, and the worst. No, I will not be ruled by despair. Not now, not ever again. Sasuke silently warred with himself. Ino was terrified. Sasuke hadn't fainted, and he wasn't hyperventilating. Instead, he was rooted in place, staring at what used to be his home. Only the slight distortions of Sasuke's chest muscles told Ino that her boyfriend was still breathing. Damn it all. Please forgive me, Sasuke-kun. Ino began weaving a series of hand seals for one of her clan's signature jutsu. This was not the Shintenshin no jutsu that she had been practicing for her team's Ino Shikacho formations, but a jutsu that allowed her to enter the consciousness of someone else and alter the inner workings of their mind. Naturally, such a powerful jutsu was forbidden for genin to learn, much less use, but, as clan heir, Ino had been taught the hand seals. Here we go. Ino cast her jutsu, and her world went black. The chakra projection she sent into Sasuke's mind, a copy of her physical self, woke up, in Sasuke's mind. The last Uchiha's mind was a labyrinth of different states of grief, depression, and hope. The latter emotion was more recently etched into the boy's mind than the former two. If Ino hadn't come here with a specific purpose in mind, she would have probed the memories that induced said positivity into her boyfriend. With a gulp, a nose projection began walking down the path that led to the root of Sasuke's despair. You shouldn't be here. A projection of a 6-year-old Sasuke appeared before a heavily reinforced gate. Ino sensed that Sasuke's despair lay behind the gate. Current me will be fine. Reliving the darkest night of our lives is necessary for him to move on. You've seen it yourself. Each time current me has returned to our old house, he reacted differently. He is mastering his grief, our grief. Child Sasuke drew a kunai and adopted a fighting stance. Sasuke, please, let me in. Your current self is in unimaginable pain, I can sense it through that gate and I want to help. Ino dared not fight the past Sasuke before her. She knew doing so would irreparably damage the current Sasuke's mind. You won't like what you see. Child Sasuke warned. Sasuke, I need to see. Ino pleaded. Current me knows you're here, even through his pain. Please, trust that we will be fine. If I let you through here, the agony you will experience shall be beyond words. Child Sasuke took a step towards Ino, but the hand holding his kunai was trembling. Sasuke, you're trembling. You don't want to hurt me. I'm not leaving until I show the despair crippling your current self who's boss. Ino took a step towards Child Sasuke. You really are a stubborn one, you know that. Child Sasuke smirked in an identical manner to his current self. Alright, you win, but don't say we didn't warn you. Child Sasuke threw his kunai at Ino, and it transformed into a key. As Ino caught the key, Child Sasuke vanished. Half a second later Ino had unlocked the gate and was rooted in place as she beheld what lay beyond it. Black flames representing despair were burning flowers symbolizing hope, but the flowers stood tall and the flames were dying out. If this was all Ino witnessed in the darkest corner of Sasuke's mind, she would have thought nothing of Child Sasuke's warning, but her eyes were drawn to a pair of miniature suns that embodied Sasuke's love for her. And for Sakura. The two suns were resting on a scale, perfectly balanced against each other. The scale itself radiated feelings of self-loathing, pity for Ino and Sakura, and, worst of all, acceptance. Sasuke knew his deepest wish was an incredibly cruel one, and he had spent years trying to tip the scale one way or the other, but his heart longed for both Ino and Sakura and it would not be denied. No matter what Sasuke did to rationalize or bury his emotions, the scale always righted itself. 2 years ago, Sasuke had given up. No. Ino's world crashed around her as she cancelled the jutsu. Her rivalry with Sakura was doomed, not to failure, but an eternal stalemate. No matter who Sasuke ended up marrying, the other would always have a place in Sasuke's heart. Ino would never lose to Sakura in that regard, but neither could she ever win. Ino-chan. Sasuke, now broken out of his reverie, rushed to Ino as she fell to the ground. She wordlessly slapped away his offered hand, tears flooding her face, and she ran home. Kami damn it. Sasuke raged as he also left the Uchiha compound and headed for Naruto's mansion. He would find no solace in the apartment provided to him after the Uchiha massacre, and being alone with his thoughts and emotions was the last thing he needed right now. Ino-chan, what's wrong? Inoichi had just got home himself when his weeping daughter stormed through the house to her room and locked the door. Inoichi needed answers, so he picked the lock and repeated his question. His daughter barely regained her composure long enough to use yin release to extract a bead of chakra containing copies of her recent memories from her forehead and hand it to her father before her crying returned with double the intensity. The Yamanaka lord pressed the bead into his forehead, and his heart bled for Ino, Sasuke, and even Sakura. None of them would know peace until this was resolved. As lord of the Yamanaka, Inoichi knew Ino should be punished severely for using a jutsu forbidden to genin without supervision. As a father, he decreed that his daughter's current agony was punishment enough. Namikaze Mansion, 2 weeks before the Chuunin exams. Excellent job, Naruto-sama. Now that it's in the oven, there's nothing left but to wait for the cake to finish baking. Haku beamed at Naruto. Ever since she had taken up residence in the Namikaze Mansion, she had insisted on being the one to prepare Naruto's meals. Naruto had protested severely, using everything short of a direct order to get Haku to relent, but when asked to demonstrate his culinary skills, his arguments lost all semblance of merit. Haku found it most improper that a clan lord be responsible for the meals prepared in his own house when he had servants willing and able to do so in his place. Cooking was an excellent method of assassination, one that Haku had used extensively in her service to Zabuza. Becoming adept at most culinary arts was a necessity, but developing a passion for it was an unexpected delight. For his part, Naruto suspected an ulterior motive immediately. He had read more than a few romance novels in which cooking was utilized to ensnare a mate. However, he did need to adapt to Haku's presence, and Hinata had been pleased with the results of her interview with the last Yuki. Thus, Naruto proposed a compromise. Haku would train him in the ways of the kitchen. While their latest collaboration, a gorgeous chocolate cake, baked in the oven, Haku regaled her new lord with tales of how she had assassinated many marks thought to be untouchable by Zabuza's clients. Most would be horrified at the notion of learning cooking from someone who freely recounted such events, but Naruto was fascinated by the science behind the deeds and had no better way to pass the time. With Hinata still fulfilling her ambassadorial duties in the Land of Waves, Sasuke throwing himself into his training to distract himself from his own love life, and Jiraiya catching up on current events with Kakashi, the duo were alone in the mansion. Thanks for doing all this, Haku-chan. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I always regretted not be able to do this growing up. Please, Naruto-sama, the pleasure's all mine. Haku launched herself at Naruto, pinning him to the kitchen wall. The young Daiyoukai saw the lunge coming and could have stopped it a dozen different ways. He did not. Azure eyes met chocolate brown in a haze of love. They did not need to worry about the cake. The oven had a timer, and neither of them would care if it was slightly overcooked. Haku-chan, I've more or less adapted to your presence, but I need a release of some kind to seal the deal. I cannot give you anything that I have not already given to Hinata. Are you okay with that? Yes, Naruto-sama. Haku's lips met her lord's, and both lost the capacity to speak complete sentences. It was only through sheer force of will on Naruto's part, and the fear of Kami on Haku's part, that their clothes remained on their bodies for the next hour while their cake finished its tenure in the oven. When the timer hit 0, the two reluctantly adjusted their disheveled robes and ate their prize in silence after Haku used Hyouden to cool it to the desired temperature. Ichiraku Ramen. 1 week before the Chuunin exams. Thanks for accepting my invitation, Iruka-sensei. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, and Hinata are too busy training for the exams, and Jiraiya is working with Hiruzen to make sure the civilian faction can never pull the same shit they did with me before again. How Naruto could speak in unbroken Japanese while slurping ramen noodles was a mystery Iruka would never solve. It's no trouble, Naruto-kun, but shouldn't you be training as well? Iruka's eyes narrowed in concern. Normally, you'd be right, but hearing Jiraiya's stories about my parents, what they were like in their childhood, how they met, how they fell in love, the missions they did both together and alone, even how they died, has filled with an inner calm I never thought I'd know. I've never felt stronger. That's understandable, Iruka sighed happily. The amount and potency of your chakra can vary drastically depending on your psychological state. Plus, we both know your skills are already, at least, Chuunin level, so I guess I'm worrying over nothing. The academy instructor waited until Naruto was nearly finished with his current bowl of ramen before continuing the conversation. Naruto-kun, forgive me for asking, but, given recent events, I must know what happened during your first 2 years at the academy that allowed you to perfect your class clown act. Naruto nearly choked on the last bit of ramen from his latest bowl. After downing some water provided with his meal, he turned to Iruka and gave him a 1,000-yard stare. You deserve to know, as do Kakashi-sensei, Jiraiya, Hinata, and Sasuke, but it's not just my secret to tell. The person you're looking for is still alive and wants to remain unknown for as long as possible. They're not afraid of any sort of backlash regarding what they taught me. Far from it, I don't think even Hiruzen could force the one you're looking for to do anything they don't want to do. And that's the problem. This person was tired of Konaha's political bullshit before they met me. Their refusal to interact with anything even remotely close to Konaha's politics makes Shikamaru-kun's laziness seem pathetic in comparison. I see. Thank you for telling me what you could, Naruto-kun. I'll be rooting for you in the exams. Iruka paid for his meal and left the ramen stand. What would you like to order next, Naruto-kun? Ayame, ever the professional waitress, had already placed the conversation she just heard out of her mind. Before I answer that, you should greet the 3 new customers who are about to sit down. Naruto's superhuman hearing had alerted him to a group of footsteps that were rapidly approaching the ramen stand. Seconds after he finished informing Ayame of her new guests, 3 teenagers wearing Suna headbands entered the restaurant and sat down. Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen. My name is Ayame and I'll be your server today. Have you eaten here before? Nope. This is our first time in Konaha and we've heard this is one of the best places to get a good meal at a good price. The black-clothed member of the group glared a challenge at Ayame. You heard right. I've been coming here since I was 4 years old, and I've never had a bad experience here. Naruto chimed in. Was I talking to you, brat? The black-clothed teen was seated next to Naruto and tried to punch him off his chair. Naruto grabbed the boy's hand in a bone-crushing grip. You're here for the Chuunin exams, right? It wouldn't do for you to get in a fight with a Konaha shinobi before they start, especially not while said shinobi is enjoying a meal in his favorite restaurant. As he spoke, Naruto steadily increased the pressure on the young man's arm. The abused Suna genin reached towards his back with his free arm. Kankuro. No. The sole girl of the trio yelled, seemingly in vain. Naruto prepared to throw the now-named Kankuro out but was stopped the next instant. Kankuro. Cease this childish nonsense at once. The red-headed member of the trio ordered. The Konaha genin is correct. You dishonor our village with your actions. Why yes. Gaara. Kankuro immediately backed down. Naruto released his grip on the boy and turned to thank Gaara but paused after looking into his eyes. Gaara had the look. Naruto would have to be a fool not to recognize it. It was the same look Naruto had in his early years before Hinata became the light in his darkness. Young man, what is your name? The red-haired teen asked. Naruto Uzumaki. And yours? Gaara of the desert. Naruto-san, I look forward to meeting you in the exams. Mother craves your blood. Mother. Is that what he calls his tailed beast or whatever else is inside him that makes him give the look? Naruto pondered this while the girl of the trio ran damage control. We should leave. Please, Naruto-san, ignore what my little brother just said. The young woman was clearly terrified. Perish the thought. You're sitting at the best restaurant in Konaha. Far be it from my presence to deny you the food of the gods. Ayame. Give them whatever they want, my treat. Naruto placed a 10,000 ryu bill on the counter. Well, I should get going. Wouldn't want your meal spoiled by mother's bloodlust. As Gaara said, we'll get to that during the Chuunin exams. Naruto left the ramen stand with all haste, not for his own sake but that of the restaurant he loved so much. The day of the Chuunin exams. Sasuke-san, will you fight me here and now? Team 7 had passed through the genjutsu meant to filter out anyone not ready for the Chuunin exams with no trouble. Such a test was less than child's play to a team with a Sharingan user, a Hyuga, and a human Daiyoukai hybrid with superhuman senses. However, before they could enter the room where all the other prospective Chuunin were awaiting the start of the exams, a challenger wearing green spandex appeared. I'm not opposed to a quick spar, but shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Sasuke countered. Ah, my sincerest apologies. My name is Rock Lee. My team, Team Guy, graduated the year before you, Sasuke-san. I've wanted to spar with you, the last Uchiha and Rookie of the Year, for quite some time now. Lee entered a fighting stance, awaiting Sasuke's response. Well met, Rock Lee, I accept your challenge. Sasuke adopted his own stance and activated the Sharingan, the two tomo in each eye gleaming with anticipation. You're using the Sharingan already. Perhaps this makes me sound arrogant, but I assumed that I would need to force you to use it. Lee raised one of his extremely bushy brows. We only have 30 minutes before we all need to be in that room. Sasuke flicked his head towards the nearby door. You challenged me knowing that I'm an Uchiha, and we don't have much time to waste, so I'm coming at you with everything from the start. The last Uchiha rushed at Lee but was surprised at how quickly the green-garbed boy leapt out of his reach. Konaha Senpu. Lee unleashed an onslaught of kicks that Sasuke barely dodged. In fact, he was forced to block the last one and the effort forced him back several feet. As Lee rushed Sasuke to press his advantage, he was shocked when Sasuke raised a hand in surrender. There's no point in continuing anymore. I can read your moves with my Sharingan, but you're too fast. I can't move quickly enough to take advantage of what my eyes can see. I'd rather not go into the Chuunin exams injured and exhausted. Sasuke was lightly panting but otherwise seemed fine. Even so, to dodge or block the entirety of my Konaha senpu is no mean feat. The rumors I've heard of you being a child prodigy have not been exaggerated. Lee extended his hand to Sasuke in friendship. Perhaps not. Sasuke mused as he accepted the gesture, but my place as Rookie of the Year is entirely due to unfair bias. Another in my graduating class is far more worthy of the title than I am. Sasuke jerked a thumb toward the Daiyoukai in the room. Naruto-san, is that you under all that armor? Lee barely recognized Naruto without his loud orange jumpsuit. Yup. Don't have time to go into where I got it now. Hopefully, I'll get the chance to tell you later. Naruto untied Tensega's sheath from the sash he'd added to his family armor and handed it to Hinata. I'm not underestimating you. That sword is a family heirloom and has very specific conditions for its use. Naruto quickly explained before Lee could chide him for not taking the spar seriously. Understood, Lee said before lunging at Naruto with a series of kicks. He's very fast. It's no wonder Sasuke couldn't keep up even with his Sharingan. Naruto mused as he dodged or blocked the entirety of Lee's assault. The vision training he had done in the Land of Waves was intended to cultivate his night vision and was a complete success. His vision was also amplified while in daylight or other normal lighting conditions. His daytime vision was inferior to Sasuke's semi-matured Sharingan when it came to perceiving his environment, and he'd never be able to analyze an opponent to the extent of being able to replicate their moves, but Naruto had more than just his vision working in his favor. He could hear the vibrations caused by Lee's fist cleaving through the air, could smell the pheromones indicating his emotional state, and, most important of all, could recognize the similarities between Lee's taijutsu and fighting style utilized by one of Inuyasha's allies, Kuga of the Wolf Yukai. Naruto had not been idle these past 3 months. While any serious jutsu training he might have done was superseded by his conversations with Jiraiya, he had delved deep into his clan history. The founding members of his clan had interviewed Inuyasha and his friends, eventually piecing together their entire campaign against Naraku. Given the relative frequency of their clashes, Kuga's fighting style was well detailed. Naruto could not match Lee's speed, though he came closer than Sasuke, but he did not need the Sharingan to anticipate Lee's moves. The punches he could not dodge were deflected and the kicks he could not block were evaded. Lee was not used to anyone except Gai-sensei or Neji evading his taijutsu for more than a few minutes. He grew annoyed and sloppy. A reckless kick was dodged by Naruto, who immediately countered by grabbing Lee's ankle as it soared past his head and hurled the green-suited genin into the nearest wall. Ow 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 ow. Lee moaned while getting back to his feet. I submit. Naruto-san, I must ask, how were you able to evade my movements when Sasuke could not, even with his Sharingan? Sasuke needed to see your movements in real time to have any chance at reacting to them. Unfortunately for you, your taijutsu is similar to the style used by an ally of my clan's founder. Naruto gave a simplified explanation. With that style as a template, most of your moves were familiar enough for me to anticipate them. Furthermore, you rely too much on your speed. I can tell you've put yourself through hell to achieve it, and you should be proud of that, but your style doesn't seem to have any countermeasures in place for someone who has enough knowledge or experience to predict your attacks. I see. Thank you very much for your advice, Naruto-san. I hope to fight you again in the future. Lee bowed in thanks before going into the room with all the other prospective Chuunin. Naruto retrieved Tenseiga from Hinata and retied it to his sash as Team 7 entered the room as well. The room looked like a large exam room, and shinobi from every major village were scattered throughout it. Naruto noticed at least 7 Iwa teams around the room. Hey, so the Tsuchikage still wants me dead, does he? You'd think losing over 100 Jonin would get the point across. Iwa may be the most populous of all the shinobi nations, but even they can't easily afford the loss of so many Jonin. As Naruto was wondering just how far Iwa would go to kill him during the Chuunin exams, Sasuke encountered a certain platinum blonde kunoichi for the first time in nearly a month. Sasuke-kun. Ino barely managed to suppress her tears. The price she had paid for ignoring Sasuke and Inoichi's warnings was still fresh in her mind. 1 month had not been nearly enough time for the emotional scar she unwittingly gave herself that day to begin healing. Ino-chan. Sasuke felt his heart break. As much as he wanted to reach out to his ex-girlfriend, he knew doing so would only lead to another scene. So, like the Yamanaka heiress, the last Uchiha suffered in silence. Troublesome. She's been impossible for the last month. Shikamaru complained to Naruto. Do you have any idea what caused this? Too many unfriendly ears to go into detail with it. The short version is Sasuke wants more than what Ino alone can give, and she found out about it in the worst way imaginable. Naruto answered. Fucking hell. Shikamaru whispered. He instantly read between the lines of Naruto's response. Sasuke desiring a harem wasn't an inherently bad thing. In fact, such a fate would likely have been forced on him at some point to ensure the revival of the Uchiha clan. But he just had to want two kunoichi who despised each other, didn't he? The Nara heir resisted the urge to slam his head against the wall. Ha! Found you guys. Kiba led her teammates through the room, and Sakura let out a muffled eep after seeing Naruto for the first time in 4 months. His new armor and sword did nothing to assuage the terror Naruto had instilled in her the day after they all graduated. Turning to observe the silent tension between Sasuke and Ino, Sakura no longer knew whether to laugh or cry. Kurenai-sensei had been very thorough with all aspects of Sakura's training. The fangirl she used to be was dead and her ashes had been scattered to the 4 winds. She still had feelings for Sasuke. Not even Kurenai-sensei could change that, but Sakura now focused on being a kunoichi first and a young woman second. She knew about Ino's gardening planning sessions with Sasuke. The girl had hardly been subtle once she believed she'd bested Sakura. As a rival, Sakura should be overjoyed that Ino had been forced to put her foot in her mouth. As a kunoichi, however, it pained Sakura to see her fellow shinobi so heartbroken. She knew all too well how such things could affect her team. My fixation on Sasuke-kun nearly caused Team 8 to fail the bell test. And whatever happened between Ino and Sasuke-kun seems 100 times worse than that. Should I talk to her? Damn it, I can't. She's giving off super I want to be alone vibes right now. I need to talk with Kurenai-sensei about this when I get the chance. She's dating Asuma-san, so maybe together they can figure something out. While Sakura made her decision regarding Ino, Kiba approached Naruto. What's up, brat? You smell wilder now, like a real badass. Makes me want to fight you right here, right now. Kindly keep your barbaric tendencies in check, Kiba-chan. Shino chided. Unless, of course, we are given leave to assault each other during the exams. Tisk. What a buzzkill. I keep telling ya, Shino-kun, you're never gonna get anywhere in life if you don't act on your impulses every now and again. Kiba retorted. Such an illogical rebuke. This is why I am the deputy leader of our team, and you are not. The Aburame heir countered. My, to think that there's 9 freshly graduated Konaha genin here this time. This isn't a field trip, you know. And you are. Naruto wrinkled his nose. This guy reeks of snakes. Name's Kabuto. This is my 4th year taking the Chuunin exams. In all that time, I've gained quite a bit of knowledge about the other participants. Since you're a fellow Konaha shinobi, I guess I can share what I've learned. Kabuto produced a deck of seemingly blank cards. If you know so much about our competition, then I'd like to know about the Gara of the Sand. Naruto scowled. That's no fun, you already know his name. Kabuto drew a card from partway down the deck and channeled some chakra into it. The info I have on him is limited since he's both from another village and has not participated in the Chuunin exams before. All I have is his mission data, 8C ranks and 1B rank. All apparently completed without him suffering a single injury. That's impossible, Kiba exclaimed. That's enough. Quiet down, UWORTHLES lot. A regiment of shinobi from Konoha's intelligence division led by Ibiki shunshined into the room. We will now begin the first part of the Chuunin exams. Hokage Tower Conference Room. It seems Ibiki-san is administering the written portion of the Chuunin exams this year. Kakashi, Do you think your 3 kids can deal with his psychological torture? Guy faced only Kakashi while asking his question, but Kurenai, Asuma, and Iruka, who was in the room enjoying a rare break from both his teacher and substitute Anbu duties, blanched in varying degrees of discomfort. Ibiki-kun is proctoring the exam. That's perfect. Now, Naruto-kun will actually have a challenge. A voice unknown to all else in the room cackled as an elderly woman wearing a navy blue long-sleeved shirt, matching pants, and a sea green shawl walked slowly into the room, her steps slowed by a cane so gnarled it looked more like the mummified remains of some sort of animal than any construct of wood. Kodaru-sensei. Iruka bowed in respect. None of that, Iruka-sensei. I owe you far too much to tolerate that nonsense from you. Iruka-sensei, you know this woman? Asuma inquired. How could I not? She's the head librarian of Konaha's academy. She's been there longer than anyone can. The words died on his lips as Iruka and the 4 jonin present during Hiruzen's meeting connected the dots. Indeed, I am the person you seek, the one who holds the answers to Naruto's past. However, I have yet to decide if most in this room are worthy of the knowledge they desire. Kodaru's blue eyes narrowed. Kodaru-sensei, Naruto-kun has acknowledged that Kakashi and I, and Naruto's team, deserve to know. Iruka stated. For an instant, the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Has he? Now. Well, I would have told you soon enough, Iruka-sensei, and if Naruto-kun has deemed Kakashi-kun worthy of the full truth as well, then I shall abide by his will. Kodaru sighed. Both of you, come see me once the Chuunin exams are over. I'll not speak of it before then. Kodaru-sensei, why would you have been willing to tell Iruka-san the whole truth without Naruto's blessing? Kurenai asked. Because he all but raised the young man during his academy years. If I was Naruto's adoptive grandmother, then Iruka-sensei was his surrogate father. Kodaru replied. You honor me, Kodaru-sensei, far more so than I deserve. Iruka said sadly. You blame yourself for the actions of others, actions that were beyond your power to control. Kodaru slammed her cane against the ground. You think I do not know what you did to prevent Naruto's misfortune? Naruto's revenge against the academy may have been the most prolific purge in its history, but it was not the first. Guy's eyes widened at the implication. Iruka-san, what did you do? It was 3 years ago now. Several students from varying classes had been encouraged by their teachers to assault Naruto. Iruka clenched his fists until they were white. I caught them in the act and neglected to restrain myself. Some of the Anbu witnessed my efforts to conceal the murders and brought me directly to Hokage-sama. He approved, and the whole affair was passed off as a horrific training accident. The students involved were all from civilian families, so no clan politics were involved. The other teachers knew, but had no evidence against me, just as I had no proof against them. Kurenai-chan, Asuma-kun, and Guy-san, Kodaru addressed the 3 in the room not acknowledged by Naruto. I am willing to hear your arguments, here and now, for why you should be granted the knowledge you have sought. Should Iruka-sensei or Kakashi-san wish to tell you in the future, that is their own affair, but this is your only opportunity to earn the right to hear it from me. You're awfully bold to withhold information from 3 jonin, Kodaru-san. Guy stood up from his chair and his typical, nice guy, persona fell away as he began assessing Kodaru as a threat. If my brazenness offends you, oh mighty jonin, then perhaps you should leave the room. Kodaru lashed out. There were no hand seals, no steady, or even rapid, emissions of chakra. In one instant, only air was present between Guy and Kodaru. In the next 3 water serpents were wrapping themselves around the green beast of Konaha. Before he could even think to escape their grasp, a hand motion from Kodaru saw Guy thrown out the window of the Hokage's tower. Impudent guppy, he's now exempt from my offer. Kodaru declared. Kurenai-chan, Asuma-kun, my offer still stands for you too. The 2 jonin began pleading their case, with ultimately no success. Chuunin exam room. Naruto had to admit that the first part of the exams was incredibly devious. Forcing the participants to use their jutsu to cheat, and failing the entire team if any one member was caught too many times, was truly inspired. The questions were viewed by many in the room to be impossible to answer correctly without finding the planted shinobi who knew the answers. Sasuke and Hinata had discovered 2 such plants and successfully cheated their way through the end of the exam several minutes ago, and Naruto had finished 5 minutes before them. Questions like these require a strong foundation. Isn't that right, Kodaru-sensei? Flashback. 6 years and 6 months ago. Got you, brat. Now, back to class with you. A librarian caught a 5-year-old Naruto cowering underneath one of the tables in the academy library. No. Please don't make me go back there. The teacher hit me all over just because I failed the test. Naruto held on to one of the table's legs for dear life. Don't you dare lie about your teacher's conduct, brat. Another librarian arrived to help Naruto. Forced away from the table, Naruto barely managed to squeeze out of his captor's grip. Before he could run away, a third librarian appeared and held the boy by the scruff of his neck. Perhaps we should apply some discipline of our own before returning this thing to class. The newest librarian suggested. What's going on here? A fourth, much older, librarian emerged demanding an explanation. Nothing you need concern yourself with, Kodaru-sensei, the first librarian replied, we are simply attending to some unwanted rubbish. Naruto was too busy crying to notice, but the first 3 librarians felt the temperature drop by at least 40 degrees. Perhaps my old ears are finally losing their edge. Surely, I did not just hear you refer to a boy crying and shivering with fright as rubbish. Kodaru's cane slammed into the floor with enough force to crack the tile. Her blue eyes, once a cerulean light enough to rival Naruto's azure orbs, now darkened to an ominous midnight blue. This boy is less than trash. He's lucky to even be Ali. The second librarian got no further before receiving a dose of killing intent so fierce that it stopped her heart. Naruto was spared, but his remaining captors were not. Come here, my dear child, I vow not to harm you. Kodaru's eyes had regained their cerulean hue. Naruto, too terrified to walk, crawled towards Kodaru like an infant and expected to be beaten the whole time. Kodaru sat at the table Naruto had been hiding under and beckoned him to sit. Now, my boy, is this why you ran away from class? Kodaru produced a crumpled ball of paper that had fallen from Naruto's hand in the commotion. It was a simple multiplication test with times tables 1 through 12, and nearly every answer was wrong. Yes, I didn't do good on the test, and the teacher hit me. Naruto recoiled, thinking the recent past would repeat itself. You're telling me that, instead of showing you where you went wrong and teaching you not to make the same mistakes again, your instructor punished you with physical violence. Kodaru's eyes were midnight blue again. Yes, please believe me. Naruto begged. Kodaru stood up, moved around the table, and swept Naruto into a mother's embrace. You poor boy, reviled for being different, despised for your parents' actions, noble though they were. This shall not stand. Kodaru left the boy at the table just long enough to retrieve a book containing the most rudimentary addition and subtraction problems. Young man, what is your name? Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. Nice lady, my class has moved past math problems like that. We're doing multiplication now. Forget your class, for you have learned nothing within it due to your teacher's neglect. Kodaru spoke softly, yet firmly. Multiplication, at its core, is accelerated addition. You failed your test because you lack a strong foundation. Foundation. You mean those slab things that they build new houses on? Naruto asked. Precisely. A house can have the best walls and a perfect roof, but it will collapse mere days after completion if the foundation is weak. It is the same with mathematics and the shinobi arts. Your teachers have sabotaged your foundation, because they fear you. They're afraid of me. Why? Naruto yelled. That's not important right now. What matters is that I have no intention of allowing you to remain as weak as your teachers desire. Look around, Naruto-kun. What do you see? Books. Naruto replied dumbly. Yes, many of my fellow faculty members bemoan the existence of the Academy Library, which is also Konoha's biggest public library. They have forgotten that the knowledge contained here, knowledge cultivated since before the time of Hashirama-sama, is an invaluable asset to any prospective shinobi. This library is my domain, and I promise you, Naruto-kun, that, before your 7th birthday passes, you shall have the strongest foundation this village has ever seen. However, You must conceal the strength of your foundation until you graduate. You must be as the octopus, perfectly camouflaged until the ideal moment to strike. This too, I shall teach you, for none are better at concealing what lies beneath than me. Flashback end. Naruto was less than impressed by Ibiki's final question at the end of the written portion of the Chuunin exams. Before he could call the interrogation specialist out on his bullshit, Sasuke beat him to the punch. Absurd. Who in their right mind would run away now? No one worthy of being a shinobi, that's for damn sure. Ask your final question, Ibiki-san. To be a shinobi is to walk with danger as your lover and death as your companion, but success should never fear failure. Sasuke's speech rallied the resolve of many in the room who were considering Ibiki's offer to quit. Are we sure Sasuke's a pure-blooded Uchiha? A speech like that is more reminiscent of the Senju. Ibiki waited a few more minutes to see if anyone else took the bait. They did not. No point in dragging this out any longer. All of you remaining in this room have passed the first stage of the Chuunin exams. The 78 of you still here have passed the first stage of the Chuunin exams. Upon hearing Ibiki's declaration, many of the teams that were on the verge of quitting before Sasuke's speech sighed in relief. Before anyone in the room could express their incredulity regarding the 10th question, something wrapped in a dark brown banner broke through one of the exam room windows. As the banner unfurled to reveal the woman within it, two kunai attached to its upper corners were embedded in the ceiling, holding it in place. Newly arrived Second Chief Command Officer was written on the banner. Now brats, don't relax yet. It's far too early for any of you to be celebrating. Anko glared at the genin in the room, her trench coat flared open revealing the tantalizing garments she wore beneath it. Several of the genin, man and women alike, blushed at the display. Ibiki, have you gone soft in the head? Why are 26 teams still in this room? Konaha's most infamous torturer turned her glare upon her commanding officer. This year's crop is exceptionally potent. Ibiki met his subordinate's gaze without flinching. HMPH. Not to worry. My exam will weed out the truly worthy from the lucky shits. Just thinking about it gets me moist. Follow me, maggots. I'll explain exactly how fucked you all are when we reach the site of the exam. Did she have to out herself as a sadist in front of all of us? Naruto cringed as his team led the way out of the exam room. The trio was flanked by two Aiwa teams. The 6 foreign shinobi didn't even attempt to conceal their murderous intent. Oh, my, that's some absolutely lovely bloodlust displayed by our guests from Aiwa. Anko cackled without stopping. Keep it in your pants, ROCKFUCKERS. Attacking each other is a no-no until your exam proctors say otherwise. The Aiwa shinobi's eyes flashed with rage, but they heeded Anko's order. Fantastic. Looks like Aiwa's coffin seller will have 24 more caskets to make once the exams are done. Sasuke's Sharingan flickered in anticipation. 8 Aiwa teams had applied for the Chuunin exams, and all of them had passed. Yup. Naruto popped the P. Good thing I didn't have much time to practice my jutsu since we got back from the land of waves. I wouldn't want things to be too easy. The last Uchiha and the Namikaze Lord had not been quiet while taunting the Aiwa, but Anko let their insults slide since they controlled their bloodlust while speaking. Alright, kiddies. This Konaha's 44th training ground. The Forest of Death. Anko halted her examinees when they reached a circular gate surrounding a gargantuan forest. Ooh. The Forest of Death. Quit trying to scare us, ya sage damned psycho. Kiba yelled. Akamaru's bark was the only warning she received in response before Anko retaliated by throwing a kunai at her face. Barely dodging in time, the Inuzuka heiress earned a scratch on her left cheek for her remark. Kiba-chan, you shouldn't proposition a woman at a time like this. What would your mother say? Anko licked the blood off her victim's face while wearing a shit-eating grin. Noble Proctor. Your kunai. A woman wearing a headband with Kusagaku's emblem reached out with her right hand and Anko's kunai rose from the ground. With a simple gesture, the woman slowly levitated the knife towards Anko. Thank you. Anko plucked the kunai out of the air. Now, if there are no other interruptions, I will now explain the rules for your second exam. 25 minutes later. Naruto, we have received a heaven scroll. I would prefer not to engage our fellow Konaha teams in battle for the Earth Scroll. Hinata's Byakugan was already active. I'm with you on that one, Sasuke replied. Doesn't feel right to go after our friends for the scroll we need. That said, if they attack us first, all bets are off. Damn right. Naruto slammed a fist into his other hand. But I highly doubt we'll need to worry about that. No, I suppose not. Hinata mused as she recalled what occurred when they left the room where the first exam was held. A high-pitched noise screeched through the speakers placed above the gate as it opened. That's the signal. Team 7, let's kick ass. Naruto roared before leaping into the forest of death. His teammates followed closely behind. Soon, they reached a large clearing and had to dodge several kunai. You're getting a little too popular for the good of the team, Dobi. 5 minutes into this exam and I was already trying to ambush us. Sasuke threw several bomb kunai into the trees at the edge of the clearing. Blame Danzo's bullshit and my dad being way too good at his job, Tem. Naruto retorted before drawing Tenseiga and throwing it at the nearest to the 3 Iwa genin that emerged from their hiding place. With telekinesis, Naruto made the heavenly blade spin end over end with so much speed that it gained the appearance of a buzzsaw flying through the air. It impacted the first would-be assassin with enough force to cave his skull in. The second of Naruto's 3 targets met the same fate, but the final mark had enough time to draw a kunai with a seal unknown to Naruto etched into the blade. The third Iwa threw the strange kunai at Naruto, who dodged it while watching Tenseiga claim her third kill. I must say, being able to kill in his manner is quite exhilarating. Tenseiga sighed with delight as Naruto levitated her back into her sheath. I'll never have the passion for it that Lord Sesshomaru's other blades possess, but being able to do more than simply block incoming damage during battle pleases me greatly. While the Yukai blade basked in her newfound pleasure, Hinata shrieked in terror. What's wrong? Naruto leapt to his fiancée's side. Too shocked to speak, the Hyuga heiress pointed towards a tree that Naruto had been standing in front of moments before. Said tree had been struck by the third Iwa's kunai and was now disintegrating before the trio's very eyes. In mere seconds, the 300-foot-tall tree was reduced to dust. By the fucking sage, what kind of bullshit is that? Sasuke yelled. An Iwa Keke Genkai or Kinjutsu, most likely. Naruto created 2 Kage Bushin to search the first 2 Iwa he had killed. Sure enough, they had each been armed with one of the disintegration jutsu-imbued kunai. The baleful knives disintegrated as soon as they were touched by the Kage Bushin, and clones perished with them. There are 7 Iwa teams remaining. Thus, we have, at the very least, 21 more of those accursed weapons to be wary of. Hinata shivered. We also cannot discount the possibility that our enemies are capable of using the same concealment jutsu that the Iwa Jonin utilized on the Great Naruto Bridge to render themselves undetectable, even to my Byakugan. I also wouldn't bet on us running into the remaining Iwa teams one by one. Sasuke grimaced. We should assume that they have a way of tracking each other's positions, even in a forest as huge as this one. All that's the bad news. The good news is that this team had the Earth Scroll we need. Another set of Naruto's Kage Bushin had been searching the 3 corpses. We can head straight to the central tower now. Anko-chan and the other exam proctors will be there. If Iwa's remaining teams pull anything right in front of them, it'll give Konaha all the ammo they need to declare war without any sanctions. Anko-chan. Hinata's eyes narrowed. Naruto. My love, I would be most appreciative if you refrained from using affectionate honorifics when addressing prospective members of your harem until after I have interviewed them. Duly noted. Naruto met his fiancée's gaze without a flinch, but I won't apologize for a necessary distraction. Whatever do you mean? Hinata's eyes widened as she realized what her future husband had done. Genius, Dobi, Sasuke snickered, but we really should get going. Leaving so soon, children. That simply will not do. A voice drenched with murderous intent thundered through the clearing. In the distance, several trees were flattened in a straight line. Fuden. Daitapa. Naruto poured as much chakra as he dared into his wind blast. As his jutsu clashed against a much stronger variant of the same technique, he weathered the onslaught to the best of his ability. But a gale, no matter how ferocious, can never rival a hurricane. Naruto was blown at least a mile away from his position. Sasuke and Hinata, having taken cover behind Naruto, were somewhat shielded from the worst of the windstorm by Naruto's body and jutsu. Consequentially, they were only blasted roughly 1,000 feet from their starting point. Kami damn it. Naruto shifted into his Daiyoukai form and tried to halt his flight through the air with telekinesis. He succeeded only in ensuring that he did not crash face first into the ground. As he waited for the massive wind blast to dissipate, a giant snake emerged right behind him. Naruto leapt into the serpent's open mouth, snapped off its fangs with his bare hands, jumped out of the reptile's maw, and stabbed one fang into each of its eyes. The serpent shrieked in pain, but Naruto knew he wasn't out of danger yet. He had only blinded his adversary, the snake could still smell him and he had only broken its fangs. Naruto drew two kunai, channeled Yuki into them, and charged towards his opponent at supersonic speed. The shockwave resulting from Naruto breaking the sound barrier displaced enough air to temporarily conceal his scent, allowing him to make several passes at the snake without fear of counterattack. By the time the serpent was able to discern Naruto's location once more, it bore several deep lacerations and the ground was flooding with its blood. Too injured to move its body, the reptile angled its head towards Naruto and waited for the inevitable. It may have seemed like an easy win for me, but I expended a considerable amount of Yuki just now. Snake-san, you are a powerful warrior worthy of a quick death. Naruto shifted out of his Daiyoukai form and threw a bomb kunai into the snake's left eye. Using chakra to drastically enhance his running speed, Naruto raced back toward his teammates, leaving the explosion that claimed the serpent's life in his dust. Your teammate's mastery of Fudan is most impressive, for a genin. Under different circumstances, I might have been tempted to collect him, as well. Unfortunately, my little greeting just now is bound to attract all manner of pests, so our time together is limited today, Sasuke-kun. The man before them had pale skin, black hair, and golden snake eyes. His killing intent radiated off of him like heat from the sun, endless and all but irresistible. Hinata, despite her sincerest efforts, had been rendered immobile and was on the verge of losing consciousness. You're not part of the exams. What do you want? Sasuke wasn't faring much better. He could barely move, and his breathing was labored. Oh, nothing much. I merely wished to see how well my old village has been raising the last Uchiha. The snake man walked blissfully towards his target. So far, I'm not impressed. If it only takes this much bloodlust to incapacitate you, then you'll never be able to kill Itachi-san. Oh, he did not just say that. Child Sasuke howled from the depths of Sasuke's mind. Kick his ass, current me. With pleasure, child me. Sasuke accepted the gift of rage from his child persona. When coupled with his own fury, it was more than enough to shatter the fear holding him in place. The Sharingan blazed to life within the last Uchiha's orbs. Kaden. Hausenka no Jutsu. Fire release. Phoenix Sage Flower Technique, with his chakra reserves bolstered by his anger, Sasuke was able to exhale nearly 100 miniature fireballs. Useless. The snake man exhaled another wind blast, and the disparity in power between the two combatants invalidated the elemental advantage Kaden typically enjoys over Fudan. Sasuke's fireballs were extinguished and the shuriken concealed within them were deflected. Hinata recovered from the surge of killing intent just in time to evade several of the wayward projectiles. Is that all? Team 7's assailant was interrupted by 10 spools of ninja wire wrapping around his body, nearly mummifying him. 10 cage bushin surrounded the serpentine shinobi in a circle, each one with wire in their mouth. Incredible. Even with his power amplified by his rage, a genin should not be able to make 10 stable cage bushin without dying or losing consciousness. Today I'll learn what deep-fried snake tastes like. Sasuke, and all of his clones, flashed through a series of hand seals. Kaden. Ryuka no Jutsu. 11 fire dragons hurled towards the snake man. The cage bushin, having poured all their chakra into their attacks, dissipated immediately after their dragons were launched. The original Sasuke poured all of the additional chakra his wrath had granted him into his dragon and now watched as his opponent was devoured by the inferno. To his shock, the snake man was unharmed behind a circular wall of water. The barrier was the same aquatic defense that Kakashi had used during the bell test. To force me to use a defensive jutsu, it seems my initial assessment of your abilities was most inaccurate, Sasuke-kun. Remember my name. Orochimaru. With a single hand seal, the Sannin's neck elongated to an unnatural degree and darted towards Sasuke like a snake. Hinata tried to intercept Orochimaru's head, but the unprecedented jutsu had caught her off guard. Her counterattack was too slow, and Sasuke's neck was bitten. Get away from him. Naruto flung several bomb kunai at Orochimaru's body, which he promptly evaded with a shunshin. The young Daiyoukai rushed towards Sasuke and noticed the triple tomo seal manifesting on his best friend's neck. What have you done? Naruto roared. Nothing that concerns you, Kyuubi brat. Orochimaru enjoyed the surprise spreading across Naruto's face. Oh, yes, I know what you are, boy. I may have left the village years before you were born, but certain associates of mine have kept me well informed of recent events. Danzo. Naruto swore. Indeed. Root and I collaborated on many ventures. I care not for the man himself, but the loss of his research facilities, and the data contained therein, pains me greatly. You bastard. Naruto tried to shift into his Daiyoukai form, but Orochimaru gave him no quarter. 8 serpents as wide as one of Naruto's thighs wrapped around his limbs and bit into them. The toxin they injected was hallucinogenic, meant to disorient the victim's mind and make it impossible for them to focus on the task at hand. As a descendant of Sesshomaru, Naruto was resistant to poisons, but his human form relied on his Yuki to neutralize the effects of any toxin it was exposed to. The venom was so potent that all of Naruto's Yuki was needed to fight it, leaving nothing to fuel his Daiyoukai transformation. As expected of an Uzumaki, your vitality is virulent enough to nullify even this much mind-altering venom. However, the effort seems to have diverted much of your chakra, meaning you've nothing left to defend you from this. Orochimaru's right hand glowed with purple flames. Gogyu Fuin. 5 elements seal, the snake Sannin's fingers impaled Naruto's chest through his armor. Though he could not see the boy's flesh, or the seal-keeping Kurama contained within him, he had invested years of research into this moment and had long since memorized the area he needed to strike. Naruto screamed as felt a sinful cage snap shut within his soul. I believe there are a great many Iwa shinobi that wish to see you, brat. If you survive against them in your current state, I'll acknowledge your value as a test subject. Orochimaru tore his hand out of Naruto's chest. The wicked flames poured out from the seal he had just placed on Naruto and destroyed much of the cuirass and undergarment protecting his torso. The serpents restraining Naruto flung him into the air, and Orochimaru exhaled a third wind blast to send the crippled Daiyoukai to his doom. Naruto. Hinata's cry echoed through the forest, but she knew that her only hope was to take Sasuke and flee. Many a Hyuga elder had bemoaned the talent of the Sannin, as their existence compromised the clan's image as Konoha's strongest military asset. Orochimaru, in a rare moment of mercy, left the Hyuga heiress to her grief. Forest of Death. Outer Perimeter. Terrible news, Anko Dono. A team from Kusagaker has been found dead. An intelligence division shinobi doubling as an exam proctor gave his report. What are the circumstances of the team's death? Anko knew her team would not report such a mundane occurrence unless there was something amiss. Ma'am. The bodies have been calcified. The faces of each victim show signs of extreme calcification. The proctor explained. Calcified. What manner of jutsu? Oh, no. Anko remembered the Kusaga woman who levitated her kunai back to her and recalled one of her former master's war stories. Report your findings to Hokage-sama at once. Tell him that I've requested 12 Anbu regiments to be deployed into the Forest of Death ASAP. T-12 full regiments, Anko Dono. The proctor nearly collapsed in shock. What's going on? There's no time to explain. All Konaha genin currently undertaking the exam are in extreme danger. You have your orders, go. Anko didn't bother waiting for her subordinate's reply before leaping into the Forest of Death. She tried contacting the numerous snake summons she kept scattered throughout the forest to ascertain the location and status of her charges, but none of them were responding. Damn it. How could they even know about my summons, let alone kill them all? Oh, my poor dear, is that what you think happened? Anko's cursed seal activated for the first time in years. She nearly collapsed from the sudden onslaught of pain. She barely managed to use one of her own serpentine jutsu to counter her treacherous ex-sensei's tongue. Orochimaru. That explains it. Those summons would listen to you before me. After all, you're the one who made me sign the summoning contract. Anko fought through her pain and drew a kunai. Even after all these years, you continue to disappoint me. Rushing headlong into hostile territory without any contingencies arranged in case your initial plan failed. I know I trained you better than that. Orochimaru took a few steps toward his former test subject, and Anko's pain exploded by orders of magnitude with each one. Her kunai fell from trembling fingers. You're an embarrassment, a near total waste of time and resources on my part. The only value you ever provided me was the data regarding the cursed seal of heaven, which I have just granted to Sasuke. For that alone, I thank you. The experiments I conducted upon your flesh and soul allowed me to drastically increase the survival rate of my cursed seals. Typically, I wish them to have consistently fatal consequences, but there are times when I want the subject to live. Orochimaru was now inches away from Anko, and her pain had long since exceeded unbearable parameters. Staying conscious was an act of absolute willpower. Moving and speaking were commands her body was no longer capable of comprehending, let alone obeying. For your contribution to my research, I grant you the slowest, most agonizing death I can inflict on short notice. Savor it for eternity. Failure. Anko's cursed seal spread across her body like a virus, injecting senjutsu into her being at a rate beyond her existence's capacity to filter it. Forest of Death. Northwestern Quadrant. Not good. Very not good. Naruto had nearly lost consciousness after the Gogyu Fuin was applied to his body. Whether by intent or happenstance, Orochimaru's brutal method of delivering Naruto into the laps of those who sought his life had kept him awake. As such, he was able to land with enough grace to preserve the majority of his body's structural integrity. Those two bits were the only good news regarding his current predicament. His Yuki reserves had been almost completely drained in the effort of purging the hallucinogenic venom from his body. The minuscule amount that was left was desperately trying to erode the new seal decorating his chest, but such efforts were futile. Even with full reserves, it would have taken a month, at least, for Naruto's Yuki to erode the seal. The defensive symbiosis Naruto's Yuki had with his chakra network now worked against him, as all Yuki generated by his Yuki core would be diverted into destroying the Gogyu Fuin. This also meant that his armor, which was designed to repair itself by feeding on its owner's Yuki, would remain in its damaged state. The Kami Dam seal had crippled his chakra network, making it 3 times harder to manipulate his chakra than normal. The cherry on this shit sundae was that Naruto's shinobi tool pouch, in which he had kept the Heaven and Earth scrolls, had been ripped open by the latest wind blast. The scrolls had been torn to shreds, and over half his kunai and shuriken were lost in transit. A Yuki drained, chakra crippled, and supply depleted Naruto now faced 21 fully rested Iwa genin armed with disintegration jutsu kunai. Alright, you Iwa fucks. I'm more than a little handicapped at the moment, but you've got another thing coming if you think I can't take you all down. Your disintegration toys don't mean shit to me. Naruto leapt into the air just as 10 of his 21 victims combined their Doden jutsu to weaponize the ground beneath his feet. Another 3 Iwa threw their disintegration kunai at Naruto. Taju Kage Bushin no Jutsu. 100 Kage Bushin materialized around Naruto in a spherical formation, protecting him from the lethal kunai. The 97 that survived fell towards the Iwa like a tidal wave. Most of the Iwa used their jutsu to sink underground in time, but 2 weren't fast enough and were killed by Naruto's clones. Damn it. With my chakra network crippled, my Kage Bushin take more chakra to create and are much less stable. Naruto grimaced as he swiped another disintegration kunai out of the air with Tenseiga. The only silver lining in this scenario was that, while his chakra network was a mess, his chakra reserves were not. His encounter with Orochimaru had done nothing to erode the inner peace Naruto gained from his numerous conversations with Jiraiya. This was now a battle of attrition. With his massive reserves, Naruto could play the quantity over quality game just as well as his enemies. His hellish training in the land of waves enabled him to weave through the trees in ways impossible for the Iwa genin to predict. They tried to compensate by using their Doden jutsu to collapse the trees, but the roots of the massive plants ran far too deep for such efforts to be feasible unless considerable time was invested. Time Naruto's Kage Bushin did not allow them to have. They attacked from above. The Iwa retreated and attempted to counterattack from beneath the ground, turning the solid earth to sand or fluid with various techniques. Over the next hour, One by one, the Iwa fell. Eventually, only one Iwa remained standing. Both he and Naruto were physically exhausted and drained of chakra. Naruto rushed his last opponent, his last kunai held in his left hand. The final Iwa met Naruto's charge with his own and batted Naruto's kunai away with his free hand. The Namikaze Lord recovered but saw that his adversary's weapon would find its mark a second before his. I think not. Tensega's barrier snapped into existence. Though it had the thickness of paper, its resilience exceeded that of a mountain's. The Iwa's weapon bounced harmlessly against the barrier and the jutsu contained within it was neutralized by Tensega's Yuki. In the few seconds it took for the barrier to dissipate, the battle was over. Ha! Take that Iwarockfuckers! Naruto bellowed. A most splendid victory, especially given your handicap. Evade now. Tensega's warning came a half-second too late. Her barrier, once deactivated, needed a 10-second cooldown before it could be used again. It had only been 7 seconds, and Naruto's extreme exhaustion rendered him incapable of dodging the disintegration kunai now lodged in his stomach. 2 more of the kami-damned weapons streaked through the air. These came late enough for Tenseiga to deflect with her barrier, but the damage was done. Lord Naruto. No, please no. Tenseiga wept. In desperation, the heavenly blade channeled her Yuki into Naruto. She thought that, as a blade of purification, she might be able to purge the effects of the jutsu from her master's body. Deep down, she knew she was grasping at straws. Tenseiga's purifying properties were meant to cleanse the dead of their sins, not the living of their ailments. The latter was what her power of resurrection was for, and she knew, all too well, that her ability to revive the dead could not be self-activated, it could only be wielded by a living Yukai. Even so, the Yuki she channeled into Naruto's body was successful in delaying the progress of his disintegration. Damn, this sucks. Naruto mused. If Kurama was awake, I bet she could have fixed this by flooding my chakra network with her power, but, not only is her consciousness still being suppressed by Hiruzen's seal, the new seal Orochimaru just put on me is probably meant to stop me from using her chakra at all. Naruto could only glare at the 3 Iwa Chuunin who had morphed their anatomical structure to resemble the Kusaga genin. The trio placed an overwhelming amount of bomb kunai on the ground, and then their leader used the same jutsu he used earlier with Anko's kunai to magnetize the bomb kunai, levitating them into the air. Raiden. Gion. Lightning release. False darkness, a wide spear of lightning emerged from the trees and annihilated all 3 Iwa Chuunin. Its creator, a young woman wearing a Kumo headband, rushed towards Naruto. Hurry up. Omoi-kun. Naruto-sama is dying. Here it is, Karui-chan. The woman's teammate produced a storage scroll from his pouch and activated it, revealing a tree leaf that had all the colors of the rainbow pulsing through its veins. It was also larger than Naruto's entire body. The 2 Kumo genin held the enormous leaf above Naruto's torso. Its tip was positioned directly above the ever-widening hole in Naruto's stomach. Ha! Karui channeled all of her chakra into the massive leaf. Omoi silently did the same. The aurora-like pulsations of the leaf soon doubled, then tripled, in frequency. After roughly a minute, a single pure white dewdrop fell from the leaf into Naruto's body. The effect was instantaneous. Naruto's body was healed, all trace of the disintegration erased from his very being. His Yuki was fully replenished, the Gogyu Fuin vanished from his chest, and his armor was flawlessly repaired. Amazing. It's like my body was reset to a prior state of existence. Naruto stared in awe at his saviors. That is precisely what has happened, Naruto-sama. Yggdrasil, the heavenly tree, supports all that is, all that has been, and all that will be upon and within its branches. Even the most pitiful leaf permitted by the gods for mortal use wields immense power over causality. Omoi had to stop his explanation to cough up a large amount of blood. Naruto rushed to help his new ally but was stopped by Karui. My teammate will be fine, eventually. Yggdrasil's leaf eats up chakra like a swarm of locusts, and Omoi here tends to puke up blood when he runs low. Karui sighed before glancing at the surrounding trees. You Konaha kids can come out now. We just saved your friend, and we have neither the means nor the desire to fight you. Not sure if you noticed, but we're fresh out of chakra. Team 8, Team 10, and Team Guy all came into the open. The three teams had arrived in the brief interim between Naruto's victory against his initial 21 opponents and the death of the Iowa Chuunin. All of them suspected that the final Iowa squad was out of their league, and they knew that the two Kumo shinobi had been before they exhausted themselves to restore Naruto. "We're quitting this exam," Omoi said ruefully. "I can no longer fight, and my teammate is almost as diminished as I am. Naruto-sama, we humbly offer you our Heaven Scroll. The rest of you are more than welcome to take any scrolls you may need from the fallen Iowa." "Wait," Naruto yelled, "what have I done to earn such respect from you? Last I heard, Kumo and Konaha were still enemies." "That's a good question, Naruto-kun." Shikamaru mentally applauded his classmate. "You've done nothing to earn our respect before today, though, I gotta say, your performance in that battle was badass." Karui replied. "While you have done little to earn our respect, our nation owes your clan an enormous debt. This intervention repays a sliver of that balance." Omoi managed to clarify his teammate's statement before vomiting blood once more. "And that's our cue to get out of here. See ya around, Naruto-sama." Karui picked up her comrade and fled as quickly as her diminished state allowed. Naruto looked at his fellow Konoha genin and made a decision that he hoped he wouldn't regret later. "I had both a heaven and an earth scroll earlier, but they were destroyed. I've already gotten a scroll out of this battle, so you all can search the Iowa for the scrolls you need first. It's only fair." "Understood." Neji grunted before leading his team in search of an earth scroll. Generous. Perhaps too generous, but also logical, given the circumstances. Shino's team sought a heaven scroll. Ino wanted to ask Naruto how Sasuke was doing, but her conflicted heart stilled her tongue long enough for Shikamaru to find an earth scroll. Sad that she missed her chance, she followed her team out of the battlefield. Damn it all. Naruto swore after taking his turn to search the Iowa corpses. Of the 8 teams, 5 had heaven scrolls. The last of the 3 earth scrolls in the bunch had been carried by the illegal Iowa Chuunin team. Only a sliver of orange among its ashen remains informed Naruto of the type of scroll it had once been. "Well, best regroup with my team ASAP. It's only the first day of the 5-day time limit. We can find another team with an earth scroll." Naruto reassured himself as he retraced his earlier trajectory. With Hinata and Sasuke after Naruto had been blown away, again, by Orochimaru, Hinata had done her best to secure a strong defensive position from which to await Naruto's return. "He's not dead. He's not dead." The Hyuga heiress knew she was likely fooling herself, but the issue was moot until Sasuke regained consciousness. She would not leave a teammate defenseless to search for her fiancé. Naruto had been conscious, barely, when he was blasted away. It would have to be enough, for now. The chakra worming its way through Sasuke's chakra network from the strange mark felt profoundly wrong in ways Hinata couldn't put into words. She had placed the last Uchiha beneath a massive tree whose roots were slightly raised off the ground. She knew they were not alone. Her Byakugan had detected a shinobi team that was lying in wait approximately 100 yards from her position. Hinata entered a meditative pose to reduce physical strain but simply stared forward instead of beginning to meditate. "Clever girl," Dosu praised, "sitting like that will help conserve her chakra, to a certain degree." "I hate waiting. It's 3 against 1. We can take her now." Zaku licked his lips in anticipation, but was distracted enough by his lust that he failed to dodge Kin's kick to the family jewels. "Wow." Zaku clasped a hand to his mouth to reduce the noise of his scream. "Next time you say something that disgusting, I'm chopping them off." Kin pulled out a senbon and began channeling Fuden to make it vibrate at an incredibly high frequency. Zaku retreated several yards in terror. "Enough. You two," Dosu commanded. "The plan remains unchanged. We attack at dawn." "I'm really dying, aren't I?" Anko mused as she felt her body breaking down. Orochimaru's sadism had backfired. The pain he inflicted on her was so intense that most of her sensory nerves had died. She still retained the senses of sight and hearing, albeit in diminished capacities, but touch, taste, and smell were beyond her now. She was aware of her body's abysmal state, but she could no longer feel the agony her former master had wished upon her. Anko-san. Naruto had barely seen the kunoichi's purple hair as he rushed to get back to his team, but the smell of something profoundly wrong got his attention. "Naruto-kun, How ya doing, kiddo? Anko coughed as her newest friend approached. What happened to you? Those markings, they look just like the seal Orochimaru put on Sasuke. It's a cursed seal, the most powerful variant my ex-sensei ever developed. Anko relaxed in Naruto's arms. It binds his servants to his will. Anyone with one who tries to go against him ends up like how I am now. You're dying. Naruto recoiled in shock. Afraid so. No way to avoid it now. Do me a favor and stay with me till the end, would ya Naruto-kun? It won't be long now, and I'd prefer some friendly company as I die. Anko's eyes closed, and her breathing began to slow down. Naruto heeded Anko's request, lay her down on the ground, and readied Tenseiga. It will not work, Lord Naruto. I have examined Anko's body and she is in near total organ failure. That she has lasted this long is a miracle. Her body has deteriorated far too much for me to restore. However, there is something you can do to save her. What? No. I can't do that. She would be reviled even more than she already is. Naruto nearly threw Tenseiga to the ground in anger. She is your friend. Does Lord Naruto abandon his friends when he can do something save them? No, he does not, but I never even tried invoking the ritual. If any part of it goes wrong, nothing of the sort shall occur while I am here to guide your steps. Let my memories of your ancestors fill the gaps in your confidence. Naruto's mind flashed with the images of hundreds of his predecessors across the ages doing what Tenseiga had suggested. After the memories subsided, he nudged Anko awake. What's up, Naruto-kun? Looking for a last-minute confession of love before I kick the bucket. Anko did her best to smirk, but her facial muscles failed her. I can save you, Naruto said with absolute conviction. My clan has a ritual that many would consider a kinjutsu. It will restore you to life, even get rid of that cursed seal, but you won't be human anymore. You'll be a yukai, a demon. Anko did her best to narrow her eyes. You can't possibly be, sir. I would never joke or lie about something like this, Anko-san. The choice is yours. Die a human, or be reborn as a yukai. Naruto gave Anko a 1,000-yard stare. Will I still be me? Anko asked. Yes. Naruto promised. Then do it, Anko cried. Naruto's jade green Yuki formed a large circle around himself and Anko. Ancient kanji filled the interior of the circle, leaving just enough space for the two living beings within it. The kanji flared and swirled around Naruto and Anko before coalescing into hundreds of golf ball-sized spheres. Anko's current state was actually beneficial to Naruto's efforts. Her body was in near total organ failure, meaning he would have to completely replace her organs with his spell instead of altering them. The former process required more Yuki, but the latter process required a degree of mastery over his Yuki that Naruto did not yet possess. Furthermore, Anko's soul had been ravaged by senjutsu, and was unable to mount the resistance to Naruto's spell that it would have been capable of had it been in pristine condition. Naruto could not have asked for a better set of conditions under which to convert a human, body and soul, to a yukai. Lord Naruto, the cursed seal will almost certainly disrupt the ritual. You will need to suppress it first. Naruto's Yuki poured over Anko's body, forcing the cursed seal back into its dormant state. With that done, the ritual could begin in earnest. The first step was to destroy Anko's failing organs and recreate them from scratch. Any medical nin would have told him that such a thing was doomed to failure unless he had memorized the entirety of Anko's genome. He did not need to do so. Anko's soul remembered the form of its mortal shell, and Naruto could data mine it with impunity. With his Yuki fully restored by Yggdrasil's leaf, regrowing most of Anko's organs, while not effortless, was within his abilities. The only issue was the brain. The physical and spiritual layout of the brain must remain unchanged during the conversion process. Otherwise, Anko's memories, her personality, her mannerisms, and her morals would be completely different once the conversion was complete. Fortunately, Anko was a healthy young woman, and, psychological trauma notwithstanding, her brain was in excellent condition. Once her body had been renewed, Naruto got to work on Anko's soul. At this point, the Yuki spheres began phasing into Anko's body. To turn a human soul into a Yukai soul, it must first be isolated from their chakra network. Complete isolation is not possible without killing the human, but at least 95% of the soul must be isolated for analysis. Once the analysis is complete, a copy of the soul composed of Yuki can be generated and implanted into the subject's body, at which point it becomes their Yuki core. Soul analysis complete. Yuki core generation complete. Commencing integration. This was the most critical stage of the conversion process. If at least 95% of the subject's soul had not been successfully analyzed, the soul would view the Yuki core as a foreign spiritual entity and reject it, just like the immune system would reject a blood transfusion if the wrong blood type was used. If successful, Anko would be reborn as a Yukai. Otherwise, her soul would attempt to purge the Yuki core, which would damage it to the point it could no longer maintain its spiritual integrity. Anko's soul would break down, erasing her from existence entirely. This outcome was what Naruto was most worried about. Fortunately, the process was a complete success. Naruto's Yuki was drained by 2/3, but Anko was resting peacefully on the ground. Naruto created 4 sturdy cage bushin to surround the sleeping kunoichi. Make sure nothing gets to her until she wakes up. Once that happens, answer any questions she has about being a Yukai. His orders given, Naruto rushed toward his team's last known location. He invested most of his remaining chakra into his speed and quickly reached the site of his encounter with Orochimaru. Of course, they were no longer there, but Naruto smelled his fiancée's blood. Not in a large, spontaneous quantity, but in small, measured amounts. A blood trail. Thanks, Hinata. Naruto redoubled his efforts, reaching his teammate's position in just under 30 minutes. Hinata did not rise from her meditative pose, but she did momentarily flick her eyes away from Naruto. Enemies nearby. Got it. Naruto approached Sasuke and pondered his next course of action. Converting Sasuke to a Yukai was out. He was nowhere near ready to attempt the conversion process on a body in near-perfect physical health with a soul more than capable of resisting his efforts to analyze it. Even if he was skilled enough to attempt such a feat, he knew Sasuke would never forgive him for turning him into something many people would fear as a monster. He knew what that was like, and would never willingly inflict it upon anyone while another option was available. But what else can I do? Leaving the cursed seal alone can only lead to disaster if Anko's situation means anything. If doing nothing won't work and converting him into a Yukai can't be done, then what's left? Lord Naruto, you have outlined the 2 extremes that form the range of your options. What other avenue remains unexplored? Tenseiga asked with the demeanor of a school teacher mentoring her favorite student. A middle ground. That's it. Naruto realized the answer was a literal half measure. He didn't need to turn Sasuke into a Yukai. Converting him into a Hanyu would work just fine. Border of the afterlife. When Anko awoke, she found herself on the back of a skeletal bird flying through the mists of a mountainous region. Naruto-kun's ritual must have failed. Well, it was too good to be true anyways. Anko sighed. The bird flew past giant skeletons, the largest of which wore samurai armor and had numerous holes blasted in it. Wow, was someone fighting inside that thing? That's too freaky for me. No thanks. Finally, the bird reached its destination. A titanic, fossilized dog. Unlike the other corpses Anko had passed, the dog had not decomposed. The bird landed in the dog's open mouth. Once Anko disembarked, the bird flew away and the dog's mouth closed. No going back, eh? Then all I can do is march forward. Anko walked into the gargantuan beast's gullet. The path downward was a staircase lined on both sides by hundreds of statues. The farther down I go, the more these statues start looking like Naruto. What's going on here? Anko began to run, her need for answers overruling her sense of caution. The staircase emptied into an enormous throne room. Occupying the throne was a being with silver hair, elven ears, golden eyes, and a violet crescent moon on his forehead. Anko Mitarashi. My descendant risked much to claw you from death's embrace. More than he knows. If not for Tenseiga's tutelage, his Yuki core would have been permanently damaged. Unlike Orochimaru's eyes, which, while also gold in color, were somewhat muted in their brightness, this entity's eyes shone like the sun. Yuki. Is that some afterlife term for chakra? Anko asked. It is the power and life force of demons, of Yukai. While not wholly incompatible with chakra, Great care must be taken to ensure that they do not damage each other when they interact. Nearly all of my descendants have rejected their Yukai heritage and fought as humans, or have fully embraced their Yukai lineage. With Naruto, a third option has manifested. He has the potential to wield the energies in harmony. A rare half-smile adorned Sesshomaru's face. In his 12 years of life, Naruto had done much that filled his progenitor with pride. What makes Naruto different? And why tell me any of this? I'm dead after all. Anko's shout was followed by tears. On the contrary, you are very much alive. I have brought your soul here, to the border of the afterlife, to confirm that you are deserving of the second chance at life Naruto has given you. The Daiyukai's eyes glowed red and Anko felt a searing pain in her skull as Sesshomaru delved into the darkest depths of her mind. No memory was spared his gaze. As I suspected, you have endured much, and yet, you have persevered. You are worthy. Sesshomaru's eyes reverted to their golden hue. Naruto's potential is partially derived from his Uzumaki lineage. Yuki is inherently more destructive than chakra, so most mortal bloodlines are too weak to produce chakra capable of merging with Yuki. The much greater reason, however, stems from what Naruto has been forced to become. The Kyuubi, Anko said sadly. The only Daiyukai whose power exceeds my own, a being who has existed since the birth of this world, perhaps even longer. Her chakra is old, its properties unfathomable even to me. The Kitsune's power ridicules established law and principle. Sesshomaru half closed his eyes, remembering how close he had once come to slaying Kurama. If not for her inexplicable immunity to Bakuseiga, things would have ended differently. Time grows short. The longer a living soul remains here, the harder it becomes for them to return. Sesshomaru's eyes glowed red again, and the searing pain in Anko's skull returned. The skills and instincts of Snake Yukai were burned into her soul. Now, you are merely a Yukai, yet power and intellect are all that distinguish Daiyukai from their inferiors. You have the potential to ascend, as do all others who accept the conversion. Anko's world went white. Seconds later, she was waking up in the mortal world. Forest of Death. Team 7's location. The ritual needed to convert a human to a Hanyu is much more subtle than the Yukai spell Naruto used with Anko. To most observers, it would seem that the Namikaze Lord was using some kind of medical ninjutsu on his teammate. Naruto lacked the Byakugan, so he couldn't see Sasuke's Tenketsu, but Hinata, with Hiyashi's permission, had copied a Hyuga training manual that described their locations. The young Daiyukai had practiced channeling his Yuki into Hinata's Tenketsu. Now, he did the same with Sasuke. The last Uchiha's unconscious state made things easier for Naruto. He was channeling his Yuki through the Tenketsu on Sasuke's hands and knew from his experiments with Hinata that this was a painful experience. The last thing Naruto needed was for Sasuke to jerk his hands out of Naruto's grasp. Thank Kami he's an Uchiha. This would have no chance of working if Sasuke's chakra was less potent. Bit by painful bit, Naruto fed his Yuki into his best friend's chakra network. He had already applied a Yuki seal to Sasuke's cursed seal to ensure it would not activate during the ritual. Sasuke's chakra tried to reject the Yuki, but there was no danger. The Uchiha's chakra was powerful enough to safely interact with Naruto's Yuki. Instead of being destroyed, it was displaced, forced deeper into the chakra network. Under normal circumstances, such a disruption in the natural flow of chakra through the body was incredibly dangerous. If too much chakra was forced to remain stagnant in the network, the pathways would be torn apart by the strain. However, Naruto's spell altered the nature of his Yuki to semi-permeable. The mass of demonic energy invading Sasuke's chakra network assimilated a percentage of his chakra as it progressed. This percentage increased exponentially as the chakra pushed back against it. Halfway through the process, Naruto's Yuki core flashed rapidly, a warning that he was nearly out of Yuki. Damn it, not now. Naruto resolved to save his best friend or die trying. That is enough. You have performed admirably, but what you attempt is beyond you. Naruto's world went white. He recognized that voice from the first time he had spoken with Tenseiga. Lord Sesshomaru. Naruto asked solemnly. I vowed upon my deathbed that the Namikaze would thrive or perish by their own merit. However, the horror of being unable to do nothing but watch as a loved one dies before your eyes is known to me. Thus, once only, I shall assist. Naruto's Yuki core flared to full capacity and the agonizingly slow process reached a breakneck pace. Before Naruto could thank his progenitor, Sesshomaru broke the connection. Naruto his attention back towered Sasuke. Almost 70% of Sasuke's chakra network has been now saturated with my Yuki. That's more than double where I was at before. Naruto had been using another Yuki spell to gauge his progress. Purging the Yuki is no longer possible. Now, his chakra can only accept the Yuki it's been imbued with or be destroyed in the process, and it's too powerful for the latter possibility to occur. Naruto released Sasuke's hands and fell to the ground, drenched with sweat. The pushback against his Yuki had caused him unbelievable pain, and his Yuki core was drained of power. With the Yukai conversion ritual, I can choose what type Yukai the recipient will become. I went with a snake Yukai since I thought it would be best if Anko became something she was familiar with. Naruto shifted on the ground to rest right next to his closest friend. The Hanyu conversion is the opposite, Sasuke. Whatever creature is held closest to your heart at the moment the assimilation process is complete will determine what type of Hanyu you become. Hopefully, you like what you get, 'cause you're stuck with it now. Naruto couldn't stop his eyes from closing. I'm so dead when he wakes up. As dawn broke the next morning, Hinata rose from her meditative pose and threw a kunai at the squirrel darting towards her. Are all Oto nin so cruel? Hinata turned her head to face Team Dosu's hiding place. Notice the bomb tag we put the critters back, did ya? Zaku smirked as he emerged from the trees. No, there's something else at play here, stay focused. Dosu chided his teammate and stepped in front of him. Would you be so kind as to wake Sasuke up, girl? We've come a long way to fight him, you see. Do you take me for a fool? Hinata drew 8 shuriken, 4 in each hand. First, we are assaulted by Orochimaru-san, a shinobi well known for his control over snakes. Now, a team wearing serpentine attire seeks to fight the only member of my team afflicted by one of Orochimaru-san's seals. A seal placed by Orochimaru-sama would only be a cursed seal. Why would he order us to kill someone afflicted by such a thing? While Dosu questioned his master's motives, Kin drew 3 senbon and Zaku stretched his arms towards Hinata, revealing his implanted tubes. You're too smart for your own good, girly. We can't leave anyone alive who knows Orochimaru-sama sent us. Zankuaha. Decapitating airwaves, highly condensed airwaves shot out from Zaku's palms. In answer, Hinata flung her shuriken, which sparked with lightning and immediately achieved near supersonic speeds. Kakashi was quite upset after discovering that 2 of his students would be unable to train during the 3-month grace period given to them before the Chuunin exams began. He could forgive Naruto's refusal. Those conversations with Jiraiya were long overdue, but Hinata's temporary ambassador status with the Land of Waves was a bitter pill for the copy ninja to swallow. He had informed the Hyuga heiress in no uncertain terms that she would be forbidden from taking the Chuunin exams if she could not use the Denshuriken no Jutsu without hand seals by the time she returned. For additional motivation, he divulged that, since the exams required the presence of all 3 members of a genin team, her inability to take the exams would prevent Naruto and Sasuke from doing so as well. Hinata had put herself through as much hell as her ambassadorial duties allowed and fully mastered the jutsu. Zaku's jutsu weaponized the air, but it relied on his implants to do so. It was not a proper Fudan jutsu, so it held no elemental advantage over Hinata's Raiden technique. Her shuriken, flying nearly fast enough to break the sound barrier, had far too much momentum to be stopped by Zaku's air blast and decimated their target. 4 had been aimed at the boy's upper torso, 2 at his neck, and the last 2 targeted his arms. All but 1. Half the pair aimed at Zaku's neck, struck true. If the damage to his lungs and right jugular vein didn't kill him, the shock-induced cardiac arrest certainly would. Impossible. Aside from the Byakugan, the Hyuga don't use ninjutsu for combat. Kin nearly dropped her senbon in surprise. Every rule has an exception. The loss of Zaku-san is unfortunate, but the effort of killing him has cost our opponent dearly. Dosu's theory was confirmed when Hinata did not retaliate as he moved closer. They've noticed. Then, between staying up all night with my Byakugan active and ensuring my jutsu would be powerful enough to kill its target, over 3/4 of my chakra is gone. I must end this as swiftly as possible. The Oto Kunoichi seems to be a long-range combatant, while her surviving comrade favors close-range encounters. The gauntlet on his right arm must augment his taijutsu, but in what way? Hinata's speculations were performed while she threw several non-electrified shuriken at Dosu. It seems you've exhausted yourself completely, Hyuga. Dosu blocked the projectiles with his speaker and rushed Hinata. After getting within 10 feet, a Raiden trap activated and froze him in place. It took all of his willpower to stop from falling to the ground. That's why she stopped the squirrel earlier, Kin realized, to prevent it from triggering her trap. Making copies of the traps Kakashi-sensei used for Naruto's training was an ideal method to master Raiden manipulation. Hinata brought the memory of her first successful copy of one of the few remaining traps from those days to the forefront of her mind. The joy associated with the occasion banished the fear of failure from her thoughts, allowing her to focus fully on the task at hand. Dosu was still standing, but the electricity surging through his muscles made moving his limbs nearly impossible. Hinata darted inwards, seeking to strike a series of tenketsu that would induce cardiac arrest, but had to retreat when Kin launched a volley of senbon at her. The Byakugan warned Hinata of the Fudan chakra infused into the needles. When they hit a nearby tree, they drilled holes nearly all the way through its thick trunk. Much obliged, Kin-san. Dosu had recovered from his momentary paralysis and now leapt at Hinata. Wary of the Byakugan's capacity to detect chakra, he refrained from activating his Kumaizen resonating echo drill until the last possible moment. Hinata evaded the Oto Genin's strike, but she had no context for how far should have positioned herself to avoid the accompanying sound wave and was caught in the jutsu. Her right semicircular canal was ruptured, leaving her vulnerable to a gut punch from Dosu. Ack. The Hyuga heiress coughed up blood as she collapsed at Dosu's feet. Before he could finish her off, a howl of unbridled fury tore through the air. Sasuke's mindscape. This has got to be the Dobe's handiwork. Sasuke spat. His mind was already cluttered enough with the Aben flames representing the trauma inflicted by Itachi and the scale embodying his heart's deepest desire. Recently, a humongous, white snake with purple stripes had taken up residence within the mindscape and had spent the majority of the time since Sasuke was bitten by Orochimaru trying to eat the young man's mental projection. Child Sasuke has run interference as best he could, but the pseudo-dissociate persona could do little to stall the invasion of Orochimaru's chakra. Just as current Sasuke was about to be claimed by the astral serpent, a tide of jade-green energy washed it away. That sounds about right. You never could analyze his Yuki with your Sharingan, but this looks just like it. Child Sasuke readied himself for battle once more as the snake righted itself, but he soon realized there was no need. The Yuki tide coalesced into a sphere that flew high into the ceiling of the mindscape and suffused it in a light that soothed both Sasuke's but caused unbearable agony to the snake. This is goodbye, current me. Whatever Naruto's done to us is purging all non-dominant mental and spiritual influences from your being. The remnant of a far happier time felt no pain as he began to dissolve. That's a shame, but we both knew you couldn't cling to my psyche forever without crippling its growth. I've carried you for nearly 6 years, remember how much more expansive those black flames were when first manifested. Current Sasuke shivered. It was horrible. Your entire mind was burning away. I still can't believe how quickly your mental health counseling was stopped. If not for Naruto befriending us, I don't even want to think about what your mental state would be now. My only regret is that I couldn't smother the flames completely before today. Child Sasuke lamented. You've contained them to the darkest reaches of our mind, and being at the old house with Ino has extinguished most of what's left. Only one thing can quench the remaining flames. Current Sasuke's Sharingan flared with vengeance. Indeed. One last thing remains. The Yuki is demanding that we choose an animal, it's not saying why, just that we need to do it now. Child Sasuke was almost completely dissolved now. We wanted a pet wolf when I was younger, didn't we? Current Sasuke smirked. Yeah, we did. With that final confirmation, Child Sasuke ceased to exist. The Yuki sphere's color shifted from jade green to crimson and exploded like a star-going supernova. Sasuke was forced awake as the anatomical changes that finalized his conversion to a Hanyu occurred in an instant. The process was painless, but the realization of Hinata's plight was anything but. The howl that shocked Dosu into halting his deathblow was followed by a brutal punch. He barely managed to block it with his left arm, and the limb was shattered as Dosu flew through the air. Sasuke. Hinata couldn't believe her eyes. The young man in front of her looked like Sasuke. Same height, same build, same Sharingan eyes. But the Byakugan told a different story. Your chakra. What happened? Did the seal inflicted by Orochimaru-san do this? Hinata had not allowed herself to observe whatever Naruto had done to Sasuke when he arrived, so focused was she on their enemies. That disgusting thing. It was burned away by this. Sasuke called forth his chakra, now permanently imbued with Yuki, and a crimson aura blazed around him. His retractable claws and fangs surged from their dormant positions, and his hair doubled in length. Bullshit. Nothing can dispel Orochimaru-sama's cursed seal. Kin yelled. Kaden. Gokyaku no Jutsu. An enormous fireball hurled through the air. Kin leapt out of the way, but the fireball exploded on impact and flung Kin through the air with bone-shattering speed. Her fall, along with the majority of her skeleton, was broken by a tree branch. Damn it, Sasuke swore. I was going for a condensed blast, not a fireball. My chakra control is fucked. Is that really an observation you should be vocalizing in the presence of an enemy shinobi? Dosu charged at Sasuke, his good arm almost overflowing with chakra. Don't worry. I have no intention of wasting my jutsu on trash like you. Senkan Ensu. Soul-scattering blazing claws, Sasuke rushed at Dosu, the claws on his left hand surging with power. When the two clashed, Dosu's right arm was slashed to ribbons. Blood didn't even get the chance to flood out of the shredded limb before demonic flames erupted from the points of contact and consumed Dosu, body and soul. In the split second before the flames engulfed Dosu completely, Sasuke grabbed the Oto Genin's shinobi pouch and retrieved an earth scroll from it. Having gained his prize, the newly christened wolf Hanyu hurled the pouch onto the still blazing corpse of its owner. Hinata. Great job keeping us safe until I woke up. Sasuke relaxed his chakra Yuki, and his claws and fangs retracted while his hair shrunk to its original length. Remind me to burn Naruto's balls off later for turning me into a Hanyu without permission. Not a chance. As you very well know, I'll need those in the future. Hinata was overjoyed. If Sasuke could tell jokes, he was fine. Right. Almost forgot about that. Sasuke sighed while rummaging through Naruto's shinobi pouch. We still have a heaven scroll, so the earth scroll I just acquired gives us a complete set. As soon as the Dobi wakes up, we're off to the tower. Hokage Tower. You encountered Orochimaru after realizing that an illegal Iowa team had infiltrated the Chuunin exams. Anko-san, how are you still alive? Jiraiya's presence had been requested for Anko's debriefing once Hiruzen learned of Orochimaru's involvement. The Toad Sage knew that Orochimaru wouldn't hesitate for an instant while killing his former apprentice. Naruto-kun saved me. With some help from his ancestors' memories, courtesy of his Yukai's sword, he remade me into a Yukai. Anko answered the Sannin. A Yukai. Hiruzen suppressed the urge to gulp. Though he knew Anko's loyalty was above reproach, it was disconcerting to hear that she was no longer human. Yup. Let me show you. Anko closed her eyes in concentration, and her Yuki core hummed to life. She retained her humanoid build, but violet snake scales covered the top layer of her skin. Her tongue became forked, and her light brown, pupil-less eyes shifted to royal purple and gained golden slit pupils. You like. I can also turn into a giant snake, haven't tried that yet. Venom from Anko's new fangs dripped onto the floor. Sorry about that. My new instincts treat most humans as food. Anko focused on not eating her superiors, and the venom stopped leaking from her fangs. And this transformation has no effects on your psyche aside from the instincts you just mentioned. Hiruzen waved for one of his Anbu guards to carefully wipe the venom off the floor. That's right, sir, I'm still me. Anko shifted out of her Yukai form. Now, what actions are we going to take regarding Orochimaru? At the moment, there's little we can do beyond maintaining constant vigilance. Hiruzen sighed. My former student almost certainly has, at least, one hideout within Konaha's walls that has evaded detection. With Chuunin exams still in progress, we cannot search the village without alerting the other nations, and delaying or canceling the exams risks destroying the fragile peace we've managed to cultivate after so many years of conflict. I was already destroyed it, Hiruzen-sensei. Jiraiya rebuked. That illegal team was a blatant violation of the treaties between our nations, and the 8 legal genin teams went out of their way to attack only Naruto. We must assume that they know he is a Jinchuriki. They've declared war, and I would lead a Konaha hit squad to the Tsuchikage's manor right now if not for Orochimaru. Anaki's actions will not go unpunished, Hiruzen promised, but the timing of Orochimaru's return implies that our alliances are not as secure as they seem. For all his power and forbidden knowledge, my former student is not capable of destroying Konaha on his own. Your spies have indicated that the newly christened Otogakure was founded by him, but a brand new shinobi village has no chance of conquering a long-established one without assistance. Only once Orochimaru's ambitions are halted, and we are sure of whom Konaha can count as friends, may we turn our eyes to Iwa. Anko-san, return to the Forest of Death. The second exam is still over 3 days from completion, and your subordinates should know that you are well. Yes sir. Anko shunshined out of Hiruzen's office. Konaha. Orochimaru's hideout. Orochimaru-sama, have you recovered? Kabuto's concern was evident on his face, a rare departure from his typical mask. His team for the Chuunin exams was the second to finish, having entered the tower just 1 hour after the team from Suna. Minutes after being shown to the room allotted to him until the 5-day time limit ran its course, Kabuto had been telepathically ordered to his master's side and discovered that the snake Sannin was in extreme pain. The cause was shocking. A backlash from having 2 cursed seals forcibly purged. It should not have been possible, especially since both were cursed seals of heaven, the strongest variant of the cursed seal, but the evidence was undeniable. Not entirely, but it's nothing some rest can't resolve. Orochimaru grimaced. The snake summons Anko so generously scattered throughout the Forest of Death say that this year's batch of genin is rather talented. Enough should pass the second exam to necessitate a preliminary round for the third exam. The 1-month grace period between the preliminaries and the finals will be ample time for me to fully recover. What concerns me is how Anko managed to purge her seal. As infuriating as it is, I can understand Sasuke-kun's case. No doubt Danzo placed a countermeasure on the boy to ensure I couldn't manipulate him. A momentary setback, to be sure, but how did that worthless apprentice of mine escape her fate? Something is amiss. There is a power in Konaha that is unknown to me. If Danzo knew of its existence, then his knowledge of the subject died with root. And with the Yondaime Kazekage already dead at your hands, it is too late to abandon our invasion. Kabuto lamented. With this unknown factor in the works, how are we to proceed? By deploying Experiment 9X. Orochimaru answered. Kabuto nearly fell in shock. Orochimaru-sama, that subject is nearly uncontrollable. Please reconsider. If we dispel the seals suppressing its power, then we may never be able to reapply them. It matters not, Orochimaru countered. The beast is not capable of defeating me, but its presence all but guarantees this invasion's success. The snake Sannin's eyes gleamed with bloodlust. Return to your team, but quit the third exam when the offer is made. Your presence is needed to ensure the seamless delivery of Experiment 9X. As you command, Orochimaru-sama. What of Yoroi-san and Masumi-san? Kabuto inquired. They may proceed to the preliminaries. If they survive, they shall be granted the honor of becoming sacrifices for Sarutobi-sensei's reunion. If not, then the test subjects shall be utilized instead. Orochimaru turned his gaze upwards, salivating at the carnage he would soon unleash. Forest of Death. Central Tower, 2 days before the deadline. Anko-san, how are doing? Naruto beamed with relief at seeing the torture specialist alive and well. Of course, he knew she was fine from his Kage Bushin's memories, but it wasn't the same. Never better. Naruto-kun. Anko rubbed her neck where the cursed seal used to be. From now on, drop the san. Bringing me back from the brink of death puts you firmly in best friend ever territory as far as I'm concerned. If you say so, Anko-chan. Naruto couldn't stop a shit-eating grin from spreading across his face. Cheeky brat. Ah, hell, I'll allow it. Come here. Anko swept Naruto into a bear hug. When the next exam is over, you and I going to start having those conversations we agreed to that night back in the mansion. Rest up while you can. Things are about to get wild. As Anko left the room that had been allotted to Team 7, Naruto barely had time to catch his breath before feeling Hinata stare into his soul. Naruto. Dear fiancé. Answers, now. Start of the preliminaries. So Orochimaru's errand boy has bailed out, huh? Good riddance, but whatever he's doing for the Snake Tem can't be good. Naruto glared at Kabuto's retreating back as he left the central tower after Hayate Gecko, proctor for the third exam, explained that anyone who did not wish to continue after learning the true purpose of the Chuunin exams could leave without consequence. The gray-haired genin scent was nearly identical to Orochimaru's. With a Herculean effort, Naruto turned his thoughts towards his competition for the preliminaries. Of the 26 teams that had passed the first exam, only 7 had passed the second. Aside from Konaha's 4 teams, Kabuto's team, and the team from Suna, a team from Kiri had also made it to the central tower before the time limit was up. I'm not worried about Team 10 or Team 8. Shino is the biggest threat in that bunch and I can move faster than his bugs can crawl or fly now. But Lee has Neji and Tenten on his team. All 3 of them are going to be problems and the Suna team is almost certainly led by a Jinchuriki. If all that weren't enough, there's no way Kabuto's teammates aren't also spies for Orochimaru. Plus, something about those 3 Kiri Kunoichis set my teeth on edge. Since no one else has elected to quit the third exam, the preliminaries will begin immediately. The computer behind me, Hayate gestured toward the large screen taking up most of the arena's back wall, will randomly select the combatants for each round. For roughly 5 seconds, the names of all 20 genin still taking the third exam flashed on and off the screen while the computer made its decision. Preliminary Round 1. Sasuke Uchiha vs. Yoroi Akato, both of Konaha. Everyone else, go to the upper galleries. Hayate ordered. Kakashi-sensei, I'm sorry to say that Sasuke will need to redo the tree climbing exercise once we're done here. Naruto whispered to his commanding officer. Oh, and why is that? Kakashi raised the brow of his good eye. We ran into Orochimaru in the forest, and he put some sort of seal on Sasuke's neck. I had to change him into a Hanyu to get rid of it, so Sasuke's chakra is now imbued with Yuki. It's much stronger than it used to be, but it's also more volatile, more chaotic. At least he knows how to use the Kage Bushin no Jutsu. That will accelerate how quickly he regains his former level of control. Kakashi sighed. Thank you for ridding Sasuke of that seal, Naruto-kun. Sasuke being a Hanyu is far more preferable to the influence Orochimaru would have been able to exert over him. With their conversation now complete, Kakashi and Naruto turned to observe the match. Combatants, begin, Hayate commanded. Shall I start? Yoroi inquired. By all means. Sasuke smirked. You're too kind. Yoroi's right hand glowed with chakra while he launched a volley of shuriken at Sasuke with his left. Sasuke deflected them with his kunai and barely dodged Yoroi's follow-up strike. Grr. Fighting like this is a pain. Sasuke mentally moaned. While waiting for the third exam to start, Team 7 decided to lowball Sasuke's physical abilities. Hinata had even gone so far as to strike several tenketsu in his limbs to induce temporary muscle weakness. Since he had just become a Hanyu, Sasuke was having difficulty controlling his movements. His newfound superhuman strength and speed would take time to get used to. Rather than having him struggle with it during the exam, Naruto and Hinata thought it would be better if his body was crippled enough to limit the force his limbs could exert. Sasuke agreed with the concept, but Hinata had done her work too well. His movements were currently lowered well below the level he was capable of before his conversion to a Hanyu. At best, he was at half his former strength and speed. Ninjutsu was also off the table since his chakra control was shot. With these handicaps, Sasuke barely managed to keep up with his opponent. Yoroi grabbed the last Uchiha's chest and maintained his grip for several seconds before Sasuke succeeded in shaking him off. Hey, guess the mighty Uchiha clan isn't all they were cracked up to be. Or, are you just a particularly weak specimen? Yoroi gloated. Easy to say when you're stealing my chakra. Sasuke retorted. Noticed, did you? Well, no matter. You could barely keep up with me before I took some. Now you have no chance. Yoroi charged at Sasuke again. You're right, but you're overlooking one very important thing. Sasuke stretched out his arms. And what's that? Yoroi grabbed the offered arms, and Sasuke grabbed back. These days, my chakra is rather spicy. Sasuke's chakra yuki surged into Yoroi's chakra network. 20 seconds later, the enormous amount of demonic chakra Yoroi had stolen burned his chakra network to cinders, taking most of his body with it. Like I said, spicy. Sasuke spat at the now ashen remains of his opponent. Winner by lawful death. Sasuke Uchiha. Hayate declared. Sasuke limped up the stairs to the upper gallery while the spectators of the match got over their shock. What was that chakra? Was it even chakra at all? Neji hadn't deemed it necessary to watch the fight with his Byakugan active until Yoroi started screaming. By then, most of the damage had already been done and Sasuke's chakra yuki was dissipating harmlessly into the surrounding atmosphere. What little of it Neji could see reminded him of the Kumo genin he had encountered in the Forest of Death. You weren't kidding when you said his chakra's more volatile now. Kakashi whispered to Naruto. Did you know it would be like this before turning him into a Hanyu? I suspected, yes, but just how chaotic it would get in comparison to human chakra depended on which type of Hanyu he became. That was determined during the conversion process. Naruto whispered back. Before Kakashi could inquire further, the computer began its selection process again. Preliminary Round 2. Choji Akamichi of Konaha vs. Tetsushi Yumino of Kiri. Yahoo! Let's do this. Remember your promise, Asuma-sensei. Choji all but skipped down the stairs. Of course. My treat to an all-you-can-eat buffet if you win. Asuma answered with a smile. Hard to believe now that you were only using your clan's most rudimentary jutsu before you graduated. Win or lose, I know you'll make me proud today, Choji. In contrast to Choji's fanfare, Tetsushi descended the stairs in silence. Choji's got his work cut out for him. Naruto said to Shikamaru. You noticed as well, huh? That girl has troublesome written all over her. For that matter, so do her two teammates. Shikamaru agreed. The three Kiri genin wore a combat uniform consisting of navy blue pants with matching shirts and black combat boots. Curiously, they did not wear shinobi pouches. Tetsushi was extremely lithe, and not an ounce of superfluous movement was seen during her descent into the arena. Her black hair barely reached her shoulders, and her cerulean blue eyes almost glowed with determination. She reminded Naruto and Shikamaru of several apex predators, animals that embodied the perfect economy of movement. Combatants, begin. Before we start, I would like to say that I'm envious of your mass. Tetsushi said. Oh. Shikamaru cringed. Are you calling me fat? Choji yelled. As a compliment, yes. I have been graced with an exceptionally high metabolic rate. Therefore, I cannot gain excessive weight regardless of how many lipids I consume. While this is ideal for our profession, my high metabolism makes frequent meals a necessity. It is irritating at the best of times, and a liability at the worst of times. Tetsushi sighed. Fat is a compliment. Choji was flabbergasted. His clan weaponized their metabolism for their signature jutsu, so he could sympathize with Tetsushi's plight of never feeling full, but he had never considered what it would be like to have a body that was incapable of storing fat. Well, maybe you're just not eating the right foods to get fat. After I beat you, I'd be happy to recommend some. Ino's jaw hit the floor. Choji, using his taboo word. Would the sun not rise tomorrow? I accept your offer. Tetsushi lightly bowed, but it is you who will lose this day. The Kiri shinobi launched several kunai at Choji. That won't work. Buben Baika no Jutsu. Partial multi-size technique, Choji's right arm expanded to nearly 5 times its normal size. He swung his enlarged limb with enough force to displace the air around him, causing Tetsushi's kunai to miss. He then rushed at the 15-year-old girl, who promptly dodged his punches with the grace of a cheetah. You're fast, but let's see you keep up with this. Baika no Jutsu. Nikuden Sensha. Multi-size technique. Human bullet tank, Choji's entire body bloated to the size of a boulder, and he rolled in place for 2 seconds before launching himself at Tetsushi with a speed incomparable to before. The young woman channeled chakra into her legs and managed to stay a few steps ahead, but she knew her efforts were not sustainable. How does he keep track of his opponent's movements while in that state? Perhaps by yang release. Tetsushi hypothesized while wall running to avoid Choji. Not safe from me up there. Choji stopped for a moment to reverend up his speed, which turned out to be a dire mistake. Sweden. Yumiya no Jutsu. Water release. Bow and arrow technique, 100 arrows composed of Sweden chakra materialized in front of Tetsushi. Choji realized his error just in time to avoid the majority of the lethal constructs, but 8 of them found their mark. Choji's speed lowered the piercing force of the arrows, but the injuries he sustained were enough to dispel his jutsu. Darn, that hurts. Choji inspected himself while Tetsushi leapt back to the floor. Surrender. You are powerful, but I can evade your technique and you lack the durability needed to survive my arrows. I have no desire to kill you. Another torrent of arrows swarmed around her, ready to fire. Ah, that's nice of you to worry about me during a test like this, but I can't go down without giving it my all. Choji began weaving a series of hand seals. Your blood is on your own hands. Tetsushi launched her aquatic arrows. Kaden. Anetsu Suka. Fire release. Caloric heat wave, the air around Choji shimmered as if it were in a summer haze, and Tetsushi's arrows evaporated mere inches from the Akimchi hare's skin. Impossible. We are both genin. Whatever gap in prowess exists between us should not be sufficient for your Kaden technique to best my Sweden jutsu. Tetsushi's calm demeanor was broken for the first time since the fight had begun. You're right, but it's not just my jutsu your water arrows were fighting against. The air around me is superheated, so they had to get through that before they could interact with the Kaden chakra itself. By the time they made contact, they had lost too much power. Baika no jutsu. Nikuden Sensha. Choji reassumed his Boulder state, but his earlier jutsu was still in effect. As he revved to enhance his launching speed, the floor beneath him melted. Mizu Bushin no Jutsu. Water clone technique, Tetsushi leapt into the air as she cast her jutsu. The 3 water clones she created threw her toward the ceiling. Twisting in midair, landed on the ceiling and flashed through a series of hand seals. Sweden. Yumiya no Jutsu. Unlike before, no arrows were created. Instead, a watery bow was formed in Tetsushi's hands. I told you before, you're not safe up there. Choji's revving redoubled its intensity, and the air around him ignited. And you are not safe from me anywhere in this room. Tetsushi drew the string of her aquatic bow, and 3 arrows composed of highly condensed Sweden chakra formed between her fingers. As Choji erupted toward the ceiling with enough speed to break the sound barrier, Tetsushi released her arrows. They collided with Choji halfway between the floor and the ceiling. The arrows, having also achieved supersonic speeds, were more than capable of dispersing the superheated air that foiled their weaker counterparts and pierced Choji in both shoulders and his left calf. The arrows formed a huge puddle on the floor after exiting Choji's body. Sweden. Daikankatsuzen. Water release. Great geyser, the puddle surged into a pillar of water that intercepted Choji's fall, slowing his descent to the ground. Once he was safely on the floor, Tetsushi flicked her wrist and the water filling Choji's lungs poured itself out of his trachea. She then jumped into the water pillar herself, dispelling her jutsu after she made her landing. I intended to save that application of my jutsu for the final portion of this exam. Tetsushi's bow vanished. You are formidable, Choji Akamichi, to necessitate its use here. I welcome our future conversations regarding my metabolism. Choji, unable to move 3 of his limbs and still catching his breath, could only cough in response. Winner by incapacitating her opponent. Tetsushi Yumino. Hayate declared. You did great, Choji. Against a different opponent, you likely would have won. Asuma smiled sadly as he picked Choji up and headed to the infirmary. Thanks, Sensei. Can I still get that reward? It would be good starting point for what Tetsushi wants to know. Choji's eyes were closing despite his best efforts. Sure. Asuma gave in. Great. Anetsu Suka really thins me out. I need to rebuild my reserves. Choji's eyes closed fully. Sometimes, I hate being right. Naruto slammed the gallery railing with his fist. Yeah, same here. Shikamaru looked towards the hallway leading to the infirmary. Such incredible force behind those last 3 arrows, I'm glad I didn't have to fight her. Tamari gulped. Such a youthful display of fire and water. Fights like this make me jealous of those that can use ninjutsu. Lee sighed. Is this real life? Did Choji of all people just get a date in the middle of a battle? Ino's jaw sunk through the upper gallery and hit the first floor of the arena. Preliminary Round 3. Konkuro of Suna vs. Masumi Tsurugi of Konaha. Finally, it's my turn. Konkuro cheered as he descended the stairs. His opponent remained silent. Combatants, begin. Brat, you should forfeit now. I won't underestimate you like Yoroi did with Sasuke. Misumi's eyes narrowed. Why bother? You'll be dead in less time than it would take for me to say, I give up. Konkuro set the bandaged wrapped bundle he carried on his back on the ground. You asked for it. Masumi lunged at his opponent, and his arms stretched and twisted around Kankuro's body, trapping him in a constrictor's embrace. Moments later, the boy's neck was snapped. Before Masumi could get a single word out, Kankuro's skin shattered, revealing the multi-armed form of Karasu. The puppet mimicked Misumi's earlier movements with its 4 arms, breaking Misumi's neck. The real Konkuro unraveled the bandages he'd been concealing himself with and wrapped them back around his puppet. Winner by lawful death. Konkuro. Hayate declared. Such an incredible skill, to manipulate a puppet for combat using chakra strings. Hinata had activated her Byakugan as soon as Karasu started to constrict its prey. Indeed, cousin, was such a combat style cultivated with the Byakugan in mind. Neji was loath to agree with anything his cousin said, but even he couldn't deny how effective Kenkuro's technique could be against an unprepared Hyuga. Preliminary Round 4. Yusen Yumino of Kiri vs. Shino Aburame of Konaha. Sweet. My turn. The 16-year-old Kunoichi practically bounced to the first floor. Shino shunshined into the arena. Begin. I advise you to walk away while you can. Otherwise, you'll be hurt so severely that you will never recover. Shino observed his opponent but found nothing to indicate what her fighting style would be. Is her attire meant to be a distraction? Yusen's combat uniform clung tightly to her hourglass figure. No, her teammates have identical uniforms and lack the anatomy to seduce their opponents in such a blatant manner. You checking me out? Awesome. I got another admirer. Yusen's baby blue eyes sparkled with joy. But, Shino-kun, ya really shouldn't say something like that to a warrior you've never met. Yusen flashed through a series of hand seals, and hundreds of bubbles began bursting out of her skin and swirling around her like a hurricane. Welcome to my bubble show. No admission fee required. An impressive display, I'll admit. However, I have a performance of my own. Hundreds of parasitic insects emerged from Shino's body while a second army of equal size swarmed behind Yusen. What the hell? Bubbles versus bugs. When did the Chuunin exams become a carnival? Konkuro gawked. You're one to talk, puppet man. Naruto rebuked. Shut up. Konkuro growled. The 2 swarms assaulted Yusen, who didn't even try to move. Snap, crackle, pop. The Kiri Kunoichi flung her hands out to either side. Her bubble hurricane expanded to meet Shino's swarms and exploded. Each popped bubble took at least a dozen of Shino's insects with it. The Aburame heir withdrew the remnants of his swarms before they were completely decimated. Now that we've been properly introduced as warriors, I'll borrow your line from earlier. Give up now, or else my bubble show will leave you in stitches. With a single hand seal, Yusen began reforming her bubble hurricane. Her 3 back-length pigtails fluttered behind her. The Aburame do not surrender. Shino called forth more insects from within his body while the survivors from his original swarms regrouped. She's a bad match for me. Her bubbles are made from chakra, while my insects are living beings that can only be replaced over time. I need to end this before she exterminates my entire hive. Shino's second swarm formed several condensed spear formations and charged at Yusen. Smart move, Shino-kun, but I've got a party trick just like it. Bubble beam. Yusen's bubble hurricane coalesced into streams of bubbles that intercepted Shino's spears. This exchange was much more even than the previous one, with insects and bubbles perishing at almost a 1-to-1 ratio. No quarter was given, and the swarm and bubble beams savagely erased each other. Damn, I thought for sure I'd get through his swarm with that one. Do his insects eat chakra or something? In that case, I'm screwed if even a handful of them get through my bubbles. Gotta finish up fast. Yusin conjured a third bubble hurricane. I consider my next technique to be a most despicable act. However, your prowess leaves me little choice. Shino summoned the entirety of his remaining insects and scattered them throughout the arena. This latest swarm cannibalized its predecessors, and the residual chakra they gained in the process caused them to glow purple with infused might. Bubble shield. Yusin's hurricane condensed into a multi-layered barrier as she rushed at Shino. 24 bubbles floated just above each of her hands, more than enough to kill Shino if her gambit succeeded. Shino leapt back while his final swarm coalesced into another spear and flew at Yusin. Her barrier held firm, but the force of the impact made her trip. Seizing the moment, Shino launched a trio of bomb kunai at his adversary. Yusin leapt ahead of where they landed and continued running toward Shino, taking advantage of their detonation to catapult herself straight to Shino's position. Just as she was about to end the match, Shino's empowered insects broke through her shield and began consuming her chakra. Ha ha, your bugs are amazing, Shino-kun. My bubble show lost to them fair and square. Yusin lost consciousness and fell to the floor with a smile on her face. Not by much, Yusin-san. Shino recalled his insects before they could deplete his opponent's chakra to fatal parameters. Winner by knockout. Shino Aburame. Hayate declared. Incredible. I've never seen Yusin-ne-chan's bubble barricade fail so quickly. Tetsushi stared in awe at Shino. It's not entirely unexpected, given her opponent. Yama Yumino, Jonin of Kiri, addressed his youngest daughter. The insects used by the Aburame clan consume chakra as a food source. A sustained jutsu like Yusin's bubble shield is like an all-you-can-eat buffet to them. Add to it that Shino's final swarm was supercharged after eating the corpses of the first two swarms, and the final piece clicks into place. Arashi, I trust that your younger sister's fights have proven the point I made while we traveled to Konaha. They have, Otu-san, the final Kiri genin answered. While these genin have not experienced the horrors of war, they are no less fierce in battle than those we have killed. If anything, they are more formidable than many of our fallen enemies. Exactly. Yama confirmed as the computer flashed through the remaining genin. Preliminary Round 5. Tenten of Konaha vs. Tamari of Suna. Tenten leapt from the upper gallery to the floor while Tamari shunshined into position. Begin. I'm super psyched after watching that last battle. Tenten smiled at her opponent. That said, I'm likely at a disadvantage here. Suna has the highest concentration of Fudan specialists out of all the elemental nations. With the possible exception of Douden, no nature transformation is more suited to be used against me than Fudan is. Tamari smirked and stepped towards Tenten, causing her to leap away. Trying to observe me? You lack the skill. Tamari gave Tenten a thumbs down. Like Yusin-san in the last match. Don't demean your opponent until you've fought them. Tenten jumped into the air and threw several shuriken at Tamari. The Suna Kunoichi seemed to flicker out of sight, and Tenten's shuriken missed their mark. Yep. Definitely a Fudan user. Tenten chuckled. It's all or nothing then. The weapons specialist stood 2 scrolls on the ground and weaved a series of hand seals. Sushoryu. Twin rising dragons, the scrolls exploded upwards, taking the appearance of twin spiraling dragons. Tenten jumped to the apex of the scroll's flight and began unsealing and hurling dozens of small gray pellets at Tamari. Before Tamari could deflect them, another hand seal from Tenten saw the pellets detonate, releasing an enormous cloud of dust. A smokescreen. You're even more foolish than I, Tamari balked in horror as she realized just how much danger she was in. Fudan. Kukakuki no Jutsu. Tamari weaved the hand seals as fast as she could and poured nearly all of her chakra into her jutsu. Milliseconds after the Suna Kunoichi conjured her defense, the same wall of condensed air that Kakashi had used during the bell test, Tenten threw a bomb kunai into the dust cloud and detonated it with a final hand seal. She then curled herself behind a massive shield that had also been summoned from the twin scrolls. The explosion was gigantic, and all of the Jonin observing the fight utilized their jutsu to contain the blast, protecting the genin from harm. The tower shook ominously for several seconds as the explosion subsided. What in Kami's name was that? Sakura roared. A dust explosion. Naruto looked bleakly at the spot where Tenten had impacted the wall. When sufficiently oxygenated air in an enclosed space is oversaturated with fine, flammable particles, a single spark can ignite them all in an instant. When did you learn the science behind combustion, Naruto-kun? I couldn't have said it better myself. Tenten emerged from behind her shield, out of breath and exhausted, but unharmed. Fucking hell, that bitch is insane. Konkuro yelled. She could have brought the whole tower down on our heads. Tenten held 8 kunai in her hands and glared at the Temeri's last known position. Kameidachi no Jutsu. Sickle Weasel Technique. Temeri's counterattack was concealed by smoke until it was too late for Tenten to evade or counter it. The onslaught of wind blades lacked the chakra to eviscerate Tenten, but they were more than sufficient to hurl her into the air. She was slammed against the wall and slumped to the ground unconscious. Winner by knockout. Tamari. Hayate coughed. Tamari, coughing up blood and nursing several cracked ribs, limped to the upper gallery to rejoin her siblings.